Hey everyone. Welcome back for the 7th part of the Toad Sage's Apprentice. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 76, 5 Kage Summit. Mifune led the group to a large room with a table shaped like a crescent moon in the center. Around the edges there was a balcony with railings that seemed to be designed for people to watch the proceedings of whatever was happening in the room. Above each seat at the table there was a large banner hanging from the ceiling that was a different color and had the kanji for the 5 different nations, and in the center was a larger seat with a large caved kanji for iron behind it. "We are almost all here. We only need to wait for Kazekage Dono and we are all set," Mifune said. "Such a young reckless child, I am surprised that he is even coming," Oonoki grumbled. "You may forget that Gaara Dono has just as much of a reason to want to stop the Akatsuki as the rest of us do, as he is a former jinchuriki himself," Tsunade said. "Well, it seems Konoha is still sticking up for Suna. How noble," Oonoki chuckled. "We are allies, it would make sense to defend them," Naruto added. "Oh my, you brought the boy, I figured you would. Tell me, you fought with the Uchiha who we all recently added to our bingo books as kill on sight. Why didn't you finish him off in the Jonin exams?" Oonoki said. "Grandfather, please, you know from the reports that Itachi Uchiha was also there. Itachi was considered a genius whose ocular powers were only bested by Shisui Uchiha. And besides, he did save me from being captured by Orochimaru Kurotsuchi, who was standing behind Oonoki with Akatsuchi," said. "Perhaps you are right, maybe I could have killed Sasuke in the Jonin exams. It was certainly within my power at the time. Unfortunately, I focused on his brother who was a bigger threat," Naruto said. "Well, that is perfectly understandable," Mei said. "Look, it's no use squabbling about this stuff now. We have to focus on the reason we are here, otherwise we will just bicker like we always do," Tsunade said. While the other Kages began squabbling, Naruto wondered why Ei had not said anything yet. Eventually Mifune returned, followed by 2 samurai along with Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. "It appears that I am the last to arrive. My apologies," Gaara said. "Nah, you were not too far behind us," Naruto said, walking over to say hello to his friend. "Naruto Namikaze, I had a feeling I might be seeing you here. After all, from the report we were given by the team sent, you have made quite the name for yourself in Konoha now," Gaara said before extending his hand out to greet the blonde from Ali. Naruto accepted with a smile. "It's good to see you, Gaara. How is everything in Suna?" Naruto asked. "Compared to Konoha, things are quiet, but we are supposed to host the next Jonin exams in a year's time and we have already begun work designing the second task," Gaara said. They were pulled from their conversation by Mifune, who gave a loud cough to get everyone's attention. "Ah, good, now that we are all here we can begin, but first, news has made it to my ears via Tsunade Heim, that this Kage Summit is being targeted by a recent ninja to go rogue from Konoha. That is correct, isn't it, Tsunade Heim?" Mifune said, and offering Tsunade to continue with the explanation. "That is correct. Danzo Shimura and his route were forced to flee from Konoha after a failed attempt to take the seat of Hokage," Tsunade said, but was stopped from continuing by Oonoki. "What concern is it of ours if you can't control your own ninja? I will admit, however, that it doesn't surprise me he attempted something. After all, he always was a shady, power-hungry person even as a young man," that Tsuchikage said. "It is your concern because we have reliable information that he not only knows about this summit but is planning to attack in an attempt to wipe out the 5 Kages and usurp our power with his root army helping him out. There is a high possibility that they are already moving into position around this facility and sneaking in," Tsunade said. So he thinks he can overthrow all 5 Kage at the same time? What a foolish man," Oonoki grumbled. "Foolish or not, he is dangerous. He has injected himself with the DNA of my grandfather the Shodaime Hokage and also has an entire arm full of Sharingan eyes," Tsunade said. "How could he be able to do such a thing?" Mei asked, shocked. "He had a little help from an old teammate of mine," Tsunade said. "Orochimaru, I see, but why would he work with Danzo?" Mei asked. "I can think of a few reasons," grumbled darkly, finally breaking his silence. "This all can wait. The point is, what are we going to do about it? There are currently only about 50 samurai on site, which leaves us dangerously outnumbered if Tsunade Heim's numbers are correct. I suggest that we formulate a plan for dealing with them when they arrive before we get down to business," Mifune said. "I have an idea. Why doesn't each Kage send one of the guards they brought with them to scout the area in and around the complex, and we can take radios so that you can recall us if we are required," Naruto suggested. Seems like a reasonable plan, I agree. Tomorrow you will go help with the scouting, Gaara said. I'm a sensor type, but we should have a sensor remain behind to call back the others before anything dangerous approaches, she from Kumo suggested. Alright, that's fine. I'm a sensor type too and I can use large quantities of shadow clones to help in the search, so it might be better if I go and you stay, Naruto replied. It's a bit more work, but I guess I have to, who knows, could be fun. Sure, I'm in, Amoe said. I'll help out as well, Kurotsuchi said, moving off to join the others. I guess I would be the best choice to go, I do have skills in scouting after all, Ao said. Chojuro looked like he wanted to protest but was cut off before he could start. Don't worry, Chojuro, you were picked for this mission for a reason. I have full confidence that you can protect Mei-sama while I am gone, the elder bodyguard of the Mizukage continued. Chojuro seemed to have his spirits lifted by this and happily dropped any protest he may have had. I will have my samurai search as well, it will lighten your load, Mifune said as the scouting group went to leave the room. So I say we split up into two groups, one to search inside for intruders and the other to scout outside to keep lookout, Ao suggested to the other four shinobi who had joined the search party. Agreed, but how do we split up? Naruto asked. 3 people inside, and 2 outside. That way there is a better chance of catching them before they get remotely close to the cages, Amoe suggested. Sounds like a good idea. How do we split up? Kurotsuchi asked. Well, I am better in open areas, so close combat like in these passageways is not my strong point, so I will go with the outside group, Tamari said. I will be more use outside as well, I can send clones to scout over a long distance and cover a much larger area that way, Naruto added. Well, it's decided then, you two are outside while the rest of us stay in here, Ao concluded. It did not take Naruto long to decide offering to go outside was a bad idea. Kami, it's cold out here. It's times like this I wish I knew Katen Jutsu, Naruto said, shivering. Why didn't you bring warm clothes then? Tamari lectured. I sort of joined this trip before returning from another mission, so I didn't have time to pack anything warm, Naruto complained. I believe I can help you, Ninja-san said a samurai who handed Naruto a thick cloak that felt warm to the touch. Wow, this is amazing, what is it? Naruto asked. It is a special fabric we use in the land of iron to keep warm. It does use a small amount of chakra, however, the samurai informed the blonde. Naruto wasted little time flinging the warm cloak over him and he soon stopped shivering. Well, let's get to work, he said before creating several hundred clones and sending them out in different directions. With the cages. Each of the remaining bodyguards left the floor as directed and made their way up to the balcony that ran around the room. Now, I suggest we get this started before we are interrupted by anyone, Mifune said from his seat at the head of the table. The cages seemed to be unsure of where to start their discussion. In the end it was Gaara who spoke first. Well, as it seems I will start. As a former jinchuriki I know how dangerous the Akatsuki can be. You seem to have forgotten our last conversation about manners, boy, Oonoki said, interrupting Gaara. Please don't interrupt, Tsuchikage Dono. Kazekage Dono, do continue, Mei said. Yes, well, as I was saying, I am a former host. The Akatsuki captured and almost killed me by almost destroying Suna. After I was captured we requested aid from the other villages, but aid only came from Tsunade Dono. Although, now that so many jinchuriki have been captured there is no more use in simple aid, Gaara said. I have said it before and I will say it again, if a country has its jinchuriki captured, it has no business giving others orders. It's an embarrassment. You should have tried to recover the host in secret. You cannot expect other countries to help you, Oonoki said. A embarrassment, you say? Tell me what happened to your jinchuriki. Were they not taken? I have no time for your old-fashioned way of thinking, Gaara said calmly. Look, it may not be that bad, after all it takes time and knowledge in order to control a Baijuu. Just because we have lost them does not mean the Akatsuki can use their power at will, Mei said. Mizukage Dono is correct, the hosts must grow with the Baijuu in order to adapt to them as well. Also, the only people who have ever been able to truly control the beasts have been Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I guess you could also add Raikage Dono's brother Kirabai and maybe the Yundai Mizukage to that list, but their control was still limited to that of a jinchuriki's, Oonoki said. Now is the time to tell them about Madara, thought Tsunade, but before she could answer there was a loud yell from A. The Raikage had stood up and slammed his fist right through the table. Quit your yapping, ordered. In the blink of an eye the remaining bodyguards had moved to protect their leaders. Kakashi stood Reikiri in hand and Sharingan blazing, ready to strike down anyone who moved. Kankuro stood behind Gaara with his puppets protecting Gaara from the other sides. Chojuro had readied his twin-handled sword. While Akatsuchi and she both prepared hand seals. The four other Kage and Mifune remained calm however and did not react to the Raikage's outburst. We are here to talk, not destroy my furniture. Could you please hold off on such outbursts, Raikage Dono, Mifune said. One by one the various Kage called off their bodyguards, until eventually they all returned to the balcony. Iwa, Kiri, Suna, and even Konoha. The Akatsuki is made up of missing ninja from all of your villages. It is true I have worked with Konoha to a certain degree in dealing with the Akatsuki, but that does not change the fact that each village has people who are guilty of interaction with the Akatsuki. I also know that there are those among you, including former Kages, that have used the Akatsuki for their own purposes. In truth, I don't trust any of you, and I came here to find out where your loyalties lie, I yelled. How dare you accuse us of helping the Akatsuki? Do not forget that one of my shinobi has killed 4 members of the Akatsuki single-handed, and saved your last remaining jinchuriki in the process, Tsunade yelled back. I didn't reply, he just kept glaring at the 4 other Kages. I am confused, what do you mean used Akatsuki? Gaara said. It seems your elders have been keeping secrets from you, your own father used them in an attempt at war, the Raikage said loudly. As the great ninja countries are experiencing a time of relative peace, the villages are moving away from military expansion. As tensions fade between countries grow smaller, so does the threat of war. However, if a war was to suddenly break out, the villages cannot rely on untested ninja in the heat of battle. It would only lead to them losing the war, Oonoki explained. So in other words, they turn to a mercenary force, like the Akatsuki, Gaara surmised. Exactly. It would take time and a lot of money to create a ninja force as powerful by themselves. And the Akatsuki were professionals, that could be hired for relatively little. Furthermore, they always had good results, Oonoki continued. Enough. I don't want to hear it, Tsuchikage Dono. Suna used the Akatsuki to try and destroy Konoha. However, it is unclear whether or not he was still a member of the Akatsuki at that time. In the end, both the former Kage and Hokage died. Which makes me think it may have been part of someone else's plot, said. It definitely appears you may be right there, Danzo. He is power hungry and would have let Konoha burn with the help of its enemies as long as it meant that he could rebuild it with him in command, Tsunade said. Well, there is 2 out of the 5. Kirigakure is even more suspicious. No diplomatic relationships with other countries at all. And there are rumors that the Akatsuki was formed there, continued. To tell the truth, there were suspicions that my predecessor, the Yondaime Mizukage, was being controlled by someone. It could have been the Akatsuki, but we could never know for sure, May admitted. Also, the Akatsuki was formed in Ame, not in Kiri. It was formed by 3 orphans, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. They created it in an attempt to free Amigakure from suffering in war. However, along the way, control of the organization has since been taken from them by someone far more dangerous, Tsunade said, but before she could inform the others about Madara, she was cut off by A. I don't care about the Akatsuki's history. All of your villages are guilty of having some connection with the Akatsuki, he said. It's because of you, continuing to amass power in your village's attempt at kidnapping people with bloodlines or skills that your council coveted during the times of peace, that other countries were forced to use the Akatsuki in the first place, Oonoki said. Why you? Roared, anger clear on his face. That's enough of this. Before the infighting continues, there is something everyone needs to know, Tsunade yelled, making herself heard. What is it? Said, still clearly angry. The leader of the Akatsuki. It is almost certainly Madara Uchiha, Tsunade said. How is that possible? He should have died years ago, Oonoki said, clearly shocked. I don't really understand it either, but the source is 100% certain, Tsunade said. Madara Uchiha, of all the deranged people to come up against. And what is worse, he is able to control the Baijuu with a powerful genjutsu, so maybe the Akatsuki can use them as they like after all, Oonoki said, still clearly shocked. As a neutral party, I have to say, whoever the leader is, if it is indeed Madara Uchiha, he was able to read the signs and use the other countries' suspicions of each other to increase his power and influence over the different nations in one way or another, until at this rate even the Land of Iron could be a target for him. But we are given an opportunity here to make a stand, and to stop the Akatsuki once and for all. I propose that until the threat is past, we form a 5-village alliance, Mifune suggested. It is a good plan, we need to cooperate in these times. After all, we are in a state of emergency, Tsunade said. With Naruto and Temari. Have your clones found anything yet? Temari asked. No, nothing. Maybe it was a bad piece of information, who knows, Naruto said. They were walking around the perimeter of the underground complex, checking the entrances and guards, making sure everything was normal, while Naruto had his clones searching a large area around the complex in all directions. Should we head back in then? Temari questioned. Not quite yet, there is no telling when they will strike, Naruto answered. With Sasuke. Team Taka were sitting around a small campfire a good distance away from the complex that was hosting the Kage summit, when White Zetsu showed up. I have found a way to sneak in, but you may want to reconsider this attack, White Zetsu suggested when he arrived. Why would I want to do that? Sasuke queried. Well, for one, it appears that they are looking for intruders. And two, Naruto Namikaze is there as a guard for the Hokage, Zetsu replied. Do you know how Danzo and his men plan on entering then? Sasuke asked. Oh yes, I have discovered that as well. He is having several Doden users tunnel underneath the complex. I would say that they will be there in about 15 minutes, just enough time for you to get close enough to enter without getting caught, Zetsu answered. Where is this entrance, and how has it gone unnoticed by the samurai? Juugo asked this time. Well, it is a small, very thin passageway that stops about 10 inches from the wall of the complex, but once Danzo's men break in it will not be difficult to sneak in to find him, Zetsu informed the group. Well then, let's go. I wouldn't want to keep them waiting, Sasuke said. Sasuke-kun, are you sure it is a good idea? I mean, it is insanity to attack the Kage summit in the first place. But if that blonde is here as well. I just think this is not very safe, Karen said. I don't care, Karen, we are going. As for the Dobi, he will be a good dummy to test out my next ability of my eyes, and all we have to do to sneak past their guards is blast through a small section of rock, Sasuke said with a small twisted smile. Let's just go already. If our timing is out we could be in trouble. We don't want the Kages to find us before we find Danzo, Suigetsu said. I can help there, but we will need to wait for the fighting to start, Karen said. I would still advise against going. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is stronger than the last time you saw him, Zetsu said. I don't care, let's go. Show us the way, and Sasuke ordered. Zetsu complied and began to lead Team Taka towards the summit. Konoha, Shikamaru, Kiba, Lee, and Sakura were standing at the main gates to Konoha. So where are we going to check first? Sakura asked. Well, Sasuke was last spotted in the Land of Lightning. That would be our best shot at finding his trail, Shikamaru said. That means passing, thought the Land of Iron. What if Naruto finds us and asks what we are doing? Sakura said. We tell him, there is no point keeping it from him. It would not serve any purpose at all anyway, Shikamaru said. Yosh, then let's go, my youthful teammates. We will soon find Sasuke and prevent him from hurting anyone else with his most unyouthful actions, Lee chorused. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, but began to lead the way northeast towards the Land of Lightning and Kumo. Land or Iron. At the deepest level of the complex, several samurai were currently scouting the area for signs of any intruders. This is kinda pointless. Even if there was going to be an attack, why would they be down here? One samurai said. You're right, but Mifune-sama asked us to search and that is what we will do, another said. Hey you guys, wait up a second, can you hear that? The last samurai in the group said. Hear what? I don't hear anything, the first one to speak replied. No, he's right, I can hear it too. Where is that sound coming from? The second to speak said. His question was answered a second later when the ground beneath their feet exploded in a large pile of rubble. What the fuck is going on? The first one asked, who had managed to just jump out of the way in time to avoid joining the ground as tiny pieces of dust. Looks like we found them. We need to send a message to Mifune-sama and the others, the final member that had spoken yelled. I don't think so, came a calm voice from inside the smoke, and 3 shuriken with Fuuten blades extending out from their points whizzed forward and sliced the 3 samurai in half. You know what to do. Move as silently as possible and kill anyone you find, Danzo ordered as he stepped out of the smoke, flanked closely by what appeared to be several bodyguards. What should we do, Danzo-sama? One of the men asked. I want you and Torune to stay here and guard me. You will be required to help take care of the surviving ninja and samurai when the time comes. The time of the 5 cages is over. Once news breaks that I have killed them, we will return to Konoha and take it for ourselves, and without Tsunade Heim there and that fool Jiraiya still unable to fight, it should not prove too difficult, Danzo said flatly. Several floors up. What was that noise? It sounded like an explosion, Kurotsuchi said. Yeah, I heard it too. Think we should go check it out? Amoe asked. No need, I should be able to see what's down there from here. Byakugan, Ao declared. Can you see anything? Kurotsuchi queried. Yes, and it's not good. About 200 and climbing. Danzo is there as well, Ao said. That far down? How did they get in? Kurotsuchi said, shocked. A tunnel, must have been dug using skilled Doden users. They just keep coming, must be close to 300 now. They're about 3 floors down, so we have time to call the others, but there are only about 10 guards between us and them, Ao continued. Time to send a message to the others, then Amoe said, withdrawing a small radio from his kunai pouch. Meeting room. Now that we are agreed on forming an alliance, we will need a uniform chain of command, which means we will need to elect a leader. I recommend that you let me decide as a neutral party. There were murmurs of agreement, but before Mifune could start to deliver his reasons for choosing or not choosing a potential leader, a radio buzzed into life. We got company, over 300 on the latest count. They came in from underneath us, creating a tunnel. Danzo is among them, came the lazy voice of Amoe through the radio. This conversation will have to wait until after we have dealt with Danzo, Mifune said, and stood up, grabbing his katana. Well, we can look at this as a dry run for the alliance, Mei said with a smile, also standing from her chair. It has been a long time since I have seen combat. I think this should be a good reminder, Oonoki said with a dry smile. We will need to come up with a plan. We are grossly outnumbered, and these are no ordinary ninja. They are Danzo's personal Anbu. I expect them to be mostly high tuning to high Jonin and skilled, Tsunade said. There are 12 major rooms at the end of separate passageways that lead up to the upper levels. If we split up, we can bottleneck them and deal with them as they arrive, Mifune said, taking out a set of blueprints. Once more the radio sprung to life. Final count on root members is a little over 400. What are the orders? Amoe said. You need to return and bring what samurai you can with you. Meet us back in the meeting room as quickly as possible, ordered. We may have a small problem. I can sense 2 of the bodyguards outside. The blonde from Konoha and the kunoichi from Suna have not been informed of Danzo's arrival, she said from the balcony. Kakashi, summon Naruto at once, Tsunade ordered. Kakashi didn't move, and the 4 other Kage and Mifune just wondered why he hadn't left yet when they needed all the time they could get. Shouldn't you be going to fetch the 2 outside? Mifune questioned, clearly confused as to why Kakashi had yet to move. That won't be necessary, Kakashi said, and at a lightning fast speed that was only caught by the Kages and Mifune, he flung a 3-pronged kunai into the table. Impossible, Oonoki gasped. Is that what I think it is? A said, also shocked. There was a yellow flash and Naruto appeared standing on the desk with Temari in his arms. Sorry about that, Temari. We were recalled via the express, so I didn't really have time to explain, the blonde said sheepishly and placed Temari back on her feet. What was that? How did we get back inside? Temari questioned. I brought you here, don't worry, it was nothing dangerous, Naruto said. The Hirashin. Incredible, especially for one so young, Mifune stammered, almost dropping his katana. Thanks, I guess, Naruto chuckled and jumped off the table, followed by Temari. So what's up, Ba-chan? Naruto asked Tsunade. We are under attack, Tsunade said, successfully ignoring the 1000th time Naruto had called her old. Impossible. Nobody got past any of my clones, Naruto said. They tunneled underneath and we have a fight on our hands, Tsunade informed him. It was that moment that the other guards arrived back in the room along with about 30 samurai. We're ready. I collected every samurai we could find on our way here. We are lucky and they are moving slowly. I don't think they know that we know they are here, Ao said. We have a plan put together, where we will separate into groups and each take one of the main rooms they will have to pass through, Mifune said before leading the new arrivals over to sum the blueprints and explaining the plan. Elsewhere in the complex. Where in? Karen, where is everybody? Sasuke ordered. There are 2 concentrated groups of shinobi. It seems the attackers are attempting to clear out every level before they move on to the next level, Karen said. Hey guys, I was just wondering if any of you had seen that Zetsu guy since we arrived at that cramped tunnel? Suigetsu asked. Who cares, we just need to wait until either the Kage make their move or Danzo shows himself, Sasuke said darkly. We should probably scout the area, Suigetsu suggested. Yeah, that is a good idea, Sasuke agreed. Meeting room. Sounds like a plan, let's go, Naruto said. We don't even know how we are going to split up yet, Tsunade said. The group was just about to start splitting up into groups when White Zetsu rose from the floor. Hello. Sasuke Uchiha has just entered the building. Let's all hunt for him. The white plant half chucked in a childish voice. Well, this is going to spoil our plans. How do we hunt for Sasuke and take out Danzo's root at the same time? Naruto thought as he watched the white half of Zetsu with interest. Chapter 77, Naruto vs. Root. The room had stopped. They were shocked to see the arrival of White Zetsu. Is this the Akatsuki? Oonoki asked in wonder. It must be, Mei replied. Before anyone else could reply, the Raikage dove forward and pushed Zetsu to the ground, a hand on his neck. Where is Sasuke? ordered. All right, I will give you a hint, Zetsu choked out. A's temper ran to the surface and you could hear the neck of Zetsu crack with ease. Why did you do that? He could have been a useful prisoner to get information out of, Mei said. It would be no use, There is nobody in the Akatsuki who would give out any information on the Akatsuki, they are all willing to die for the cause, Tsunade said. Question is, why is Sasuke here, what does he hope to achieve? Kakashi questioned. Well, if he is working for the Akatsuki and they somehow found out about this meeting, it would be logical to assume that they sent the Uchiha here to stop us from coming to an agreement, by whatever means necessary, Oonoki theorized. So his target is the 5 Kages. So now splitting up individually is not a good idea. Any propositions on how we deal with both threats? Mei asked. I will take care of Root by myself, that will free all of you up to take care of Sasuke and his team, Naruto said. Are you insane? There are over 400 of them, you won't stand a chance even if you are a jinchuriki, Oonoki said. Well, I have the Hirashin, so that is bound to help, and I am quite good with destructive jutsu, I will be fine, Naruto said. Impossible, I will not let you go alone. I am coming too, Tsunade said. I will be fine, it's not like I will be alone, I have my summons. I will just summon Gamakichi and the elders, we can handle a bunch of emotionless freaks, Naruto assured her. I have an opposing view, I will deal with Sasuke Uchiha myself for what he did to be, so everyone else can go with you, said. That would be rather dangerous, you do not know his skills, if he was able to take out B then he has definitely improved. We don't have time to discuss this, if I go alone it will be the best way to keep everyone safe. Now is there a place where all of Danzo's route will have to pass through before they get too much further into the complex? Naruto said. Yes there is, but you will be surrounded on all sides, it will be as good as walking to your death, Mifune said. I have done that before, after all I never expected to actually be able to defeat Nagato, and after him a bunch of reject root members will be a walk in the park. After all Danzo would have to keep them weaker than he is to prevent them from trying to replace him with someone stronger, Naruto said, and without waiting for further discussion walked over to the blueprints, found the room he needed. Insanity, how does he expect to take on a small army alone, Mifune said. Well, if anyone can it would be him, still I don't like it, Tsunade said. Then at least allow me to go after him, I can jump in if things get too dangerous and pull him out, Kakashi suggested. Agreed, be careful Kakashi, I can't afford to lose 2 of my best shinobi, Tsunade said. His plan is dangerous, he should have at least taken some of the samurai. But I guess that is just who Naruto is. He wouldn't put anyone in harm's way if he could avoid it, even if it cost him his life, Gaara said. Well, it seems he has at least brought us enough time to deal with the Uchiha, Oonoki said. No, I will kill him myself. Find him. I ordered. He is 2 floors down but they are moving slowly, she said. Then let's go. I yelled and destroyed the wall behind him and jumped through. Sorry about the wall, Raikage-sama gets a bit over the top sometimes, Omoi said before he followed after his leader. So, what do we do? Do they both expect us to just sit here and wait for them to possibly die before we take action? Gaara queried. Humph, why not? The weakening of other villages will strengthen our own, and the loss of the Namikaze and Raikage would be massive losses to Konoha and Kumo, Oonoki grumbled. Where did you lose your way? We have just agreed to form an alliance and you are already talking about letting the other villages weaken themselves. Your old-fashioned thinking has no place in the formation of a stable alliance, Gaara lectured. Wow, he sure told you, Oji-san. I want to go watch Naruto's fight with Danzo's men, who knows, maybe I can repay the favor and save his life, Kurotsuchi said. I will go and help the Raikage, he will be outnumbered 4-3, so let's change those odds. Tamari, Kankuro. Let's go, Gaara said, and slowly standing up he left via the same hole that the Raikage made. With Naruto. Naruto went down a final flight of stairs to arrive at the level he needed to be at for him to stop the approaching forces. At the bottom of the stairs he came to a long straight corridor that seemed to open up at the end. At the end of the corridor Naruto found himself in a large circular room with 9 entrances. So 9 ways including the way I entered, that makes 8, if they are split up evenly that means they will come with 50 men from each entrance. Good thing I have enough time to set up some traps, Naruto thought to himself before quickly racing away down one of the corridors. It didn't take Naruto long to set up a wide variety of different traps down each of the pathways that Danzo's route would have to enter via. That should take their numbers down quite a bit, Naruto said out loud. I hope you don't think seal traps will stop them all, after the initial blast they will be more cautious, Kakashi said from behind the blonde. Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here? I thought you would have wanted to confront Sasuke, team, Naruto said. Well, I do not deny that I would like to take responsibility for my failure as a sensei and make amends. Keeping you safe is far more important, and besides I don't think the Raikage would like anyone else killing Sasuke at the moment, not when he has a chance to do it himself, Kakashi said. Yeah, I know what you mean, that's why I offered to take this job instead, Naruto agreed. So how confident are you that you can actually pull this off? Kakashi asked. Well, at the start I would say I was about 75% sure that I would die, but after seeing the terrain I have an excellent chance. Knowing Danzo, he has his men combing every inch of this place looking for anyone. That means they will not only be taking their time but dividing equally amongst each other, 50 people from each corridor that means. And if my hidden traps can take out around 15 to 25 people each, then their numbers will be halved in an instant. Besides, my father took out an army of around 400 by himself, so why can't I? And I am more prepared than he was, Naruto said. Well, I will be here to help out if you need it, Kakashi said. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Well, it's show time. They are close now, Naruto said as he entered into sage mode without using his seals, just in case he needed them later. Down each corridor there was a loud explosion followed by screams of agony. There were several more explosions, but the screams were less severe after the first attack. It seems they stopped moving in a group after your fist attack and they started sending scouts on ahead, Kakashi guessed. It doesn't matter, I used quick release seals, they won't be getting escaping them, so that is at the least one down for each seal I placed, and I placed 10 in each pathway, Naruto said. So basically that's 80 down, 320 to go, Kakashi said flatly. Well, it's a start anyway, Naruto replied. They're here, it's time to get to work, Naruto said and withdrew 8 of his small shuriken. Hello Root, I am sure you know who I am. I would not recommend coming any further or you will all die a horrible death, Naruto yelled from the center of the room. Do you really expect them to just accept that? Kakashi asked. No, not really. I assume if they had any fear of death they wouldn't have been allowed to function as root operatives, Naruto answered. Good theory, I came to the same conclusion, Kakashi replied. Moments later Naruto could hear movement in the corridors. Your funeral, Naruto called out and began to spin. At 8 specific locations Naruto released a tiny shuriken from his arm, sending it soaring down a corridor. Once it entered there was a loud buzzing noise that came from Naruto's shuriken expanding with fuet and chakra. Time to summon help, they won't be falling for the same traps twice, Naruto thought. Summoning jutsu, he yelled, slamming his hand onto the ground, and when the smoke cleared both Gamakichi and Tatsu appeared. Hey boss, what did you call us for? Gamakichi asked. Do you have any snacks? Gamatatsu added. No, I don't have any snacks. Look, I need help, I am outnumbered, well over 200 to 1. I need your help, Naruto said. Can we have some snacks later then? Gamatatsu asked. You were dropped on your head as a tadpole, weren't you? Naruto said in exasperation. I don't know, I can't remember back then, the large yellow frog said with a goofy smile. Look, just stay alive and take out as many of these guys as possible, Naruto said as the room started to fill with root onbu. Sure thing, let's go boss, Gamakichi said before releasing a massive stream of fire, which was successfully extinguished by several Suiten users. Naruto used this time to seal a large quantity of his Hirashin kunai into a seal, which he then wrapped around a flash bomb. 30 seconds, I can take out about half with one attack, but I will almost be out of kunai after it. I will need to recollect them if I want to keep using the Hirashin, and I will need it to survive this, Naruto thought while Gamakichi and Gamatatsu were busy casting jutsu at the root members, but everything they tried was being easily countered. Now, Naruto thought and threw the flash bomb into the air and quickly covering his eyes. At the same time as forming a Rasengan. The flash bomb went off and blinded everyone who did not react in time to turn from the point of the flash. What they did not expect, however, was for a hail of kunai to fly out from where the flash originated, with them all directed towards the root onbu. Several of them were impaled, even killed by the kunai, but that was nothing compared to what happened next. The second Naruto felt the pull of his kunai, he flashed away, slamming everyone within arm's reach with a Rasengan at full power, sending them flying away into the walls. This is not fast enough. Maybe I should try and learn some Kenjutsu. I would be able to deal with people a lot faster without having to rely on the Rasengan if I did, Naruto thought as he started adding some Senjutsu enhanced kicks and punches to his attack, trying to take out as many root members as possible. Out of time, Naruto quickly flashed back to the center of the room. Well, from 400 you are down to below 200, do you want to give up now or are you all happy to die here? Naruto said, slightly hoping they would just give up and leave after his last attack. There was no answer until all in one group that was surrounding Naruto they charged. Fuck, looks like this is going to get rough, Naruto thought as he quickly ducked underneath the punch of the first member to attack and sent him flying with a quick spin kick that forced him to knock over several approaching groups. Naruto's summons escaped by leaping out of the way of the assault and sending several of their jutsu back at the onrushing horde. The first couple of people were burned badly by Gamakichi's Katen jutsu, but most of the others were able to avoid any damage by creating a mud wall. While this was going on, Naruto was fending off a huge number of attackers. His superior speed and strength helped him deal with any close-range attack with relative ease. Or at least that is what it appeared. In truth, Naruto was struggling to cope with the sheer numbers. Deciding to change tactics, a group of root ninja began running their hand seals and quickly they all blew fire at the blonde. "Ah fuck that," Naruto said in frustration and quickly grabbed a kunai and flung it directly up into the ceiling. "You shouldn't have done that. You want to play with jutsu? Then fine, enjoy some of mine," Naruto said as the flames died down, revealing him to be safe and standing on the ceiling with two clones on either side of him. "I have no water source, so high-level Suiten techniques are out, but I have enough in my Fuuten arsenal to deal with these pests," Naruto thought as he started gathering Fuuten chakra in each hand. "Fuuten, Rasen Shuriken Barrage," Naruto yelled, tossing his two jutsu at condensed areas of root Anbu. One group attempted to stop the onrushing jutsu with a mud wall, but the Rasen Shuriken simply cut through it like it was nothing before expanding in a massive ball of compressed wind, completely decimating anything that was inside. The other group was just as hopeless in their defense. They each fired Katen jutsu at the spinning disc, but despite this the flames just seemed to be blown to the side and didn't affect Naruto's jutsu at all. "Sage Art, Fuuten Almighty Breakthrough," Naruto roared, blowing out a massive gale of wind, blowing the ninja who were still gathered around him back against the wall. Meeting room. "Incredible, I wouldn't have thought it was possible, at least not for someone so young," Ao said. "What is it?" Tsunade asked. She seemed to be surprisingly calm considering that Naruto was currently far outnumbered. "It is Naruto-san, he is not only coping with Danzo's root, he is winning. Their numbers are only just above 100 now," Ao said. "So he has taken out 300 trained ninja by himself?" Mei asked, completely shocked. "Yes, he has been using some seriously powerful jutsu, however, the power output of most of them would drain most people dry of chakra. I have never seen anything like this, even Kisame was not able to perform such amazing chakra usage," Ao said. "How is Dono doing?" Oonoki asked. Has only just begun to directly engage Sasuke Uchiha. He was kept busy by two of the Uchiha's team members," Ao said. With Naruto. While things may not have been going so well for the Raikage, Naruto was buzzing. He was using his Hirashin kunai to flash around the room and collect the kunai he used in his first attack while taking out any root members in an area. It was not long before the groups that were fighting the two summoned toads were the largest group of root ninja left. It was at this point in time that Kurotsuchi arrived in the final corridor, where she found Kakashi waiting safely by the entrance. "How is he doing?" she asked tentatively. "He is amazing. I didn't think he could have improved this much," Kakashi said as he watched Naruto once more disappear in a yellow flash and reappear, Rasengan in each hand, taking out two more of Danzo's goons, before ducking under a kick to the side of the head and flipping away from a Katen jutsu that was fired at him. "How many of them are left?" Kurotsuchi asked in awe. "A little over 50, it seems I misjudged their ability. Most of them are little more than high tuning levels. From the start they have not been able to cope with Naruto's mobility, they can't tell where he is going to show up next. He really has surpassed everyone in Konoha, maybe even his father," Kakashi said. Naruto was still frustrating Danzo's root, but they were in complete disarray. Whenever they came together in a group for safety in an attempt to take down Naruto with numbers, he would release a Rasen Shuriken or some other devastating Fuuten jutsu. However, when they split up to attack separately, Naruto would use the Hirashin to pick them apart just as quickly. The root members facing the toads were not doing much better. Gamakichi and Gamatatsu had great maneuverability, allowing them to easily jump out of the way of any incoming attacks before launching a counter of their own. True, they were not taking their opponents down with as much ease as Naruto was, but with that said, they were facing far fewer opponents. Bodies of the fallen army lay around the walls and all over the floor, and after a few more minutes there were only 10 members of the failed invasion force left. "So do you give up yet?" "Please, I take no pleasure in doing this," Naruto said as he stared down the final 10 surviving root Anbu who had been fighting Gamatatsu. They were sweating. If they knew what fear was, this would be the first time they felt it, at least since they were reprogrammed to join root. "They won't surrender, you know. I did not expect you to be here. Koharu and Homura have gotten softer than ever. If they allowed you to come to a place filled with other Kage who could attempt to take the QB for themselves," came the voice of Danzo from a passageway off to the side of the blonde. Knowing this was a greater individual threat to Naruto, Kakashi raced to the center of the room along with Kurotsuchi. Naruto now turned to face where the voice of Danzo came from, flanked by the two other ninja, and left his summons to deal with the other root members. Danzo was not alone, however. He had 5 root members with him, and something told Naruto these were not the completely useless drones he had just taken care of. Then Naruto recognized one of them who was at the front of the group. It was Sai. So now what are you going to force me to fight someone who I graduated with? Even if you did somehow manage to beat me, you have lost, there is no escape for you anymore, now we outnumber you, and once the Raikage has dealt with Sasuke team they will be all down here, faster than I ruined your plans to be the Rokudaime Hokage when you called for a vote of no confidence after Nagato attacked Naruto taunted. Oh, you underestimate me, but I never intended for you to fight Sai, you see he betrayed me. So while you may be right that I no longer have the military strength here to take out the Kages, we can still escape and with any luck be rid of you in the process. I brought Sai here to kill him, Danzo said. Not bad, but once again I am going to have to stop you, Naruto said, and faster than any of the guards could see Naruto took off in a blur, delivering an elbow to the guard who was holding Sai, then grabbed the ink user and flashed back to the center of the room. Your skills are impressive, but you should have never touched Torune with bare skin, Danzo said flatly. What are you ta-og? Naruto roared in agony in mid-sentence. Tiny black beetles were amassing and multiplying on his elbow where he hit the root member. Torune is a rather unique member of the Aburame family who I recruited to my cause. You see, he is the only person capable of living after contact with those beetles that recurrently injecting you with their venom while draining your chakra. It seems this was not a complete waste of time coming here after all. Soon you will be dead, which will mean in time the Kyuubi will come back and then I will have my weapon, Danzo said while Naruto collapsed in agony on the floor. Kakashi moved to check on him but did not touch the area where the minuscule black insects were spreading. You can fight this, Naruto, there is bound to be a way to get out of this. Kurotsuchi, can you go tell Tsunade what has happened? I will protect Naruto until you return, Kakashi said. Yes, of course. I will be back as soon as possible, Kurotsuchi replied and took off. Oh, he could get himself out of this. After all, no living poison or insect could survive a good healthy blast of the Kyuubi's yokai. But I think he knows the moment he uses even the smallest amount I can suppress it or force more to the surface. I am surprised that he has lasted this long without being forced to use it, Danzo said once Kurotsuchi had left. So that was your plan all along, get Naruto to use the Kyuubi so you could attempt to take control of its power. You knew that Naruto would attempt to save Sai, so you formed a plan to trap him, Kakashi spat in disgust. It was at that moment Naruto went completely silent and the insects all fell from his arm harmlessly. What happened? He didn't use any of the Kyuubi's yokai, I would have known, Danzo said flatly. I think I can explain that one, Naruto said before kicking himself back up to his feet. You see, I used up all of my sage mode taking out your pathetic little army. That would be why the person I hit is still alive. In truth, I thought I was going to have to try and use the Kyuubi to get them off me until you told me that they were eating my chakra. Then it was simple matter of collecting enough senjutsu to turn the insects into tiny little stone toads, the blonde finished. But what about the poison? There should have been enough in your system to leave you in a coma by now, Torune said. Well, thanks to the Kyuubi I have an amazing tolerance for poisons, and with my healing factor added to the extra healing awarded to me from Sage Mode, and your poison was nothing more than a painful annoyance that lasted only seconds after those bugs dropped off, Naruto said. Sir, I recommend a retreat. If the boy is even close to 100%, I do not think we have much of a chance here, one of the root bodyguards whispered into Danzo's ear. You may be right, but you and Kentanka will have to stay behind along with half the men to allow myself, Fu and Torune time to escape, Danzo said. Very well, sir, it was a pleasure serving under you, the root guard said loudly before he turned to face Naruto. Men, we need to pull back, you five stay behind to cover our retreat, Danzo ordered before he turned with Fu and Torune and ran from the room. Hey, where do you think you're going? Naruto yelled. Naruto went to fling a kunai at the old war hawk but was stopped when he saw the shadow of the man who had been whispering to Danzo move. And the other bodyguard who remained charged forward, his arm expanding. Fuck. A Nara and Akimichi. He must have taken them from their clans, Naruto yelled as he jumped out of the way before he could get caught by the Nara's shadow. Yeah, I am sure these two would have been stolen from their families as children, Kakashi said as he avoided the large punch from the Akimichi that left a large crater in the wall. One thing is for sure, these guys are on a whole other level from the useless goons I just faced, Naruto said, dodging sharp spikes of shadow that impaled the wall like it was going through paper. The attacks were coming in so fast Naruto didn't have to launch any counterattacks. Naruto knew that he couldn't use a simple Hiroshin kunai on this guy, root member or not, he was a Nara, and that meant at least to Naruto that he would be expecting it and find a way to counter the attack. Kakashi and the Toads were having a much easier time. While they could not land a decisive blow to incapacitate their opponents, or in Kakashi's case the large Akimichi, they were however on the offensive and it only looked like a matter of time before they finished them off. Naruto was forced to escape from another thin shadow that acted like a spear by tossing several kunai in all directions and flashing to one of them. Just like Naruto predicted, the moment Naruto threw a kunai, the Nara had sent shadows to intercept the location around where he thought Naruto would appear. This went on for a while, and much to Naruto's surprise, the Nara did not change his tactics, even though it had become obvious that Naruto would not be caught out by that level of attack. Of course, he doesn't even expect to win, he is just using this attack because he knows it will be the best way to keep me busy long enough for Danzo to get away. Naruto cursed mentally. After coming to this realization, Naruto had clearly had enough of being chased around by shadows and began forming hand signs. Uzumaki-style Fuuden, spiraling wind blade. Naruto yelled and swiped his hand in a large arc across his body. A thin blade of wind shot forward before it started to turn until it became like corkscrew spiraling out from a single point. The Nara was forced to cancel his jutsu and jump back when the tip of the blade buried into the ground and began to spin around, drilling deeper. After a couple of seconds, however, the spinning stopped and the blades expanded out in the spiral, forcing the Nara to contort himself to avoid being turned into tiny little pieces. Fortunately for everyone else in the large room, the wind blades did not extend too far out before dispelling. But for Naruto the effect was perfect, and charging forward before the Nara could correct himself, he slammed a Rasengan into the Nara's back, sending him flying into the wall. Hey, I didn't kill him. Maybe it was because I know he must be in some way related to Shikamaru. Anyway, he can go to Ibiki, Naruto said solemnly. Kakashi, seeing that Naruto was done, charged forward and activated a Reikiri that he fired off through the heart of the Akimichi root member. A couple of seconds later and the large toad summons finished off the last of Danzo's goons. We have to get after him, Naruto said. Yeah, let's go. He might be out of the complex by now though. I will summon Pakkun so we can follow him, Kakashi said once Gamakichi and Gamatatsu were done. Hey boss, this was fun and all, but next time you summon us, can you try to not be in a life or death battle? I almost lost an eye, Gamakichi said. And remember some snacks. You didn't have any snacks this time, Gamatatsu complained. No worries guys, you were both brilliant. Couldn't have done it without you, Naruto said with a wave before both toads dispelled themselves. So what are we waiting for? Danzo is getting away, we have to catch him, Kakashi said. They began to make their way towards one of the passageways that would lead them to the lower levels, but before they made it halfway across the room, the air before them began to ripple and the man in the orange spiral mask appeared. My, you have been busy, just look at all of the blood, I must say I'm impressed. I want to talk to you, Naruto. Uzumaki Namikaze Madara spoke. Chapter 78, A Declaration of War. Madara. What are you doing here? Naruto spat angrily. So you figured it out, did you? Truly you are just as talented as your father was. But in the end I got rid of him as well, so what chance do you think you have? Madara said. I won't let you get anywhere near Naruto, Kakashi said, moving defensively in front of the blonde. I am not here for that, not that your attacks could hurt me anyway, Madara said happily. Then what do you want? We are kind of busy here, Naruto said, his irritation showing. Well, I was hoping that we could have a little chat, before I go and talk to the Kages, that is, Madara said. What do you want with them? Do you think they will hand Naruto over to you? Kakashi said, ready to strike at the first sign of aggressive movement from the masked Uchiha. Well, that is a thought, but if I told you what I want to tell them, it would ruin the surprise now, wouldn't it? Madara said, his voice changing to the childish Toby for a few moments. Look, just get out of the way, we need to catch up to Danzo, Naruto said. Well, I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Madara announced. So what? Is he working for you now too? Naruto theorized. Nothing of the sort. I just can't let you kill him. I need Sasuke to kill him, so he can have a small taste of the revenge he is craving, Madara replied. What are you talking about? What would that achieve? Naruto questioned. Oh, to answer that, I will have to tell you a story about a boy who was obsessed with power, falling into darkness and embracing it, until the point that he was lost without it, Madara said. What are you talking about now? Kakashi said irritatedly. I'm talking about Sasuke Uchiha. He craves the death of those responsible for the death of his brother, Madara said. This may sound like a stupid question. But didn't Sasuke kill Itachi? So shouldn't he want to kill himself by that logic? Naruto said. But I told him the truth, about what happened to Itachi and the Uchiha clan. About how Itachi was ordered to kill them. You see, the Uchiha clan was planning a coup d'etat on Konoha. Itachi, however, was only loyal to the Hokage. In the end, when negotiations broke down, Itachi was ordered to kill his own clan. The village elders and Danzo forced the Hokage to accept the mission needed to go ahead, and later that night Itachi massacred his own clan. But as you know, Itachi let Sasuke live. As much as he loved Konoha, he loved Sasuke more. In the end, he felt so guilty about killing his clan that he wanted Sasuke to grow strong and kill him, so he gave Sasuke a purpose by torturing him in his Tsukuyomi. Sasuke was obsessed, and once Itachi was gone he had no more purpose, he was an empty shell, at least until I found him, and told him the truth, Madara said. Impossible, if that was true we would know, I was an Anbu captain at the time, and I heard nothing about this. Sure, the Uchiha clan members were slightly more hostile than they had been in the past, but it was nothing that serious, Kakashi said. I believe him, Naruto said flatly. Why would you believe anything that he has to say? How would he even know something like that? Kakashi questioned. There are many ways he could know, after all he was in the Akatsuki with Itachi. I believe him because he told me himself, well, not so much how Madara just did, but he told me about a S-rank secret that had something to do with him. S-rank secrets are only shared between people who already know something about it, and if broken the penalty is death. I should know, there have been quite a few S-class secrets involving me. So what Madara is saying is quite simple, Sasuke now wants to kill Danzo, Koharu and Homura, Naruto said. Well done, you figured it out. But it is not that simple, you see, Sasuke also wants to punish the village that hated Itachi, Madara said. So he will keep killing until he is satisfied. But that is all he knows, so he won't stop killing until everyone from Konoha is dead, Naruto said, clearly disgusted. I do believe that is his goal. His quest for revenge has consumed him, Madara said with a small laugh. He doesn't stand a chance, I will stop him, Naruto declared. You will try, you may even succeed. I can see in your eyes, that despicable will of fire that Hashirama loved so much. You are just like him, throughout the ages Uchiha and Senju have fought each other. But as there are no more Senju, it looks like you have taken up the mantle. After all, there is not much of a difference between an Uzumaki and a Senju. They are basically the same family, Madara said, and from the tone of his voice Naruto could tell he was smirking. So other than come here to prevent us from killing Danzo, which I am sure was mostly dumb luck on your part, what did you want, Naruto said. I want to know, how you were able to convince Nagato to betray me, Madara said. Nagato wanted peace, it was his dream. You just twisted that into what the Akatsuki has become. I didn't turn him against you, I was simply able to remind him of who he once was, Naruto said. Who he once was, huh? He was nothing, a pathetic excuse for a ninja, just like those friends of his. Such talent, gone to waste because of the same ideals of peace that can never be accomplished, Madara said. He wasn't wasting his talents, they were working towards the world that they wanted. Nagato was a good man before you helped twist his mind, Naruto replied harshly. All I did was show him the futility of his struggle, but then again it is always easy to manipulate someone using their darker emotions, Madara said. This is pointless, what are your plans for the Baijuo? Kakashi asked, demanding an answer. This isn't the place or time, but I am sure we will be seeing each other again, real soon. Goodbye, Madara said before his body seemed to get sucked into a spiraling vortex and he disappeared. He's gone. Well, let's get going after Danzo, we don't want to let him get away, Naruto said. Kakashi went to reply. Burr was cut off when a loud explosion rocked the complex from several floors above. Sasuke, both Naruto and Kakashi thought at the same time. What was that? It feels like this whole place is about to come down, Kakashi said. Now what? Do we go after Danzo or head back? If there is a cave-in on the upper levels we might not be able to get back to Tsunade Bakken in time if something goes wrong, Naruto said. You go back to Tsunade-sama, you have done enough for today. I will take care of Danzo, Kakashi said. Are you sure? The 2 guards he took with him will be stronger than the 2 they left behind, Naruto said. It's alright, nothing I can't handle. Besides, I can't let you have all the fun. So what do we do about Sai? Kakashi said. Well, from the sounds of things, he didn't go along with Danzo's plan, as far as I am concerned he has done nothing wrong. So maybe he should go with you, he will know where Danzo might go from here and can fill you in on Danzo's bodyguard's abilities, Naruto said. Naruto is correct. I may not be able to tell you anything about Danzo, or root in general thanks to the seals placed on my tongue, but I can tell you about Fu and Torune, and I can lead you to several root bases in distance that Danzo might run to, Sai said, speaking for the first time. Sounds like a plan. Alright, I will go with Sai and attempt to track down Danzo. While you go, make sure Tsunade-sama is safe. If Madara is still around we don't want to take any chances, Kakashi said. Agreed, good luck Kakashi-sensei, and if you need help don't hesitate to call, Naruto said before turning and hurrying off back up towards the higher levels. Well, let's go, Sai. Danzo is still getting away, Kakashi said. Very well. It is strange I have not felt anything in so long, but I think I am relieved and happy that I survived, Sai said. Just goes to show that you are human after all, Kakashi said before they both took off in the opposite direction to Naruto. Meeting room. The room where Sasuke Uchiha is fighting the Raikage is collapsing. The Raikage and Kage are going to get crushed, Ao said. It's alright, Gaara Dono will be able to protect everyone with his sand. What about Sasuke Uchiha, what happened to him? Tsunade said. The Uchiha covered himself in some sort of protective shell that took the basic form of a human, so he will most likely survive, Ao replied. It was at that moment the door busted open and Kurotsuchi ran in. Hokage-sama, Naruto has been injured by some weird jutsu and needs your help, she said frantically. Are you sure? I'll check out Naruto's condition, Mei ordered. As you wish, Naruto seems to be fine, in fact he is heading this way right now, Ao said. Impossible, he had these tiny insects on him that were poisoning him. Danzo said there was no way he would survive, Kurotsuchi said in disbelief. Well, Naruto was always good at defying odds. As for the poison, the Kyuubi grants Naruto a rather impressive healing ability, and makes him almost immune to all poisons. Add to that the healing factor added by his Sage mode, and he would have been able to easily deal with a couple of insects. Still, I think the Aburame clan may have found where some of their missing ninja wound up, Tsunade said. With Sasuke. The ceiling had just come down, burying the ninja from Kumo and Suna, and while Sasuke knew they would probably survive, he used this as his chance to get away from the Raikage so he could chase his targets. Karen, where is Danzo? Sasuke ordered. I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun, he fled after coming into contact with that blonde Naruto, and the other ninja from Konoha who came with the Hokage. Karen apologized. So both of the Hokage's bodyguards are not with her at the moment? Sasuke asked, a new plan formulating. That's right, as far as I can tell one of them is on the way back to the upper levels while the other is chasing after Danzo, Karen said. Find her, find the Hokage, now. Sasuke ordered. Yes. She is 2 levels up in a small room along with several other people, Karen said. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, said Sasuke, and he grabbed Karen before jumping up through the hole in the ceiling. Running at top speed, they made it to the door leading to the room that Tsunade was in and charged at Chidori, not even stopping his charge before he turned the door into tiny splinters. Sasuke Uchiha, what an unpleasant surprise, Tsunade said. My Konoha sure do seem to make some handsome shinobi. It is a shame that this one has to die, especially seeing as I already lost out on Naruto, Mei said. Hey, what are you talking about? Like Sasuke-kun would ever do anything with you anyway, Karen said. A tick mark appeared on Mei's forehead and she smiled her very own brand of deadly smile. Tsunade Dono, please allow me to take care of this problem for you. Just sit back and relax, she said in a sickly sweet voice that was laced with killing intent. I see no problem with that, Tsunade said, but stood up to ready herself for an attack anyway. With Shikamaru's group. The team that went out in search of Sasuke had been running for almost a full day now and only stopped to rest for a few hours. How much longer until we get to the Land of Lightning so we can begin our search? Sakura asked. At this speed, I would say around a day. We still have to go through the Land of Iron, Shikamaru informed the pink-haired Kunoichi. Oh, it hopefully won't be too hard to find him once we get there. Is there any sign of his scent, Kiba? Sakura asked. Not yet, but if he gets within 2 miles of me, I will know, the Inuzuka assured the group. Good, keep checking whenever you get the chance, Shikamaru said. Kage Summit. Naruto made it to the top levels just in time to see Gaara and along with their bodyguards, exit the room in front of him. Sprinting, it did not take Naruto long to catch up. Hey, how did it go with Sasuke? Naruto asked. Not well. Dono lost an arm. And Sasuke got away. We believe he is heading to the meeting room, Gaara said. I still don't understand why he would go there. It's not like it is safer. There are 3 Kage and Mifune there, Kankuro said. He is going after Tsunade Bakken, Naruto said as they went up another flight of stairs. Tsunade? Why would he want to go after her? Tamari asked. Because he is twisted and wants to make Konoha suffer, Naruto said. It doesn't matter, he will not be able to kill the old slug queen easily. We will have enough time to stop Sasuke before he harms anyone, said. They burst through the door just in time to see Sasuke absorbed by the Tsuchikage's unique attack. It looked like a large cube, but anything that was caught inside of it was destroyed. Humph, was not so tough. But these white things, whatever they are, seem to multiply and drain chakra at the same time as grant chakra to others, Oonoki grumbled. Ah, it seems everyone is finally here. I was beginning to get bored, came a voice from above them on the balcony. There, sitting with his legs crossed, was the masked Madara. Sasuke was laying unconscious on his shoulder. Madara Uchiha, I presume, Oonoki said. Oh Naruto, have you been giving away my secrets? That's not very nice, Madara said in the voice of Tobi. Go to hell, you freak, Naruto yelled back. Why would I want to do that when I have put so much effort into staying alive? Madara asked rhetorically. Madara seemed to suck Sasuke into his eye, then went over to where Karen was hiding in a corner, hoping not to be noticed by the 5 Kage. Heal Sasuke for me, he said before sucking her up as well. Now where were we? Oh, I know, I was going to tell you what I want, Madara said. Faster than the blink of an eye, the rakeage shot of his lightning armor at full power. Madara didn't have time to move, but he did have time to make himself intangible, causing the rakeage to simply phase through him. I don't care what you have to say, now give me, Sasuke seethed as he picked himself out of the hole he made in the wall. First I want you to listen to my proposition. I may comply depending on your answer, Madara said. Let's be calm about this. I say we listen to what he has to say, then decide what action to take, Oonoki suggested. TCH, fine, mumbled in irritation. It is a shock to see that Madara Uchiha still lives. I would have thought for a man of his caliber anything would be possible, so why have you gone through such roundabout tactics in order to achieve your goals, Oonoki said. While I may not have been killed in my battle with that fool Hashirama, I was severely wounded, so much so that I am now almost powerless. I am like a shell of my former self, Madara said. So what you are planning with the Baijuu is a way to return you to your former self? Naruto asked. Well, yes and no. There is far more to my Moon's Eye plan than that, Madara said. What are you plotting? What exactly is this Moon's Eye plan? Mifune asked. I would like to take my time with this so you can all take a seat. Well, unless you would prefer to stand, Madara said. Nobody in the room moved, they just remained staring at Madara. Now in a basic sense my plan is, to have everything become one with me. Which is to achieve a complete form where all is united. What does that even mean? Oonoki asked. There is a stone monument, passed down amongst the Uchiha for generations. Even now it lies beneath the village of Konoha. Upon it are recorded secrets left to us by the Rikadu Sennin, Madara said. The moment Naruto heard this he became weary. What secrets could he know? Most of them were held by the Uzumaki clan. He did not even tell his sons that he was an Uzumaki, so most likely whatever he knows can't be more than I do, Naruto thought, but still eyed Madara with suspicion. Without our eyes it is impossible to read. What's more, the Mangekyo Sharingan can decode more than the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, still more than that, Madara continued. So, it must have been written by the Rikadu Sennin before his death and given to Uchiha as a gift, but the more sensitive information cannot be read at all without an Uzumaki, Naruto thought, and was unable to keep a small smirk from forming on his face. This is getting ridiculous. The Rikadu Sennin, you expect us to believe that, Oonoki said. The sage existed, and he left us this monument, Madara said. Enough of this. What could the Rikadu Sennin have to do with your plans? Even if he did exist, he lived thousands of years ago, I yelled. Do you know why it is that he became the stuff of legend, worshipped by the whole shinobi world almost like a god? That is the connection between that man and my goal, Madara said. Well, you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, and there was also a man in the Akatsuki who possessed the Rinnegan. So you must know all that is on the monument, Mei said. Yes, go on, let's hear it already, Oonoki added. The Rikadu Sennin saved the world. He saved it from a monster, Madara said. You mean the Juubi, Naruto said, unable to control himself. There you go and spoil my story, but tell me, how did you know that? There are not many people who have knowledge on that sort of information, Madara said. Naruto began to sweat, then he remembered during his training with Jiraiya the story Fukusaku had told him. The Toad Elders of Myobakuzen. Fukusaku told me, Naruto said. It may be possible that they knew of the Juubi, but I still feel you are hiding something from me, Madara said. So what if I am? Weren't you telling a story? Naruto replied. Excuse me, can we back up? The Baijuu only go up to the Kyubi, there is no Juubi, Oonoki said. Oh, but there is. You see, the 9 Baijuu were created from the Juubi. And the first host of the Juubi was none other than the Rikadu Sennin. The Ichibi, though Kyubi, are nothing more than parts of the Juubi, Madara informed the group. I do not like where I think this is going. Is this why the Akatsuki are gathering the Baijuu? Kankuro said. The Rikadu Sennin developed a certain ninjutsu in order to protect the ninja worlds from the Juubi. Even now, that ninjutsu is quietly being passed down, the seals that creates a jinchuriki. The Rikadu Sennin was the jinchuriki of the Juubi. As the man who freed the world from the terrible Juubi, the sage was worshipped like a god by the people. But the Juubi's chakra was so terrible and foul that if the jinchuriki were to die, it would escape the seal and terrorize the world once more. Fearing this, upon his deathbed, the Rikadu Sennin used the last of his power to divide the Juubi's chakra into 9 portions and scatter them across the world's surface. And with the chakra removed, its actual body was sealed away and blasted into the sky where its power could not reach. It became the moon, Madara said. So you are gathering those 9 pieces of scattered chakra. The 9 Baijuu in an attempt to gain the power for yourself and become the jinchuriki of the Juubi. But what do you plan on doing with that sort of power? Mifune asked. Using the power of the Juubi, I will magnify the power of my eyes to the ultimate level. Then I will activate a certain jutsu, Madara said. A certain jutsu? What are you talking about? Oonoki asked. With my Mangekyo Sharingan I will cast a genjutsu reflecting my eyes for the moon's surface. The infinite Tsukiyomi. I will cast my genjutsu upon all the humans in the world, controlling them for eternity. I will become one with the world. It will be a world united without war or hatred. Everything will be one with me. That is my moon's eye plan, Madara said. Needless to say, the room was shocked. You're fucking insane, that isn't peace, we would be nothing but slaves. I think I am thankful I am a jinchuriki, because if you succeed I would have to die before and not live like that, Naruto said. To hell with that, I would never give the world to someone like you, roared in agreement of Naruto's outburst, and the other Kages followed. Well, do you 5 Kage think you could do any better at bringing peace? Surely you should have realized by now, it can't be done. Now hand over the Nibi, Hachibi and Kyubi and cooperate, or war will be upon us, Madara said. Fuck you, old man, like I would let you take me or Yugi-chan, Naruto yelled. Wait, Hachibi, but you already took my brother, said shocked. No, we failed. He outsmarted Sasuke. I have to say that I am surprised as well. From our scouting on the Hachibi, he does not come across as one of the great tactical thinkers of his time. Although with that said, neither is Sasuke, Madara laughed. So he just ran off to have a vacation. That ungrateful little asshole, when I get my hands on him I am going to make him taste my iron claw, I yelled angrily. Gaara then moved to stand protectively in front of Naruto. I will never hand Naruto over to you. I wouldn't give you my counselors, so there is no way in hell I would give you my friend, the Kage said. I concur, Mei said, and she too moved to defend Naruto should Madara attempt anything. I will not live out my remaining years as a slave, you will not have any cooperation from me. So what about it, Dono, Oonoki said. There is absolutely no way that I would hand over my brother to him, agreed. I may not have any power myself, but I do have all of the power of the Baijuu that I have gathered so far. You have no hope, Madara said. Think what you want, we will not abandon hope, nor will we give up our friends. I for one, would rather die free, than become a slave to you, Gaara said. Very well, in that case I declare the start of the 4th Ninja World War, Madara said. The 4th Ninja War? Are you serious? Oonoki questioned. I am not one to say things in jest. The next time any of us meet it will be on the battleground, Madara said as he slowly began warping away. Chapter 79, A Race to Catch Danzo. The Kage and their bodyguards just stood there completely shocked. It was not every day that you find out someone who should have been dead over 100 years ago comes back and declares war on the free world. Well, it is obvious what needs to be done now. We can no longer discuss this amongst ourselves, we need to form a shinobi alliance, Gaara said. It seems no harm has come to my brother, so my initial reason for calling this summit is no longer relevant. But I will not let the Akatsuki have their way any longer. We will form a shinobi alliance and settle this war as quickly as possible, agreed. Raikage-sama, we must make arrangements right away to track down Killer B. And if the Akatsuki's targets are the remaining Baijuu, then the Akatsuki already has a head start in locating him, she said. You're quite right. Select a search party and contact the village so they can begin the search at once, the Raikage ordered. We should let Team Samui know about this too. Karu and Amoe were seriously down about all this, Daru suggested. In order to stop Madara from succeeding in his Moon's Eye plan, we must not let him get his hands on the Nibi, Hachibi, or Kyubi. It seems to me the best course of action would be to locate the remaining Jinchuriki and hide them away so Madara cannot find them, Mei said. What? You expect me to just sit around and do nothing, while people are fighting and dying in order to save the world? No chance in hell, Naruto said angrily. The power that the 6 Baijuu he already has is beyond imagining. To not use the Jinchuriki in the war would be a misuse of military power that we will need if we are to even stand a chance, Oonoki said. I have to agree, to not allow Naruto and the others to fight would greatly reduce our chances of winning this war. The 6 Baijuu that he already has have made him confident enough to declare war on us all, so we need to use our own Baijuu to combat them, Tsunade added. Unthinkable, I am sorry Naruto, Tsunade Dono, but I cannot agree. The Baijuu are Madara's sole targets in this war, so it is of vital importance that they are kept safe, Gaara said. This is insane, you are expecting me not to fight? How can you expect me to allow that, Naruto said. I am sorry, but that is my position on the issue. I suspect the reason Madara has decided to start this war using the 6 Baijuo he collected is because in his current weakened state, and with the few Akatsuki members remaining, it would be too difficult for him to capture the remaining jinchuriki. And even if he succeeded, the risks would be too high. He may be planning to use this war to lure them out, Gaara theorized. I can certainly agree with that conclusion, Mei said. I agree with the Kage as well. Considering what it may lead to, we cannot possibly place the remaining jinchuriki out there on the front lines for Madara or any remaining Akatsuki member to take whenever they feel like. At any rate, my brother, the Hachibi's jinchuriki, is not the kind of man to follow any strategies we might prepare. Who knows what he might end up doing, the Raikage added. Look, I can understand all of that, but I am sure we can come up with a compromise, Naruto said. What would you propose? Let you out one at a time. Risking adding to Madara's strength even a little bit would be suicide, Gaara said. Maybe, but I have the ability to travel anywhere in an instant. We could be used to defend areas that come under attack, or to help on the battlegrounds for small periods of time, just long enough to give our armies the edge. Then I'd take all 3 of us back to wherever you plan on hiding us, Naruto suggested. I don't know, it still seems rather risky, Gaara said. This is a war, we need to be able to take calculated risks. If we don't, we will lose this war. I am sure any Nara will tell you the same thing, Naruto said. I agree, it seems like a good compromise. Have select members of the alliance carry Naruto's marked kunai, and if they need help with a battle, he is there as instant backup. It gives us the element of surprise over the enemy as well. They will have no idea where or when Naruto and the others will show up, Tsunade said. It certainly seems like a good course of action, but I would like to put in the condition that any battle that Madara has seen at Naruto and the others not be allowed to be summoned, Mei said. I suppose I can live with that. It will work out great. While we are not doing anything, we can always train to become stronger. After all, I was thinking it was about time I learned how to deal with this stupid fox, Naruto said. I would like to support Naruto on this. I saw the way he dealt with Danzo's forces. If there is anyone who would be able to swing the tide on a battleground, it would be him, Ao said confidently. He has my vote. I trusted him almost a year ago to protect Yugito-chan and he has not failed me, so I will believe in him now, I said. Last one, Gaara, come on, I won't let myself get captured. I won't die, not until I become Hokage, Naruto said confidently. Very well, we will have to think up some battle strategies that will incorporate the abilities of the jinchuriki then, Gaara said. Alright, I knew you would come through for me. Way to go, Gaara, Naruto said, giving the young Kage a friendly pat on the back. These things can all be discussed in a meeting after we inform each of our villages about the war. We will need to gather out information about the strength of the ninja force from each village so we can see how strong our joint ninja army will be, said. The Land of Iron will help as well. Madara is not just a threat to the shinobi world. He will not leave us samurai free if he succeeds in his plans. We want to fight too, Mifune said firmly. Very well, I say we head back to our villages and begin the preparations for war. I will inform everyone on the status of Killer Bee, if and when we find him, said. Naruto, where is Kakashi? Tsunade asked. He is chasing after Danzo. Sai is helping him, Naruto said. I see, well we better go catch up to him then, Tsunade said with a smile. Alright, let's get going, Ba-chan, Naruto said before they left the room to make their way to the exit of the complex. Elsewhere in the Land of Iron, Danzo was running, followed closely by Fu, Torune, and the 5 surviving Root Onbu from the fight with Naruto. Danzo-sama, we are being followed, Fu said. Who is it? Danzo asked. I believe it is Kakashi Hatake, and Sai, Fu informed the group. We need to hold them off. You 5 stay behind and stop Kakashi, Danzo ordered. If Sai is with them, we can no longer go to our hideout we planned to. Sai will know all of the current local bases. We will have to keep going until we get closer to the Land of Fire, Torune added. We will need to pick up the pace. Kakashi Hatake will not take long to deal with those men. They are skilled ninja. But the copy ninja is far superior, Danzo admitted. With Kakashi and Sai. So what can you tell me about those 2 bodyguards of Danzo's? I can deal with his thugs, but those 2 bodyguards are much stronger, Kakashi said. Well, as you know, Torune is a member of the Aburame clan. He is a special type of beetle that no other Aburame can use. Fu, on the other hand, is a highly skilled member of the Yamanaka clan. He is an expert trap maker and you need to avoid any dolls you find. They are more than likely traps, Sai said. Is that all? Kakashi asked. No, Fu is also a highly trained sensor type, not at the same level as Naruto, but if we get close to them they will without a doubt attempt to stall us. In fact, I'm surprised we have not run into any traps or the 5 remaining Root Ninja yet, said replied. Do you know where they are heading? Kakashi asked. The initial plan was to fall back to a small cave halfway out of Iron Country. However, if they suspect us to be following them, they will not risk going there. In case I told you where they were heading, Sai said. Why is it you can tell me this? Isn't your seal supposed to stop you from giving away information on Danzo or route bases? Kakashi asked. Oh, I can't. The meeting place was never a route base, so it was not affected by the seal, and it only prevents me from talking about Danzo. Specific members of Route 1 affect the seal, as we need to inform other ninja of our skills if that is necessary for a mission, Sai informed Kakashi. I think we are getting close. They will most likely have sensed us by now. Get ready for a fight, Kakashi said seriously. Unknown location. Sasuke woke up in a weird location. It looked like it went on forever, and the only land sources were large pillars that seemed to stretch out over vast areas. He eventually stopped applying pressure to biting Karen's arm. Sasuke-kun, you're safe, thank Kami. Karen said. Damn it, I had to be saved again, those damn Kage, I will make them all pay for this humiliation, Sasuke seethed. Oh, forget them, you are forgetting that you let your main target get away, came the voice of Madara from behind them. What do you want? Sasuke spat. You failed me again, although I guess I was able to salvage something from it. Your ocular powers have really improved. Not quite at Itachi's level, but in time you might just impress me, Madara said. Shut up. I need to get out of here so I can find Danzo, Sasuke replied angrily. That won't be that hard, I will take you right to him. Once you are properly healed, of course. You owe me a thank you though. I had to step in to stop the young Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake from killing the old schemer themselves, Madara said. I am ready, take me to him, Sasuke ordered. Patience, Sasuke-kun, we need to time your arrival to prevent any unwanted interruptions. Just wait a little longer, then I promise you can have your revenge without any interference, Madara assured the younger Uchiha. What about Juugo and Suigetsu? Karen asked. What about them? They were nothing more than a means to an end. If they get captured or fall behind, they are of no more use to me. In the end they are expendable, Sasuke said flatly. He is coming along perfectly, the more he fights and the more he is frustrated, the further into darkness he becomes. Soon I will be able to convince him to take Sasuke's eyes, and then I will have another key weapon for this war. But it is just like you say, Sasuke-kun, the moment you are captured or are no longer of any use to me, I will have no hesitation in getting rid of you, Madara thought in glee as he could almost feel Sasuke's chakra darken. The same feeling came over Karen, but she, rather than enjoy the sensation like Madara, couldn't help but wince away from it. Sasuke-kun, what is happening to you? You're different now, so dark and getting darker. Are you lost forever? I thought this would be over once you killed your brother and then we could relax somewhere. For you to just abandon Suigetsu and Juugo, I may not have liked them in the beginning, but we were a team, and in the end, friends, she thought. Outside Kage Summit Complex. Naruto was sitting in a meditative pose, recharging the Senjutsu seals that he was forced to use in his battle with the Root Army. How long is this going to take, Gaki? We don't have all day. Kakashi and Danzo will be getting further and further away as we speak, Tsunade said. Sorry, Ba-chan, but if I'm going to find them then I need to have Sage Mode, and I want to be prepared for the fight, Naruto replied. Well, just hurry it up already, if he gets away he could become a threat to the Joint Village Alliance, Tsunade said. He won't get away, Madara won't let him, Naruto stated. What do you mean, Madara won't let him? Tsunade asked. He wants Sasuke to kill Danzo to give him a small taste of the revenge he wants to get on Konoha, Naruto said. What are you talking about? Why would Sasuke want revenge on Konoha? Tsunade asked, shocked. It is something to do with the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre. You would be better off asking the elders, he blames them most of all, Naruto answered. So you're telling me he wants to kill my advisors and Danzo? I am tempted to allow him to succeed, Tsunade said with a small smile. Unfortunately, that is not all Sasuke wants. I think it is his goal to completely wipe Konoha from the map, and kill every man, woman and child that lives there, Naruto said, a small hint of disgust in his voice. You're kidding, right? I mean, sure, he is a bit twisted, but wiping out the entire village and everyone who lives there is insane, Tsunade said. Are you forgetting who the puppet master is? Sasuke has become nothing more than a tool for Madara to use, albeit a brooding emo tool, but a tool nonetheless, Naruto said. So if we find Danzo, we find Sasuke, Tsunade surmised. Exactly, and I don't plan on making the mistake of letting him live again. This ends today, Naruto said, and he stood up, having entered Sage Mode after all of his seals were full. Well, where is he? Tsunade asked. Well, Danzo is out of range, but I can still just sense Kakashi-sensei and Sai. It seems they are heading back towards the Land of Fire, Naruto said. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tsunade ordered. Naruto didn't need telling twice and he took off at the same speed as Tsunade. With Kakashi. Kakashi stopped still. Sai, seeing this, followed his lead. "What is it, Kakashi-sensei?" Sai asked. "Sensei? It has been a long time since you have called me that." "We are surrounded, there are 5 shinobi hiding in the trees," Kakashi said. They 5 root members must have heard Kakashi, and they wasted little time in attacking. A large hail of kunai and shuriken shot out of the trees, along with 2 large kadenjutsu. "Jump," Kakashi yelled to Sai, and they both narrowly avoided the oncoming barrage. With Danzo. Danzo and his remaining 2 bodyguards jumped out of the tree line and came to a large bridge. "Danzo-sama, Kakashi Hatake has been intercepted by our men," Fu informed his leader. "Good, that will buy us enough time to escape," Danzo said flatly. Unfortunately for Danzo, someone had other ideas, and when they made it halfway across the bridge they heard a voice. "So where do you think you are going? You're not leaving so soon, are you?" "Sasuke would be so disappointed," Madara said from atop a large pillar. "Akatsuki? What do the Akatsuki want with me?" Danzo asked, coming to a stop. "We can get to that later. First allow me to introduce myself. I am Madara Uchiha, the leader of the Akatsuki," Madara said in a friendly tone. "Madara Uchiha? Impossible," Danzo said. "Oh, I assure you that is who I am, but regardless it matters not. I have someone with me who would like to talk to you," Madara informed Danzo. "I do not have time for this, perhaps we could do this at a later time?" Danzo said. "Ah, you are referring to Kakashi Hatake and your little prodigy that are chasing you. Well, I doubt you will be losing them, so this is the only chance we have to get this done," Madara said, sitting down and crossing his legs. "You are underestimating me, I can escape the copy ninja," Danzo said. "Perhaps, but I can assure you that Tsunade Senju and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze will soon be joining them. Do you really think you can escape that rather annoying boy? He has already put a large dent into my plans. How long do you think you can escape him?" Madara stated. "Then what do you want?" Danzo asked. "I already told you, there is someone with me that wants to talk to you," Madara said. "Then who? I don't see anyone?" Danzo queried. "I believe you know of him well. Sasuke Uchiha," Madara said, and then warping from around Madara's eye, Sasuke and Karen appeared. "There is promise, Sasuke-kun. Go enjoy your revenge," Madara said. Danzo. "Prepare to die," Sasuke roared at Chidori, coming to life in his hand. "Fu, Torune, hold him off while I remove the holdings on my arm," Danzo ordered. Just inside the border of the Land of Iron, Shikamaru's team were jumping from tree to tree at top speed and just landed in a clearing to begin to run on foot when Kiba stopped. "Kiba, what is it?" Shikamaru asked. "It's Sasuke, I have found him," Kiba said. "What, where?" Sakura asked, taking a step back in surprise. "I don't understand it really, he just sort of appeared out of nowhere. He is about 1.5 miles northwest," Kiba said. "Yosh, if we have found him then this is our chance. Although it saddens me, it is time we do away with Sasuke-kun once and for all," Lee yelled. "Agreed, let's go," Shikamaru ordered. But the moment he turned in the direction to lead towards Sasuke, he felt something move behind him. "What the? Smoke bombs?" Kiba said. "Sakura, what the hell?" Shikamaru asked as they went off. "I'm sorry, this is something I have to do alone. Sasuke was on my team and I loved him. I have to do this," she pleaded apologetically. "What have you done to us?" Shikamaru said as he felt his legs go weak. "It is a sleeping poison. You will be out for around 2 hours as long as nobody wakes you up," Sakura said before she turned and left her fellow Konoha ninja to collapse moments later. With Kakashi. The 2 loyal Konoha ninja had been dodging attacks for a while now, and Kakashi was fast becoming sick of it. "That's it, Sai, use your ink, we need some cover," Kakashi ordered. Sai complied and quickly drew several ink lions before creating a large eagle to carry both himself and Kakashi high above the battleground. "Now what?" Sai asked. "We fight back," Kakashi said, uncovering his Sharingan, and jumping down from the eagle he charged a Reikiri in mid-air and shot it forward into the leaves of a tree as he landed back in the center where he had left from. Seconds later a root onbu fell from the tree Kakashi's lightning blade was fired at. He had a large wound over his heart. It was clear even from a distance that the man was dead. "Well, shall we continue?" Kakashi asked, quickly eyeing the locations that he knew the remaining root members were hiding in. Their response came in the form of 4 kadenjutsu all fired at the same time. This time Kakashi did not move to get out of the way this time, instead he ran through his own set of hand seals. "Suten, water encampment wall," Kakashi said. Fortunately for the copy ninja, there was quite a lot of melted snow from all of the Katen jutsu that had been fired, that supplied his jutsu easily with enough water to protect him completely. It was at that time Sai took his chance, and from upon the eagle where he was perched he drew several large ink birds and sent them into one of the trees to attack one of the root members. He fell from his hiding location at the same time as the other jutsu dropped. Kakashi, seeing his opportunity, didn't waste it. He quickly launched several kunai at the exposed ninja, each attack hitting a vital organ. Kakashi didn't stop there and again began running those several hand seals. Sutin, violent water wave, Kakashi yelled, and a thick stream of water shot from his mouth. Kakashi didn't drop his jutsu and spun around, knocking all the remaining root ninja out of the trees. Not letting them have any time to counter, Kakashi charged the closest ninja first and with a kunai in each hand used one to slit his throat and the other to impale his heart, killing him instantly. The last two root onbu knew they had run out of luck and this would most likely be where they died. They did not want to fail Danzo, however, so they both prepared a kunai in each hand and charged forwards. Kakashi, with his Sharingan uncovered and superior skill and speed, easily maneuvered himself out of the way of the oncoming attacks. Still, their constant barrage of stabs with their kunai or kicks made it hard to counter. That was until Sai once again got involved. Two large lions bowled over one of the attackers just as Kakashi ducked under an attack from the other. Using this opening, Kakashi quickly charged a Chidori and ran his hand through the chest of the root member while Sai's lions made quick work of the other. That took far longer than I anticipated. They were well organized, Sai said. Yeah, more than likely we will need Pakkun to help us catch up to him now, Kakashi said, covering his Sharingan. Perhaps, but I suggest we keep going. There is only one easy way to cross the main river up ahead, a bridge. If we have lost him after that, then I agree we summon your ninja hound, Sai said. Agreed, I do not want to waste any more chakra needlessly, Kakashi replied. They did not get far before they felt a massive burst of chakra and an explosion. What was that? Sai asked. I don't know, it came from the bridge? But I don't think Danzo-sama would stay behind to destroy a bridge, it wouldn't slow us down at all. He is far more calculated than that. Perhaps he placed a seal on the bridge and it misfired. That is more of his style, Sai said. Sai, you just talked about Danzo's skills, how is that possible? Kakashi asked. You are right, I did. But that could only mean that Danzo is dead, Sai said. Are you sure? Kakashi asked. Positive, but I do not know how it is possible. Fu and Torune were his most loyal men, they would never betray him, Sai said. Sasuke, it has to be. Madara must have gotten his way, Kakashi said. Do you think he could have overtaken us so easily? Sai asked. I don't know, the only way we are going to find out is if we get to that bridge before he leaves, Kakashi said. With Sasuke. Sasuke was standing on the bridge looking over at the massive area Danzo's last attack had destroyed of the bridge. The fight had thoroughly frustrated Sasuke. He saw the fact Danzo had so many Sharingan as a personal insult. And every time he came back to life his anger grew. In the end he had no problem sacrificing Karen to help finish him off for good. Congratulations, Sasuke, how do you feel now that you have gotten the first part of your revenge? Madara asked. I feel amazing. His death was like a weight off my shoulders, and it will feel even better to see the people of Konoha scream and die at my feet, Sasuke said with a twisted smile. The girl, if she is no more use to you, then I suggest you kill her. She knows too much about us already, Madara said. What do you mean us? There is no us, Sasuke said. If you say so, anyway I have a war to prepare for. But I will be watching you, Madara said before disappearing in a spiraling void. Sasuke, please help me, Karen said, her words slurred by blood that was pooling in her mouth and pouring out when she spoke. You got yourself captured, you are useless. If you are no help to me, I do not need you, nor do I want you around, Sasuke said flatly. Sasuke-kun. Came a voice from behind the ever-brooding Uchiha. Hello, Sakura. May I ask why you are here? Sasuke said. I came because I want to join you. I want to help you in your goals, whatever they are, Sakura yelled, trying to show Sasuke she was serious. Really? You don't even know what it is I have planned, Sasuke said. I don't care, I want to be with you. Sakura replied. My goal is to destroy Konoha, and kill every last living thing inside its walls. Knowing this, are you still willing to join me? Sasuke asked. Sakura was no doubt shocked to hear that was Sasuke's goal, but she didn't want to show the Uchiha how hesitant she was. I don't care, I will help you. I am a good medic, one of the best in the world behind Tsunade, Sakura said. Very well, I may accept if you prove to me you are capable of helping me. First kill her, Sasuke said, pointing at Karen. The red-headed kunoichi's eyes went wide in horror when she heard what Sasuke said. "No, please Sasuke-kun, don't," she begged, but his eyes held no forgiveness or kindness anywhere in them. Sakura slowly approached and took out a kunai. But before she could get near either Sasuke or Karen, two more people arrived at the bridge. "Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here?" Sakura stammered. "I could ask you the same thing," Kakashi asked, eyeing the pink-haired medic. Sasuke just started laughing uncontrollably. And his laugh was not that of joy but more like a twisted anger. "Ha ha ha ha, would you look at this, the old Team 7, back together again. I did not see this coming, but it does give me a chance to kill you, sensei," Sasuke said before activating his Sharingan. Chapter 80, The Kunoichi's Decision. Kakashi and Sai stood to one side of Sasuke while Sakura stood to the other. Both were looking at the Uchiha as he continued to chuckle in an almost possessed manner. "Sasuke, look how far you have fallen. You are nothing like the young boy I used to know," Kakashi said. "You're right, sensei, I am so much more now. My eyes are open to the atrocities committed against my family. You are no better. With that Sharingan of yours, you have stolen your power from the Uchiha and you do not even care to thank them. You are no better than anyone else in Konoha who are ignorant of Itachi's sacrifice and spits on the name of Uchiha every day," Sasuke said. "So that's it, is it? You will attempt to destroy Konoha in some foolish attempt at revenge? I told you years ago to forget revenge because it would consume you, and look at you now. You are nothing without it. Once Konoha is gone you will find someone else to blame. You are a disease that needs to be eliminated," Kakashi said sadly. "I am not the disease, it is Konoha that is diseased. Their ignorance sickens me. It is like a cancer that needs to be removed from this world," Sasuke spat. "To have to do this, to be forced to kill one of my old pupils. Now I know how the Sandaime felt. It's time to end this, Sasuke. I need to do what Hiruzen-sama failed to do and kill my prized student before you cause harm to anyone else," Kakashi said, lifting his Hetai-ite from over his Sharingan. "Humph, you can try, but you will not succeed. Just because you have a Sharingan does not make you as talented as an Uchiha. After all, only an Uchiha can kill an Uchiha," Sasuke said, mocking the copy ninja. "I don't know where you got that sense of superiority from, but I certainly didn't teach it to you. Every lesson I tried to teach you about teamwork and friendship has been forgotten. Until now you are willing to throw away your own friends just to further your own goals," Kakashi said. "The only thing you taught me of any use was the Chidori, but I improved that without your help," Sasuke spat back. "That's true, you ran off to Orochimaru to be his little fuck buddy. I am sure he helped you with it. After all, you were always a dick less looser with no creativity," Sai said with a fake smile. "It seems some things never change. You are still a worthless excuse of a ninja," Sasuke replied. "We don't have time for this. Sai, Sakura, take the girl and heal her, keep her alive. She will have some information on Madara." "I will deal with Sasuke," Kakashi ordered, receiving a nod from Sai and a weak call of agreement from Sakura. "You are overconfident, you can't beat me, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke taunted. "Well, we will just have to see about that," Kakashi said. Sasuke drew his katana and charged forward. Kakashi drew two kunai and darted forward to meet him halfway. They clashed in the center. Sasuke's katana held off with both of the kunai, both battling for dominance. "You're going to have to do a lot better than this, Sasuke," Kakashi said as he used his superior physical strength to force the longer blade back towards the angry Uchiha. Sasuke fought back by channeling his Raiten chakra through his blade and attempting to use that to shock Kakashi. But the copy ninja saw it coming and kicked Sasuke back, causing him to fall off the bridge and land on the water below. "You have a lot to learn, Sasuke. You can't do everything by yourself. If you think back, would you be alive today without your team members?" Kakashi lectured. "I don't need any lectures from someone I am far stronger than," Sasuke said, and his eyes began to morph into their Mangekyo form. "Those eyes do not make you any stronger than I am. The Sharingan is nothing but a useful tool that a ninja can use, nothing more. Maybe that is all they are to you. But to me they are so much more." "Amaterasu," Sasuke roared, and black flames shot out of his eyes, sending them flying at Kakashi, who narrowly escaped. "Did the Sharingan allow you to see where that was going to attack from?" "Well, sensei," the Uchiha yelled. "He has completely lost it. There is not going to be any talking to him. I can't fail this time. If I do, there is not telling how much damage Sasuke could cause. I have to stop him here and now," Kakashi thought. "Raiten, lightning destruction jutsu," Kakashi said before slamming his hands onto the side to the bridge. There was a large explosion as the lightning shot down the wall, breaking it as it traveled down to the water. Sasuke realized what Kakashi had planned and jumped out away just as a pair of hands rose up from the water beneath him where a clone of Kakashi was waiting to pull him under to be shocked by Kakashi's Raiten Jutsu. Pathetic little trick, I am not going to fall for something like that. I am not the same little kid anymore, sensei, you said so yourself, Sasuke sneered. Yes, I think that much is obvious, Kakashi replied and readied himself as Sasuke charged again. With Sakura. Sakura was slowly healing Karen's wounds while Sai kept guard and while he had the chance watching Kakashi's fight with Sasuke. Why are you helping me? I am your enemy. Karen asked. Sakura didn't answer, she just looked away while continuing her work. Sasuke is not the same. He is not the same Sasuke you used to know, Karen said. And what would you know, Sakura hissed back in a whisper. I have been traveling with him, I saw him change. The more people he kills, the colder he becomes, he enjoys it now, and will remove anything that slows him down, or gets in the way of his goal, Karen said. To destroy Konoha, right? Sakura said, her voice shaking slightly at the thought. Yes, your family, friends, all of them. He wants to kill everyone in the village, then burn it to the ground, Karen said. And you go along with this? Why? Sakura asked. We had nowhere else to go. And anyway, people do crazy things for people they love, Karen said. Love? You love Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked frantically. What does it matter? Either way I have lost him now. The way I see it, I will die either here or when Konoha is finished interrogating me, Karen said. Konoha does not like to kill its prisoners. Danzo was highly against the practice, but Konoha gives captive ninja a chance to reform and live a non-combative life in Konoha. The others are kept in chakra-suppressing prison cells. Only the high-profile and highly dangerous ninja are killed after they are captured, Sai informed the glasses-wearing kunoichi. Sai, she is stable and will survive. Maybe we should go help Kakashi-sensei? Sakura suggested. Perhaps, but at the moment he is doing all right by himself. Sasuke is on the run, Sai said. He is? Well, I guess that is good, but maybe we should help anyway, Sakura said. I say we wait, if Kakashi-sensei needs help he will call us, Sai replied. Oh, all right then, Sakura said with a hint of sadness and regret in her voice that Sai ignored, not understanding the emotion. With Kakashi. Sasuke took a swipe at Kakashi with his katana only for Kakashi to parry the strike with one kunai and at the same time fling another kunai at the Uchiha, who was becoming increasingly frustrated the longer the fight was lasting. Mostly because while he could tell Kakashi was beginning to tire, he had yet to land a solid blow on the copy ninja, while he had taken quite a few hits. If you can't defeat me, how do you intend to beat Naruto, Jiraiya, and Tsunade? Kakashi taunted Sasuke, knowing the angrier the Uchiha became, the more mistakes he would make. You think you are special, you are nothing compared to me, nobody in that pathetic village can stand up to me. And certainly not the Dobi, Sasuke seethed and threw a punch in frustration that Kakashi took advantage of and kicked Sasuke in the side of the head, sending him flying away. If you are so superior, then why can't you land a single attack on me? I could fight Naruto like this and not even come close to landing a hit. How are you superior? Kakashi said. No more, you will pay, Sasuke roared, and he began to be covered in a thick dark purple cloak that turned into a large spectral figure with a large bow. What is that? Is it a power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Whatever it is, it can't be good news, Kakashi thought. Now Kakashi-sensei, die, Sasuke yelled, and the large spectral figure of Sasuke Susanoo fired an arrow from the bow straight at the copy ninja. Shit, I can't get out of the way of that, I have no other choice, Kakashi thought as his own eye morphed into its Mangekyo form. Kamui, Kakashi said in desperation. The air around Sasuke's attack rippled and it disappeared into thin air. A Mangekyo Sharingan. How dare you possess that eye? Although I am impressed that a non-Uchiha could awaken it, Sasuke said angrily. I hate to say it, but I am spent, I can't keep this up, if I have to use Kamui again I will be out cold. I could really use some help right about now, Kakashi thought, and he gave Sai and Sakura a silent signal that he was going to need some help, causing them to jump to his side. Get ready, you have to act quickly if he attacks with that bow. It is incredibly fast and accurate, Kakashi said. Do you have any ideas? By the looks of that thing it is a protective shell, Sai said. Not really, I agree with your assumption, we need a high-powered jutsu to get through that thing. And I am almost spent, I have one Kamui left, I could use it on Sasuke, but if I miss I would be completely helpless, Kakashi said. Sounds like we need help? Or we could call a truce and let Sasuke-kun get away? Sakura suggested. That is not an option, he needs to die. We are just going to have to think of something, Kakashi replied. Sasuke readied another arrow in his bow and the Susanoo aimed the attack. Get ready, our best chance would be just after he attacks, Kakashi suggested. The three Konoha ninja readied themselves to jump out of the way, simply waiting for Sasuke to make the first move. Half a second before he fired, however, Sasuke's aim was thrown off. Naruto and Tsunade both delivering a devastating punch at full strength to the side of the Susanoo, sending it flying away, and the arrow he had aimed at Kakashi sailing into the bridge, destroying another huge chunk and sending huge platforms of cement falling down into the river. "Hello team, it seems you were up to no good," as always Naruto said as the Sasuke, his Susanoo still active, stood up. He had clearly been thrown around, but other than that there were no signs that he had just been hit at full strength by a Senjutsu-powered punch from Naruto and the monstrous strength of the Hokage. "Dobi, come to die with the others, have you?" Sasuke yelled. "I told you before, you are no match for me. Just because you have some special eyes doesn't change that," Naruto said. "Whatever, Dobi, you will fall before me just like everyone else has. In the end you are nothing compared to an Uchiha," Sasuke roared. "You sound like a broken record. If the Uchiha were so superior, why are they all dead apart from an old fossil that refuses to die, and you, a team with a superiority complex?" Naruto said. "There is no escape, Sasuke, you die here today," Tsunade said. "No, you do," Sasuke roared, and he went to fire another arrow from his Susanoo, but before he could draw the bow his jutsu failed and he grabbed his eyes. "No, my eyes, this can't be happening, not now. I need to kill them," Sasuke thought angrily. "Seems he is almost blind already, truly pathetic, he can't even fight without his eyes. Well, it's time to finish this. Goodbye, Sasuke, it was horrible to know you," Naruto said, taking out several kunai. "Haha, kunai. You really think you can kill me with them?" Sasuke asked as he reactivated his normal Sharingan. "Well, I guess we are just going to have to find out, aren't we?" Naruto said with a smirk. Sakura was shaking, tears had started to flow down her face. She knew this was the end of the young man she loved, and there was nothing she could do about it. She watched as if in slow motion as Naruto prepared the Rasengan she knew would end Sasuke's life in one hand while he readied his kunai in the other. Naruto threw the first of his kunai and his small smirk grew when he saw that Sasuke had made no move to get out of the way or even block it, as Sasuke with his Sharingan could see that the kunai was going to miss him. Something snapped in Sakura and she ran forward towards Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, it is a trap, the kunai isn't the attack, it is how Naruto moves. Get out of the way. Now," she yelled, tears still falling from her eyes as she ran. Sasuke's eyes widened and he jumped as far away from the kunai as he could before turning back to see Naruto appear right where he once was, a Rasengan in his hand placed over the area where Sasuke's heart would have been. "Sakura! What do you think you are doing?" Tsunade yelled, rage clearly plastered on her face. "I can't let you kill Sasuke-kun, I have decided to go with him, even if that means my death, I don't care, I am doing this for love," Sakura said. Maybe you are not useless after all. And I guess I owe you one for warning me about the Dobi's attack. "Why not, you are a medic so you can fill Karen's spot," Sasuke said. "Sakura, do you know what he has planned? He wants to destroy Konoha," Naruto yelled in shock at what he was hearing. "I know, and I don't care, I would rather be with Sasuke-kun and have to help destroy Konoha than have him die and live without him," Sakura said. "Fine. If that is the way it is going to be, I am sorry, Sakura, I can't let him live, and if this is your decision then I guess I have to stop you too," Naruto said, taking out several more three-pronged kunai. "Well, as interesting as this is, I need to put a stop to it. I can't let this fight continue," came a voice from back up on the bridge. "Madara, why am I not surprised?" Naruto growled. "Not happy to see me, Naruto-kun?" "Oh, I am upset," Madara said mockingly. "Why are you here? I can deal with them," Sasuke snapped as Madara landed on the water next to Sasuke and Sakura. "I really doubt it, even if you still had perfect eyesight you would lose this fight. You are still far behind Naruto," Madara said. "I am a Uchiha, he is nothing compared to me, just a Dobi, I will crush them all," Sasuke yelled. "Simple-minded fool, he is not just anyone. He is the jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, he is also an Uzumaki. They may have just been a clan full of scholars and historians, but they were also tough. I would know the only battles I ever lost were against the Senju or the Uzumaki. Coupled to that is Hirashin Jutsu, and he is one of the strongest people alive. If you were to fight him now, you would die," Madara said. "I can't let them get away, I need to stop them, but how? In an instant he can become impossible to damage, I will have to target Sasuke, but the second I do that Madara will stop me somehow. I got it." Naruto thought and took off in a blur towards Madara, Rasengan in hand. Just like Naruto figured, he phased right through the old Uchiha. But that is what Naruto planned for. and he created several clones, and sent them all at Madara. Madara was able to dispel most of them but soon was forced to phase out of the way to avoid a clone with a Rasengan, but the clone didn't let himself pass through Madara, instead he left the Rasengan spiraling around inside Madara. Seeing his trap had sprung, the real Naruto shot off towards Sasuke, who readied a Chidori while Naruto prepared a Rasengan. They came together but Naruto let Sasuke hit him and soon came to the realization that he was a clone as well. The moment he puffed out of existence, a three-pronged kunai fell from the smoke. Sasuke went wide-eyed, realizing there was no escape this time, and he saw a yellow flash right before his eyes. But the pain never came. He could hear the sound of a Rasengan, but there was no pain. Then he noticed they had another visitor, Zetsu. Several white Zetsu were protecting Sasuke. Tsunade ran forward in an attempt to finish Sasuke off herself but was stopped by Sakura, who began launching kunai toward her former master. She then sent one of the kunai to dispel the Naruto clone that had Madara trapped. "Clever boy, that plan almost worked. You knew it would take me time to get away from the clone of yours. We need to go, come on. Bring the girl, she has information on Konoha that might be useful," Madara said, and quickly warped Sasuke and Sakura into his pocket dimension before Naruto could deal with the Zetsus who had foiled his attack. "Come Zetsu, we need to get out of here. It is not possible to take the Kyuubi today, but in time we will have him," Madara said before warping away. "Damn it," Naruto yelled. "Why was Sakura here anyway?" he asked loudly, trying to calm himself. "I don't know, she was here when I arrived. It looked like she was trying to sneak up on Sasuke with a kunai. She must have left Konoha to come looking for him," Kakashi said. "There is no way she could have found him without help. Let's see, yeah, I can sense bushy brows, Kiba and Shikamaru just over a mile south of here," Naruto said. While this was going on, Sai remained quiet, not knowing what would be the correct thing to say. And Tsunade was fuming. Her own apprentice had betrayed her. She was already making a vow that if she ever saw Sakura again she would end her. "We better get back, and those three are going to pay for bringing Sakura out here. They better have a damn good explanation for this," Tsunade said finally. Unknown location. Madara arrived in an old animal graveyard, where large skeletons rose high above the treetops and created a path for Madara to follow. "Guess I better let them out," he thought before releasing Sasuke and Sakura from his pocket dimension. "Where are we?" Sakura asked in wonder as she looked around at her surroundings. "This is our base of operations, at least for now. That is all you need to know," Madara said. "I want Itachi's eyes," Sasuke said, talking for the first time since they left the Land of Iron. Madara smirked under his mask. "Oh, and why have you finally decided to take them?" he asked. "Because I want to crush the Dobi and everything he stands for," Sasuke said. "Aw, is little Sasuke-kun upset he got his ass kicked by the Kyuubi jinchuriki again?" Black Zetsu said, appearing from the ground, which thoroughly startled Sakura. "I will kill him. He is nothing compared to me. Madara, just give me his eyes already," Sasuke said. "Aw, I don't want him to die. The kid is fun. I mean, who would have thought he could take out pain? If we didn't have to capture him for the ceiling, I would recommend trying to get him to join us," Black Zetsu said. "Enough, Zetsu. I am sure Sasuke will not do anything so foolish as to attempt to fight Naruto again until he is ready. But I do have to agree that he has made my life both more difficult and more interesting. You want Itachi's eyes, then fine. You girl, you are a medic, yes?" Madara said. Yes sir," Sakura said, unsure how to answer the masked Akatsuki leader. "Good, I will need your help to heal Sasuke once the eye transfusion is completed. But I cannot do it yet. I need to prepare for war before I can perform the surgery," Madara said. "I could perform it. I am a highly skilled medic. I was trained by Tsunade after all," Sakura suggested. "While that is a generous offer, I will be requiring you to tell me everything you know about Konoha, so you won't have time either," Madara informed the pink-haired Kunoichi. Land of Iron. The Hokage's group arrived in a clearing to find Shikamaru's team all knocked unconscious. "Look at you three, come on, get up," Naruto said, giving Kiba a light kick to the side. "I think you will find they have been knocked out," said Karen, who was being carried piggyback style by Kakashi. "That just raises further questions. How does anyone get the drop on Shikamaru? He is always thinking about 50 steps ahead," Naruto whined. Karen couldn't help herself and released a little giggle at Naruto's actions. He is so different to Sasuke, where Sasuke's chakra was dark and stormy. Naruto's is happy and playful, almost like a child, Karen thought as she used her unique sensory ability to look deeper into Naruto's chakra. "What is that, in the center buried deep, a chakra so foul I can't even bear to look at it. The only thing I have ever felt remotely like that was the Baijudama that the Hachibi fired at us, but even then it paled in comparison, Karen thought as she ended her jutsu and shuddered from the memory. Eventually, thanks to Tsunade, the 3 Konoha ninja began to stir. Damn it, what hit us? Kiba asked. It was Sakura, she put us to sleep, it was a trap, Shikamaru said grumpily. Clearly he was not happy with himself for falling for such a trick. But why would she do that? Lee said groggily, joining in. The 3 ninja had not noticed Naruto and the others there yet, so they received a big shock when Tsunade answered Lee's question. Sakura joined Sasuke to run off to the Akatsuki, she said, still trying to contain her rage at what her apprentice had done. Wha? Tsunade-sama. I didn't see you there. Wait. Sakura joined up with Sasuke and the Akatsuki? Lee said, completely shocked. She must have been planning this. That is why she had been training non-stop since she found out about Sasuke's crimes. And why she was so eager to join our group when we were going out looking for Sasuke to get rid of him once and for all. She wanted us to lead her to him so she could betray us and be with Sasuke, Shikamaru said, and by the tone of his voice you could tell he was far from happy with himself about what happened. Well, it's too late to be stopped now, let's just head back to the village. We have a lot of work to do, Tsunade said before helping the 3 ninja to their feet and without further word began walking in the direction of Konoha. Chapter 81, Dealing with Betrayal. 2 days after Sakura betrayed Konoha, Naruto and the teams that went to the Land of Iron arrived back in Konoha. We need to tell everyone about what happened, Hokage-sama. If you don't need us for anything, I think we should gather the rest of our old classmates. They need to know about Sakura's betrayal, Shikamaru said. You can go, but I need you and Naruto ready to meet with the rest of the Jonin shortly, Tsunade said. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Shikamaru replied before he left along with the remaining members of his team and Naruto. You know, I was expecting Tsunade to be a lot angrier at you guys than she was, Naruto said once they were out of earshot. I know, I am still expecting us to get some really boring mission as punishment. Remember what happened to Izumo and Kotetsu? We could spend the next 15 years guarding the front gate, Kiba said, shaking from the thought. It wouldn't be so bad, lots of time to watch clouds. An easy life, that was what I wanted. I never expected to be a Jonin already, Shikamaru said. Just like you, Shikamaru, always being lazy, Naruto said. Our flames of youth will be dampened indeed if we are given that job. How can I prove to everyone that I am a splendid ninja, if I am stuck on guard duty? Sakura's betrayal was a most unyouthful event. If she has joined the Akatsuki, then it seems she must be dealt with as well, Lee said loudly. Lee's outburst seemed to have been loud enough to get the attention of the people who were still working on the rebuilding efforts, and soon they were joined by Choji. Hey guys, I thought I heard Lee's voice. So how did everything go? The young Akimichi asked. Not well, but we can talk about that later. We need to find everyone. I don't want to have to repeat this many times, Shikamaru said. Well, I think Tenten and Ino are helping Yugito and Jiraiya-sama over at Naruto's compound. Neji and Hinata are just finishing off the repairs to the Hyuga compound, and Shino is taking care of the Aburame hives until they can be placed somewhere safe, but he should be done by now, Choji informed the group. Alright Kiba, can you go get Shino and Lee go round up Hinata and Neji? Tell them to come to Naruto's place. There are things we need to talk about, Shikamaru said. Alright, it's a plan. Also, I would like to see how my place is coming along. I didn't really have much time to ask Yugi-chan about it when we met before the summit, Naruto added. But you had time to get engaged, or maybe you were just busy celebrating and forgot to ask, Choji said with a smirk. Aw man, has Yugi-chan told everyone already? Naruto moaned. Nah, she told Hinata, but unfortunately for them Ino had heard as well, and you know her. If there is a bigger gossip in Konoha, I would like to meet them and then make sure they never meet Ino, Choji said. Troublesome, you sure picked a bad time to ask her to marry you, Shikamaru said. Well, I didn't know things would turn out the way they had, besides it's not like we have set a date or anything, Naruto said. Well, it might not take that long. Ino hasn't left Yugito alone since she found out. She wants to be involved in every decision that is made, Choji said. Oh Kami, if Ino gets her way we will be having the whole village attend. I think I need a drink, Naruto said, fearing the worst. Look, we have bigger things to deal with right now. I say we go wait for the others at Naruto's place. Then he can see how his new house is coming along, Shikamaru said. With a nod of agreement, everyone left in the direction of Naruto's still incomplete clan house. With Tsunade and Kakashi were walking slowly through the village. Karen was still being carried by the copy ninja, but she didn't care. She was looking around in interest at the villagers, who were happily going about their business rebuilding the village or coming up to greet Tsunade and Kakashi. I don't get it. Everything I have ever heard from Orochimaru-sama was that this place was horrible and treated everyone badly. I didn't even care when I heard Sasuke-kun wanted to destroy it, but now I look around and this is such a happy place despite their troubles. Why would anyone want to kill these people, she thought, and couldn't help but smile at several children who appeared to be pretending they were ninja and throwing paper shuriken. Well, I have to go hand this one over to Ibiki for questioning. You probably have to go inform the elders and the council that the fourth great ninja war is upon us. Just call to tell me the time of the war council meeting, Kakashi said. Knowing you, I will tell you to show up a couple of hours early, then you might actually make it, Tsunade said with a smirk. Then I guess I will just have to remember that I will have some extra time to waste, Kakashi said with an eye smile before they pair went their separate ways. Excuse me, Kakashi-san, but what will happen to me? Karen asked. Well, if you cooperate you will not be harmed, and if you are not seen as a threat to the village or to others you will be given the chance to live in Konoha. It is our way of making captives more cooperative. Don't worry, you won't be harmed unless you refuse to give us any information, Kakashi said. I see, well that is a relief, Karen sighed. Oh, a word of advice, if you are questioned by a lady who wears her hair up in a ponytail, and wears rather provocative clothing. Don't make her mad, it would not end well for you, Kakashi said, unable to control a small shiver of fear remembering the last time he had upset Anko. I will remember to make a note of it. I'm sorry about the girl. Sakura? Was it? She doesn't know what she is getting herself into. Sasuke has been changing ever since he killed his brother, Karen said. Really, how so? Kakashi asked. I am a rather talented sensory type ninja. In that I can almost see what type of person someone is by the feel of their chakra, Karen explained. So out of curiosity, what does my chakra feel like? Kakashi asked. Well, it seems to be laid back and carefree on the surface, but deeper down it is serious, Karen said. Well, what do you know? That does sound like me, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Yes, I have been told I am rather accurate. Most of the time, however, I have only been able to deal with people who are unhappy or have a dark aura about them. So being in Konoha is like having the sun shine for the first time in years. Everyone's chakra is so happy, Karen said. So tell me, what did you see in Sasuke that makes you say he has changed so much? Kakashi queried. Ever since we met Madara, Sasuke's chakra has become fouler and darker with every passing day. I mean, he was no saint before, but he still had his moments of niceness and still cared about his teammates and friends. But now it got to the point where he willingly abandoned Suigetsu and Juugo because he thought they would slow him down, and he almost killed me just to land a blow on that old man Danzo, Karen said. The first lesson I taught him was that those who do not follow the rules are trash, and those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. It seems I failed to even teach him that, Kakashi said solemnly. They were quiet for a while until Karen remembered a question she wanted to ask. Naruto is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, isn't he? Yes, who told you that? Kakashi asked. Well, Sasuke mentioned something about it in passing. But it was something that I felt when I was looking at his chakra. At first I was shocked. I had sensed him before, but that was always when he was serious and I wasn't paying any attention to what color or feel his chakra had. His chakra seemed to shine like the sun, so happy and full of life. But when I went deeper there was something else. It seemed evil and uncontrollable. I couldn't stand it, so I had to end my jutsu, Karen explained. That does sound like the Kyuubi, Kakashi said. Then why didn't the Hachibi feel like that? Its chakra was much calmer, Karen asked. Well, the Baijuu may not actually be alive, but they all have their own personalities, or so I am told. The Kyuubi is a mass of malice and hatred. But others are almost friendly. Yugito-chan has told me that Nibi is friendly but is mostly a pervert, Kakashi explained. Karen couldn't help herself and burst out into laughter. A perverted Baijuu, that is classic. How does something like that happen? She chuckled. I don't know, if what Madara told everyone at the Kage summit is accurate, and all of the Baijuu came from a single creature, the Juubi. Then perhaps when the Rikadu Sennin split the Juubi into different parts, it also split parts of the creature's personality. The Kyuubi was the most powerful because it retained the Juubi's rage, while the Ichibi was the weakest, but according to Gaara was nothing but insane. It is just a theory, of course, but it might explain why there is such a massive difference in the power levels of the Baijuu, Kakashi said. They walked the rest of the way to the rebuilt Anbu HQ, talking quietly between each other while they walked. Well, here we are. You will be interrogated by Ibiki before we assess what level of threat you may be to the village and your likelihood of rejoining Sasuke and the Akatsuki, Kakashi informed Karen before entering and heading to the torture and interrogation department. Hokage Tower. Tsunade walked into her office and immediately sat behind her desk and opened a bottle of sake before pouring herself a cup full. She took her first sip and began counting down from 10. Sure enough, the second she hit 0, her door opened and Shizune walked in with a stack of paperwork followed by the village elders. Tsunade Heim, it is good to see you have returned safely, Koharu said. How did the summit turn out? Homura asked. We need to call the Jonin Council to meet. We are at war. The busty Hokage said. So badly then? Homura concluded. We have formed an alliance between all 5 villages, then the Akatsuki leader declared war on us all, Tsunade explained. War with the Akatsuki? How is that possible? Koharu asked. I don't know, but if Madara Uchiha says something like this, it is no doubt a serious issue. He does after all have the power of 6 Baijuo to back his claim, Tsunade said. Madara Uchiha? Surely not, Koharu said, shocked. I find it hard to believe as well, but it is almost certainly him. I don't know how, but it is, Tsunade said. So we are at war with Madara Uchiha. A truly fearsome opponent. When the Uchiha were under his rule, they were nearly an unstoppable military force, Homura said. Yes, it will certainly be a difficult challenge, and his true power is an unknown. But we also have an unknown quantity on our side. Never before have the 5 major shinobi villages been unified. But we need to become organized quickly and plan for war. So I need to call all the Jonin to a war council to discuss battle strength, Tsunade explained. Very well, we can help, but may we suggest not informing the lower ranking ninja just yet. They still need to be focused on the repairs to the village, and we do not need fear of the impending war to run, though the civilians and younger shinobi, Homura suggested. Agreed, I have already informed Naruto, Kakashi and Sai not to talk about the upcoming war, Tsunade assured the elders. A nighttime meeting would work best, that way there is no disturbance to the operations in the village, Koharu added. Agreed, set it up for tonight, we do not have enough time to mess around. The longer we wait, the more time the Akatsuki have to organize their own forces, Tsunade said. Uzumaki Namikaze compound. Wow, would you look at this place, it's huge, Naruto said after he vaulted over the compound wall. You're right there, kid, it is the same as the Uzumaki compound in Uzu. In almost every way, came the voice of Jiraiya, who appeared out of nowhere the moment Naruto arrived. Hey sensei. Lots of stuff to tell you about the Kage summit, Naruto said eagerly. I'm sure there is, so did you get Danzo? The elder sage asked. Nah, Sasuke team got him, Naruto said. What? Why was he there? Jiraiya asked. Well, mostly he wanted to kill Danzo in some twisted search for revenge, Naruto explained. That was when 3 other people arrived to see the new arrivals. Naru-kun, you're back. Thank Kami, Ino is driving me insane, Yugito called when she saw Naruto before running over to greet Naruto properly with a kiss that he happily returned. Glad to be back, but I must say the Kage summit was eventful. I am not allowed to say too much until after the Jonin meeting tonight, but there are some other things we need to tell everyone, Naruto said after he broke their kiss. Hey Shika, why are you guys back? Did Tsunade-sama catch you guys on their way back from the summit and order you back here? Ino asked. Not exactly, the truth is far more troublesome, Shikamaru answered. Hey, where is Sakura? Tenten asked, making her presence known. Hey, knowing her, she has probably run off to the hospital to check on her patients, Ino guessed, ignoring the looks of guilt and regret on the face of Shikamaru. We need to talk to everyone once Lee and Kiba get back with Hinata, Neji, and Shino, Naruto said. Huh, what about this time? Don't tell me we have decided against killing Sasuke now, Tenten said. No, he has to be stopped, more so than ever now, Naruto stated. It did not take long before everyone had assembled around a large stack of wood that Yamato had left to help with the build. So what is this about now? I hope you are going to tell me Sasuke has been taken care of, Neji said. No such luck, I am afraid, although I probably would be able to tell you that if it wasn't for Sakura, Naruto said. What? Was the reply from most of the people who were not there in the Land of Iron. The exceptions were Jiraiya, who remained impassive, and Yugito, who seemed to almost expect something like this to happen. So, what happened? Jiraiya asked, keeping his head while the others seemed to look lost. Sei betrayed us, and in the end joined Sasuke, and the Akatsuki, Sai said impassively. There is no way. Sure, she was upset about Sasuke being marked as a criminal, but she would never do something like that, Ino said, shocked. I am not surprised, she has always thought the sun shone out of that Uchiha's ass. It was foolish to allow her on a mission like that in the first place, Yugito said. I believe she would have left in search of him in her own time anyway, but we gave her the perfect opportunity to find him with our help. This is my fault, I should have never fallen for such a simple trap, Shikamaru said downheartedly. It's nobody's fault, she was Ba-chan's apprentice, one of the most trusted ninja in the village, not even I expected her to betray us like that, Naruto said. What makes the betrayal worse is she knew what Sasuke's goal was, Sai added. What do you mean? What is Sasuke's goal? Neji questioned. To destroy Konoha, Naruto said flatly. You can't be serious. Is that really what he wants to do? Tenten said in shock. It is most unfortunately true. Sasuke's flames of youth have been extinguished. His unyouthful actions must be stopped at any cost, Lee said loudly, confirming Naruto's story. Sasuke has become one of the greatest threats to the village in May years. His goals are now the same as the master he killed. It would be logical to include the Jonin commanders in any plan involving the Uchiha from now on, Shino said. I agree, but Tsunade already knows about it, so I am sure she will not let the issue simply become forgotten, Shikamaru added. Unknown location. Sakura was given a room in an underground base and was given a Akatsuki robe along with several more changes of clothes. She had not brought that many. She was just unpacking her last set of clothes when Sasuke walked in the room. So, why did you decide to join me? Sasuke asked. I couldn't let them kill you. I told you years ago that I would go with you, and that I loved you, Sakura said. But you know my plans. That means I will kill your friends and family, Sasuke said. I don't care, I couldn't help it. When I thought you were going to die, I made up my mind and I am not going to go back on my decision, Sakura said, determined. Tell me about Naruto. What are his weaknesses? I need to know if I'm going to crush him, Sasuke said. Naruto's weaknesses? I don't know. I have never seen him lose a fight. He is faster than Gai Sensei and stronger than Tsunade when he uses his Senjutsu. I have not seen him weakened. But I know that he recharges his Senjutsu with 4 seals on his arms that look like demon shuriken. And he is a few Uten user with Suten as his second element, Sakura said, hoping to help in any way possible. Well, I can't use Genjutsu, I already tried. Nothing worked on him. Sasuke seethed. You will beat him, I know you will, and I will help. I am not helpless like I used to be. I can hold my own in a fight, the pink-haired Kunoichi assured her long-time crush. Well, if that is the case, you might just prove to be useful after all. But don't slow me down or get in my way. If you become a liability, I don't want you around, Sasuke said expressionlessly. Don't worry, I can keep up, she assured the Uchiha. Good, see that it stays that way, Sasuke said before turning and leaving the room. So the Dobi has a set amount of time he can use that special chakra of his well, it's not much, but it is something, he thought as he went in search of Madara. Konoha that night. Naruto arrived at a large hall where tables had been set up around a large 3-dimensional map of the elemental nations. Looks like this is going to be the war council. Better find a seat before Ba-chan gets cranky, Naruto thought, and he made his way over to sit next to Shikamaru and Neji. Shikamaru, do you know what this is about? Neji asked as Naruto took his seat. I have a fairly good idea, but it is rather too troublesome to think about, the lazy Nara replied. Looks like almost every Jonin in the village is here, Neji said, looking around. Not quite, I can't see Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru replied. Ba-chan is going to be mad if he is late this time, but I am sure she has a plan to get him here before he's too late, Naruto assured them. As if on cue, the doors swung open to reveal Tenzo and Yugao enter, dragging a rather disappointed-looking Kakashi behind them. This is no way to treat your senpai, you know, Kakashi moaned as they dumped him unceremoniously in the seat next to Naruto. I'm sorry, senpai, but it was Tsunade-sama's orders to make sure you attended this meeting, Yugao said firmly. Kakashi pouted under his mask while the 2 former members of his Anbu unit left. So where did they eventually find you? Don't tell me they got you at the Memorial Stone. That would have been the first place they would have checked, Naruto asked. No, I was hiding in a tree overlooking the waterfall and training ground too, Kakashi admitted. So you were using one of Jiraiya-sensei's favorite locations to hide. Might have worked if Ba-chan didn't send you Gao. She is the one that is always sent to fetch Jiraiya-sensei when Ba-chan needs him, Naruto said offhandedly. I knew I should have gone to the library. I will have to keep that in mind in the future, Kakashi said, resting his head on the table. This surely can't be that bad, can it? I mean, it's just a meeting of the Jonins, Neji queried. See for yourself. Last meeting I was forced to attend, I almost accepted one of Guy's stupid challenges just for something to do, Kakashi moped. Is everyone here? Or are we waiting on more people? Naruto asked. Yeah, Anko isn't here, knowing here the Anbu members are still trying to find her in the Forest of Death. Man, I wish I had a good hiding place like that, Kakashi said. Anko? Isn't she just a Tokubutsu Jonin? Naruto asked. Yes, she is, but because she was trusted so much by the Sandaime, she was granted full Jonin privileges. Ebisu is here as well, Kakashi explained. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, 2 severely beaten Anbu entered, dragging a tied-up and thoroughly annoyed Anko, who was still kicking and screaming despite being unable to escape from her confines. Oh please, surely this can't be that bad? Naruto said as he watched Anko placed into a chair and get one last bite in, on one of the Anbu that were sent to locate her. The next several hours were by far the most boring and painful of Naruto's life. This is worse than all of Iruka-sensei's lectures put together. Naruto cried quietly so only Shikamaru, who was asleep, and Kakashi, who was slowly banging his head on the table, could hear him. The meeting started interestingly enough. Tsunade entered with Jiraiya and the elders and declared that Konoha was going to war and informed the room of what happened at the Kage summit. But after that it was all just long lists of supplies and ninja who were either available for battle or not. In the third hour of the meeting, when they started to ask about supplies of even the most trivial items like kunai holders, Naruto started contemplating escape. And by the fifth hour he contemplated suicide. In the end the meeting lasted 6 hours, and Naruto could now understand Kakashi and Anko's attempts to avoid the meeting. Next time, I am going to ask Fukusaku to let me hide at my Obakuzen, Naruto said when they finally left the hall. Should have just done what I did, kid. You are after all the master of the jutsu, came the voice of Jiraiya from a tree behind him. Sensei? Aren't you with Ba-chan? Naruto questioned. Nope, shadow clone. Do you really think a bunch of Anbu could really catch me? I learned not to go to those things after the second shinobi war. That's just a shadow clone, Jiraiya explained. You could have warned me about how bad these things were, Naruto said angrily. It is a part of being a Jonin of this village. The only people who willingly attend these things are the ninja who have never been before, and the Hyugas, as they don't want anything to reflect badly on them as a clan, Jiraiya said. So why bother sending a clone at all? Neji asked. Need to keep up appearances, and I don't want to give Tsunade a reason to get mad, Jiraiya said. Well, there is no way in hell I'm going to another one of those, Naruto said. I like your plan of hiding in my Obakuzen. Next time can you take me? Kakashi asked. No, get Pakun to help you, Naruto joked. Have you been to the land of the summoned dogs? No, thanks. There is nobody to clean up after them, Kakashi said with a shiver. Chapter 82, Where to Hide 3 Jinchuriki? It had been several days since the Jonin Council met for the War Summit, and Naruto was more excited today than he had been in weeks. In fact, it had almost been a year since he had felt this excited. Which was the day he had been reunited with Yugito. But despite the fact that his clan compound was almost finished and he would soon be able to move in, that was not the reason he was so excited. No, he was excited today for a different reason. Today was the grand reopening of Ichiraku Ramen. Man, I am going to eat so much. I haven't had Ichiraku's in months, not since before I went to Uzu, Naruto thought as he happily walked down the main center of town in the direction of his favorite restaurant. Just when he thought he was going to be able to go and enjoy his meal without any disturbances, 3 showed up determined to keep him from his delicious meal of brothy noodles. Hey, Ani-san, came the voice of one Konohamaru Sarutobi. Ah, hey Konohamaru, what's up? Naruto asked half-heartedly. Oh, nothing much. Say, could you do us a favor? Konohamaru replied. Naruto narrowed his eyes, guessing he would probably not like what he was about to hear. That depends, what you want? We want you to train us. Oh, and Udon wants an interview from the village hero for his magazine he wants to bring out. It won't take long, Konoha said. Sorry guys, I am busy. I still have to go help finish my house, and I also have to go see Ba-chan about something, Naruto said, not wanting to tell them about the upcoming war, even though as he looked around he could see the Jonin running around and gathering whatever extra weapons they can find. Well then, how about just the interview then, Udon asked. Interviews are not really my type of thing, Naruto said. It was the politest way he could think of, to say that he would rather sit through another Jonin Council meeting than give an interview. Well, maybe that was a bit extreme, maybe half of a meeting. Oh, come on boss, we need to get an interview from you. We have them from everyone else, Moegi pleaded. Do you have one from Jiraiya-sensei? Or Ba-chan? Naruto asked. Well, no, but we have the gate guards, Ebisu-sensei, Iruka-sensei and Neji. Except Neji's interview made no sense at all. We asked him about you and he talked about how he used to be mean to his cousins for about 30 minutes, Konohamaru said. I think you missed the end of that story. Look, why don't you go ask Kakashi-sensei or Yugi-chan for an interview? You will find them both over at my new clan compound, Naruto said, then immediately began kicking himself for mentioning the clan compound to 3 people he was sure could not keep their mouths shut. Clan compound? Are you saying you are a clan head now, Ni-san? That is so awesome, Konohamaru said. This is something people will want to know about in the interview, Moegi said happily. What interview? I didn't agree to this, Naruto said. Why is this happening? I just want to eat some ramen. Why do you hate me, noodle camis? Naruto cried internally as he tried to look for a good way to escape. So come on boss, just a quick interview, it won't take long, Moegi pleaded. All rig, hey look. A distraction, Naruto yelled and pointed behind the three younger ninja. "Ha!" where they all said eagerly and turned around. "Hey, there is no distraction over there," Konohamaru yelled, turning around to face Naruto, but he was gone. "He tricked us." Udon whined. "What did you expect? Boss is a tactical genius after all," Konohamaru said. "Let's stop talking about this and find him," Moegi said. And the three ran off in search of the blonde. Naruto, however, was not as far away as they thought and simply walked out from the wall and dropped his chameleon jutsu. "Man, I cannot believe they fell for that." "Well, Konohamaru, I can sort of understand, but Udon is supposed to be smart," he thought, shaking his head. Hokage Tower. Tsunade was sitting behind her desk with Jiraiya sitting in the windowsill, going over several strategies and suggestions to put forward when the next meeting was called between the Kages. So far they were just waiting for Kumo to retrieve Killer Bee from his unscheduled holiday. "I can't figure any of this out. Where are we supposed to hide 3 jinchuriki? Put them together and their chakra signatures will stick out more than guys' spandex," Tsunade said. "Well, there is my Obakuzan, but I do not think the Toads would appreciate us using their home as a jinchuriki hideout. It is shocking enough that Fukusaku and Shima allow Yugito-chan to stay there when Naruto goes to train, and I don't know how well they will respond to someone like the Raikage's brother," Jiraiya added. "Yes, and we cannot put this weight on their shoulders. They may be yours and Naruto's summons, but they're not pawns that we can use in this war as we like. And if the Akatsuki found them there, they would not hesitate to attack them there no matter how powerful the Toads are," Tsunade agreed. "Well, looks like we will have to hope one of the other Kage can find somewhere, because if we have to divide our forces so that a large number have to keep watch of them, we will be severely weakened," Jiraiya said. There was a knock on the door, and after a call of "Enter." From Tsunade, the door opened to reveal a Shizune who for once was not weighted down by a large stack of paperwork. "Shizune, what is it?" Tsunade asked. "We have received a message from Kumo. The Raikage has called for a meeting to discuss tactics and a battle plan. It is to be held in Kumo in a week's time," Shizune informed the 2 Sannin. "Thanks, Shizune. Is that everything?" the Hokage asked. Just a reminder that there will be a limit of 2 bodyguards, just like at the Kage Summit," Shizune said. "Okay, that seems acceptable, but this time I think I should take Shikaku. He is the best tactical mind Konoha has, so he will be of great help in this meeting," Tsunade said. "Very well, and who will your other guard be?" Shizune asked. "I think I will take Jiraiya. He is just about ready to return to action now," Tsunade said. "About time. If I am going back to war, I am going to need to train. Good thing I have a perfect training partner," Jiraiya said. "Don't overdo it, and make sure Naruto doesn't either. I know what he is like," Tsunade ordered. "Fine, you don't have to worry about us so much," Jiraiya said. "Of course I do, you are both reckless idiots," Tsunade said with a small smirk. With Naruto. Naruto was completely stuffed. He had never eaten so much ramen in his life. "Man, that was good. I think you're getting better, old man," Naruto complimented. "Why, thank you, Naruto. I am glad to be able to please our best customer and the hero of the village. In fact, because everyone knows you eat here, we are getting an influx of new customers. It might even be a good idea to advertise that this is your favorite place to eat. I mean, we were getting some good business from some of your more obsessed fangirls, but since we reopened this morning we have been non-stop busy," Tucci said. "Well, just glad I could help, I guess," Naruto said happily. "Hey, there he is. Boss, you won't trick us again so easily," came the unmistakable yell of Konohamaru from outside the stall. Hey guys, I guess you got me. Oh my Kami. It's Kakashi-sensei without a mask on," Naruto said, shocked and pointing down the road. "Really?" they all yelled and turned around to see an empty street. "Hey, damn it, Nii-san, that's not funny," Konohamaru said, turning around angrily only to once again find Naruto had ditched them. "He did it to us again, didn't he?" Moegi said, lowering her head in shame. "How does he keep getting us so easily? We are supposed to be smarter than this." Udon moped. "Oh please, Kakashi-sensei without a mask, who wouldn't fall for that?" Konohamaru said defensively. "You're right, we are just dealing with a superior intelligence," Udon said. "Oh please, compared to you three, my washing up water is a superior intelligence," Tucci said from inside the store. "Uncool, old man," Konohamaru replied. "He can't run forever, we will get our interview, just you wait and see," Moegi added loudly. "I was the smartest in our graduating class, how could washing up water be smarter than I am?" Udon asked himself, not realizing that it was a joke. The Konohamaru Corps took off again in search of Naruto, and Tucci just stood there amused at their determination. "They're gone, Naruto, you can come out now," he said once the 3 ninja were out of sight. Naruto poked his head out from behind the counter and looked around. After he was sure the coast was clear, he stood up completely. Thanks for the save Tucci, Naruto said. Any time, Naruto, but it is probably best to lay low for the rest of the day so they can't find you again. I doubt they will fall for that again, Tucci suggested. Nah, I will be fine. I know Konohamaru. He used to chase after me in a square rock with eye holes cut in it. I think I can outsmart him a few more times yet, Naruto said confidently. And he did. Over the course of the day, the Konohamaru Corps found Naruto 4 more times, and every time they were distracted in a different way. The last of which being transforming a clone into a giant, free scarves, glasses, and hair ties, this way sign that had them spend the remainder of the day searching for the store the sign was talking about. I can't believe they are ninja. And what makes this worse is I helped train them. Oh, I am a horrible sensei, Naruto thought as he sat back enjoying the show as they went from store to store asking if this was the store that was giving away free scarves, glasses, and hair ties. 2 days later. This is useless, we have tried every store in town, nobody is giving away free scarves, Konohamaru pouted. Say you don't think that boss tricked us again, do you? Udon asked. All 3 of them came to the realization at the same time. Fuck. They all yelled in frustration. While this was going on, Naruto with the aid of his clones was putting on the final touches to his clan compound. Meanwhile he had Tenzo help him grow several trees, thought the compound to start off a garden, and Jiraiya began placing the intruder detection seals around the walls. Damn it, Naruto, where did you come up with half of these seals? They are ridiculously complex, Jiraiya yelled as he struggled to decipher a seal that was supposed to keep the garden from becoming overgrown, as well as control a water jutsu so that the plants wouldn't die. Most of them are not my design, they are the same as on the old Uzumaki complex in Uzu. I just added a few of my own and some minor tweaks to the designs here and there, Naruto called back. Then why don't you do it? You probably understand these things better than I do, Jiraiya complained. Oh, you just want me to do it so you can go off and perv on the women at the newly opened bathhouse, Naruto replied. Shut it, kid, my research is vitally important, Jiraiya said. Yeah, to you and Kakashi sensei, Naruto scoffed. I will have you know all of my books are best sellers apart from the one you like, Jiraiya retorted. So you keep telling me, but you always seem to use my money whenever we go anywhere, Naruto yelled. That is payment for me to train you, you are just ungrateful for all that I have done, Jiraiya replied. I am grateful, but you spend all of my money on whores, Naruto said. What were we talking about again? Jiraiya asked suddenly. I have completely forgotten, Naruto said, scratching his head. While this was going on, Yugito was giving the compound a walkthrough while Naruto's clones finished up the painting inside. It was a massive building with 5 bedrooms, a secure library in the basement. The area that Tsunade had supplied them had enough room to build multiple more houses as the clan grew. This is my future, a life living here with Naruto. Children and grandchildren all living in this compound, Yugito thought with a happy smile as she looked around their large lounge room that was not furnished yet but was all ready for them to start buying furniture. This place is going to look so nice, but you should really add more flowers to the gardens, came the voice of Ino waking her from her internal musings. Oh hey Ino. Yeah, it could probably use a few more flowers, but then again it gives us something to think about later, Yugito said. Gotta say, I am jealous. Huge house, hot fiancé, and the future wife of the next Hokage. It doesn't get much better than that, Ino said. I hope he doesn't become the Hokage too soon. I have seen the way Asama and Tsunade-sama work, Yugito said. Naruto working hard? If you ever saw him in the academy you would not think it was possible. But at the same time he was the dead last, so it just goes to show how much he has changed, Ino said. Over the next few days Naruto and Yugito slowly filled the house with furniture and moved themselves in. They planned a small get-together with all the people who helped with the build when Tsunade and Jiraiya came back from Kumo. Kage meeting. All 5 Kage and Mifune were sat around a large table in Kumo with their bodyguards standing behind them. As we do not know where the Akatsuki are hiding themselves, they have an advantage in that they are aware of the location of our villages while they could be hiding and preparing anywhere, I said. I believe we will need to create a single group comprising of shinobi from each village to scout and gather information, and return it to one place where the information can be shared between all 6 countries, Shikaku said. Yes, it would do no good if we don't pool our information. We cannot afford to waste resources sending multiple teams to investigate the same areas, Oonoki agreed. We still need to come up with a location to hide the jinchuriki while they are not involved in the fighting, Mei informed. There is nowhere in the Land of Fire that I could be sure that Madara would not be able to find them, Tsunade informed the group. That is a similar situation to the Land of Wind. We have no secure locations that could successfully hide 3 jinchuriki for any extended period of time, Gaara added. We have several underground caves where locating anyone would be difficult. However, Han used to use them a lot and the Akatsuki were able to capture him. Although it is unclear where or how they did, Oonoki said. The land of water is isolated and difficult for anyone to get to without our knowledge. However, with the Akatsuki's past exploits there, I am unsure how safe it would be for Madara admitted. I know a place. It was considered a stronghold for Kumo, but it has never been used as such. It is an island that is constantly moving, so it is impossible to locate on a map. The only way to find it is to know where it is going to be, said. That seems like the safest choice. It has the isolation that the land of water has along with its natural defenses, and being in Kumo it is far less likely that the Akatsuki know of its existence, although when you have been alive for as long as Madara there is no telling what he may know, Tsunade said. Yes, it is the perfect location, but several ninjas should still be placed with them for extra protection, Gaara agreed. Well, I volunteer. Besides, Naruto is going to need to get the key to his seal from me if he wants to control the Kyuubi, Jiraiya said. I also believe it would be a good idea to take a member of the Konoha Anbu named Tenzo. He has the Makuten bloodline and will be able to help if things do not go according to plan, Tsunade added. I think that will do. It is bad enough we have to keep the 3 jinchuriki out of the action, but hiding away someone with the skills of Jiraiya and a Makuten user who could be useful, as we still have no idea how Madara plans to use the Baijuu, could weaken our efforts, Oonoki said. There will be several low-ranking Kumo ninja there as well. Probably just some Genin that need to take on some easier missions before they are ready to join the war effort, said. That is a good idea, an important mission to test the reliability of a Genin team before allowing them to enter the fighting. Perhaps we could work out a rotation policy for separate villages to send their ninja there to prepare them, Mei suggested. I can agree with that. If we have any weak links in our front lines the whole army will be weakened, so this will be a relatively safe assignment that will still be important, and should anything serious occur they will have several elite ninja there to help them out, said. Next, I think we should make plans to secure key locations, like major bridges for supplies and strategical areas like Taki. If the Waterfall village falls into the Akatsuki's control they will have a highly fortified base with only one real entrance, Tsunade suggested. A very good idea, but will Taki and some of the other nations agree to our help? Some of them can be rather stubborn, Oonoki said. Taki should comply. We have been allies with them since they sent Kakuzu to assassinate my grandfather. Although they do have some questions to answer about the way they treated and lied about the safety of their jinchuriki, Tsunade said. Are there any other issues that will need to be discussed here before we start to work out how to put our plans into action? I asked. I don't think so, but I have a warning of another threat, but I am not sure at the moment how dangerous he is. Kabuto Yakashi, from what I can gather he is no ally of the Akatsuki, but he is every bit as twisted as them. He injected himself with the cells of his former master Orochimaru and seems to be turning more and more like him every day. I have a team out hunting him at the moment, just in case he becomes a problem. Tsunade informed the group. He can be dealt with later, he is only one man after all, replied. One man? Madara Uchiha is one man. We may not know what Kabuto is up to, but I doubt he will not try to use this war to his advantage, Tsunade argued. Tsunade Haim might be right. The Akatsuki became this powerful and dangerous because they were ignored. We should not risk creating a bigger problem for ourselves, Mifune said. Well, I agree, but if Tsunade Dono already has a team looking for him we can wait for more information on his location and plans before we make a move, Oonoki said. The Kage and Mifune spent the next several hours discussing various battle plans and army strength. This soon led to Shikaku being elected as the head strategical advisor to the alliance. Unknown location. Sakura was brought into a dark room by a white Zetsu. Looking around the room she couldn't make out much apart from Madara sitting cross-legged in front of one of the creepiest statues she had ever seen. You wanted to see me? Sakura asked the Madara tentatively. Ah yes, I want to know if you have any information I don't already have on Konoha's military force, Madara answered. Well, I know a bit as I was the Hokage's apprentice, but I was only a chunin and more of a medic than a combative, but I can still hold my own against most ninja, Sakura said. Well, let's see, for starters who are the current Jonin commanders? And head of the Anbu departments, Madara said. I know that the 3 top-ranking ninja are Shikaku Nara, Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya of the Sannin. As for the Anbu departments, I know Aviki Morino is the head of the torture and interrogation. Sume Inuzuka is the head of the hunter ninja. But I am not sure of the heads of the other departments, Sakura said. Interesting, nothing I didn't know already, but you didn't lie and you are not hiding anything. So now let me ask, how does Naruto train? He is far stronger than any 16-year-old I have ever seen, and he has no Kekkei Genkai to help him, Madara asked. I am sorry, I don't know. Jiraiya trains Naruto in the home of the Toad Summons, and he has not given out any training secrets, Sakura replied. Very well, so far you have not been of much use, but we still have quite a lot to discuss, Madara said and signaled for her to sit down. This is going to be a long night, but once we are done I will know everything you do about Konoha, Madara said and continued his questioning. Konoha 1 week later. Naruto was still placing various security and privacy seals around the Uzumaki Namikaze clan compound. He was also busy placing several Uzumaki swirls around the building in areas he could remember them from the old clan house. There was a loud knock on the door and Naruto stopped working and went to see who it could be. Opening the door, Naruto came face to face with not only the remaining members of his graduating class, but also Jiraiya, Tsunade, Tazuna, Kakashi, and everyone else that helped out with the build along with their senseis. Hope you don't think we are going to let you get away without having a housewarming gaki, so we thought we would invite ourselves over to make sure you didn't forget, the Hokage said. Well, I was planning on doing something, but I guess now is as good of a time as any, Naruto said before inviting them in. Hey Yugi-chan, we have visitors, Naruto called out. Who is it? Yugito's voice called out from upstairs. Everyone, Naruto replied. 30 seconds later, Yugito was at the top of the stairs. Wow, you weren't kidding, but why are they here? She asked curiously. Well, simply put, this is our housewarming, Naruto said. And engagement party, Ino added loudly, followed by murmurs of agreement from the other guests. But we are not ready for a party, we don't have any food or anything, Yugito replied. What do you think, I would force a party on you and not plan for something like that? Tsunade asked. Well then, where is it then, Ba-chan, Naruto said skeptically. It's on the way, brat, I have quite a wide selection of food being delivered. In fact, the father and daughter of your favorite place are coming to supply all the ramen you want, along with a huge delivery from the best dengo place in the village. That is if Anko doesn't get to them first, Tsunade replied. Sure enough, moments later there was another knock on the door and Tucci and Ayame were there along with several delivery men with large boxes filled with dengo. Hey old man, Ayame-ne-chan. Come in, Naruto offered the two ramen cooks before creating several clones to accept the boxes from the delivery men. Wow, this is some place, Naruto-kun. I was not expecting something like this, Ayame said in awe of the blonde's new home. Yeah, it is almost exactly the same design as the Uzumaki compound in Uzu. The grounds here are bigger though for room to build new buildings and homes later on, Naruto explained. It's amazing, Tucci admitted. Thanks old man. Oh, by the way, you don't have to cook anything if you don't want. I can send a clone to go out and get something else. You are both more than welcome to join the party without having to work, Naruto assured the father and daughter. No, we offered to do this. Tsunade came to us and asked us if we wanted to come to the party and we said we would. Then we asked her if she had sorted out the catering and when she admitted she hadn't, we jumped at the idea, Tucci said. Really? Well, thanks for the help then. Here, I will show you to the kitchen, Naruto said and escorted the two ramen cooks through the lounge room and into a large kitchen that was the same size in Naruto's first apartment. This is bigger than our entire restaurant, Ayame said with a gasp. Well, it was designed for a big family, and I want this place to stand for hundreds of years long after I am gone, so I want my descendants to be comfortable, Naruto said. After leaving Ayame and Tucci in the kitchen, Naruto went out to join the party. The guests talked amongst each other casually, but Naruto felt that something was missing. I think we need some booze, but this is a new house, so keep it away from bushy brows. I have heard the stories about you when you have even a small amount of sake, Naruto said. That is a most unyouthful accusation, Naruto. And unfortunately entirely true, Lee said, lowering his head in shame. Naruto sent a clone to pick up a large quantity of alcohol. After all, Tsunade and Jiraiya were with them. It was the only way to be sure they had enough. After that it turned into a real party and everyone had a good time. Every so often Ayame would join them to talk to some of the people who would often come into the Ichiraku ramen, or simply bring out more of the noodles for everyone to enjoy. She even prepared some sushi for Yugito, knowing it was her favorite food. So Tsunade-sama, did you and the other Kage decide on where we would be living during this war? Yugito asked. Yeah, Dono has a place. There is an island that can be moved around so it can't be found unless you know where it is going to be, Tsunade said. Oh, I know that place. I was sent there as a little girl to learn how to use Nibi properly, but I never went through the complete training like Kirabai. It isn't really an island at all. In fact, it is a giant turtle, Yugito said. Giant turtle, that's awesome. Is it like some super boss summon or something? Naruto asked. No, it can't be. I have the turtle contract and the Turtle King is not much larger than I am, Guy said, overhearing the conversation. No, I think it is just really old, but all of the animals on the island are massive. and from what I can remember lots of them have really eccentric personalities, Yugito said. Wait, so you are telling me that we are going to spend the next, Kami knows how long alone on an island filled with giant animals that may or may not be eccentric? You know, I am liking this plan less and less the more I hear it, Naruto said. Oh, it won't be so bad, kid, Jiraiya said, walking over. Really? And why is that? Naruto asked. Because I'm going to be there the whole time along with you both, the elder sage said happily. Please don't make me go, Tsunade Bakken, look at me, I am begging you, Naruto pleaded, on his knees, thinking about the prospect of spending at least the next few months with Jiraiya, who had no bathhouses or brothels to keep him from attempting to perv on him and Yugito. Man up, Gaki, besides this is the best place for you to learn how to control Kyuubi's chakra. And you will need Jiraiya because he has the key. Also, the Raikage's brother will be able to help you as well, Tsunade informed him. I guess that doesn't sound too bad. Alright, I'm back in, but I swear to Kami, if you so much as accidentally catch a side glance of Yugi-chan when she is either having a shower or getting changed, let alone whenever we are together, you will be spending the rest of your life unable to process solid foods, Naruto warned. Jiraiya gulped and nodded in acceptance, mostly out of fear. The rest of the party went without incidences, and once the night got late and turned into the early morning, the party guests all started to leave at varying levels of intoxication. In the end, Jiraiya had to help Tsunade out of the house as she had drunken far more than anyone had predicted. Well, I am glad that's over, Naruto said.
So am I have wanted some alone time with you for the last 4 hours, Yugito purred in his ear.
Well, we haven't christened the new bed yet, I think tonight's the night, Naruto whispered back, a small smile on his face as he began to nibble on her ear. I think that is a great idea, Yugito said and grabbed Naruto's hand and began to lead him upstairs. Chapter 83, The Boat. Several days had passed since Naruto had his housewarming party and he was now preparing to leave Konoha with Yugito, Jiraiya, and Tenzo. Hey Yamato Tiku, how are we getting to this island anyway? Naruto asked. We are going to take a boat from the east of the Land of Fire up to the Land of Lightning, where we will be meeting up with the Hachibi Jinchuriki, and several ninja from Kumo. Apparently they know how to find the island, Tenzo replied. I don't really care how we get there, I just hope this place is going to be a nice place to live, Jiraiya added. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this place is about as close to luxury as my Obakuzen, but without the friendly company, Yugito said. Aw man, no research and no luxuries, this is going to be tough, Jiraiya moaned. On the plus side, we will have lots of time to train, Naruto said enthusiastically. I guess that is true, we will have a lot of work to do if you are ever going to control the Kyuubi, Jiraiya admitted. You know, for someone who can get close to a year's worth of training done in a day, you sure are enthusiastic about it, Tenzo said. Why not, it is the best chance we have to defeat that bastard Madara, Naruto said. I guess if something needs to be done, it is best to be enthusiastic about it, Tenzo agreed. The four ninja continued to talk amongst each other while they waited for Tsunade, who was going to tell them which port town they needed to head towards. Tsunade didn't want any security leaks, so she kept their destination a secret even from them until the last minute. The Hokage soon arrived at the gate, flanked by Shizune and Kakashi. Good, you are all here, your destination is in this envelope, good luck, and when the fighting does start, do not do anything reckless. Also, in the last meeting we made the decision that whenever you are called to a battle, you must leave either Yugito or the Raikage's brother behind. We don't want to risk the Akatsuki setting a trap to capture all three of you at once, should something go wrong, Tsunade informed the group. I guess I can agree with that. Team Jinchuriki is still going to kick some ass, the Akatsuki won't know what hit them, Naruto said confidently. I bet you will, but still don't go getting overconfident, you could end up like that slime of a traitorous Uchiha, Tsunade said. Which one? Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Does it matter? I don't think you would like to turn out like any of them, Tsunade replied. Yeah, you are right there. Don't worry about me, Ba-chan, I am nothing like those Uchiha teams, Naruto assured the Hokage. Well, I guess this is goodbye, the next time we see each other will most likely be on the battleground of war. So stay safe, Tsunade said, giving Naruto, Yugito and Jiraiya a hug and bonking the old pervert on the head when he pinched her ass. See ya, Ba-chan, don't go dying of old age while I'm going, Naruto said and took off at full speed before Tsunade could react. Naruto! Get back here, she yelled, ready to chase after her fellow blonde, but in the end just stopped at the gate and smiled. I'm going to miss that Gaki, she thought to herself before turning around to give a final farewell to the others. Goodbye, Tsunade-sama, I hope you never have to call us once in this war, Tenzo said. So do I. Oh, Yugito-chan, make sure Naruto pays for what he said just then. He won't be expecting you to get him for me, Tsunade said with a smirk. It would be my pleasure, Yugito replied. Poor kid, Tsunade can only beat him up, Yugito-chan can do much worse, Jiraiya said. What is worse than one of Tsunade-sama's beatings? Tenzo asked. She can withhold sex. It is truly a sad day for Naruto, Jiraiya said, tearing up a little. You're a hopeless case, you know that, don't you, Jiraiya-sama, Tenzo said. The way I see it, is everyone else has the problem, I'm the normal one, Jiraiya said. Keep telling yourself that, Jiraiya-sama, Tenzo replied. I will. Now come on, at the speed Naruto travels he will be halfway across the land of fire by now, Jiraiya said before taking off himself in the direction Naruto fled. But neither of you know where we are going, Tenzo yelled, but eventually just sighed in defeat and followed after them along with Yugito. Unknown location. Madara and Black Zetsu were walking through the gigantic skeleton of an animal towards a cave leading to their underground hideout. Do you think we can trust that girl? She only seems interested in Sasuke, Black Zetsu said. As long as Sasuke is here with us and helping our cause, she will be too. She didn't have much information on Konoha's military strength or their war procedures, but she wanted to help, I could tell. As long as she doesn't hold us back, I see no issue with keeping her around, Madara explained. If you say so. By the way, when do you plan to make your first move? Zetsu asked. Soon, but there are still several things I need to do. I have to pay an old ally a visit. She thinks she can escape from me and hide what is rightfully mine, Madara said. Hey, so you're going after Konan and the Rinnegan then? I guess with that brat of a Namikaze around, we will need it, Zetsu said. Yes, she needs to pay for her betrayal, Madara said darkly. She will probably be expecting you, Zetsu warned. I am sure of it, that doesn't mean she can stop me, Madara replied. Do you really think she will tell you where Pain's body is? Zetsu asked. No, she won't give it up without a fight, but I am prepared for that. There is still some things to do around here before I am ready to go collect the Rinnegan. But when the time comes, Konan will pay for what she has done, Madara stated confidently. Land of Fire. Naruto's team arrived at a large fishing village. So how do we know which boat is ours? Naruto asked. Well, the boat is being supplied by Kiri, so I guess we need to look for something with the symbol for the land of water, Yugito suggested. This is a major port of trading between villages. Even if the lands of fire and water have no alliances, there are still bound to be several trading boats from the land of water here, Tenzo said. Well then, what do you suggest? Yugito said. I think that it will be obvious which boat is ours when the time comes, Tenzo replied. You can say that again. Look, Naruto said and pointed to the far end of the dock. The others followed Naruto's line of sight until their eyes met a massive war boat with the land of water flag flying high. It was easily the biggest boat in the mariner and looked as if it was fully stocked and geared for war. A large crowd of civilians had gathered around to get a closer look at the massive vessel, and several teams of Kiri shinobi were waiting on the dock accompanied by Ao. Well, I think that is obviously our ride, Jiraiya said and took off in the direction of the large boat. I thought we were supposed to be traveling under the radar. This is far from under the radar, Yamato mumbled as he followed the older toad sage. Oh, don't complain, look on the plus side, this thing is big enough that we will all have enough room to move around on. Much better than having the four of us crammed onto one of these fishing boats, Naruto said. The four arrived at the boat and Ao gave a respectful bow as a greeting. It is good to see you have arrived on time. If we fall behind schedule, it may prove more difficult to locate the island, Ao said. Hey, I didn't expect to see you here. Ba-chan said it was just going to be the four of us, Killer Bee and some fresh Jinan from Kumo. Well, other than the sailors, Naruto admitted. We are only staying with the boat until we reach the land of lightning, then we have a reconnaissance mission to perform. There is still no sign of where the Akatsuki is hiding, so we are the team sent from Kiri to join in the search, Ao explained. Well, I wish you luck on your mission then. The longer it takes to find them, the more time Madara has to prepare, Naruto replied. Indeed, that is why everyone is trying their hardest to scout as much as possible, Ao stated. Ao, we need to leave, we can't afford to be late to pick up the Hachibi Jinchuriki and the escort from the land of lightning, Akiri Jonin said from the side of the boat looking down upon where Naruto and the others were still talking amongst themselves. Right, of course, I believe it would be a good idea to continue this conversation on the boat, Ao suggested, earning agreeing nods from the team traveling from Konoha. Not long after that, the boat was slowly backing its way out of the dock and turning around. Next stop, the land of lightning, one of the Kiri ninja called out as the boat turned and began to head north. Naruto and the others went below deck to find their rooms and were happy to find that they each had a comfortable sized room each. Naruto and Yugito were sharing, of course. Well, this is much more comfortable than the last time I rode on a boat. My trip out to Uzu just smelled like fish. Even if I wasn't staying for long, it was still a pain, Naruto said happily. Well, I am glad you are having fun. I don't like boats, I get seasick. I think it might be because Nibi is not only a cat but also a fire demon. Neither of those things mix well with water, Yugito pouted. Sorry Yugi-chan, I didn't know, Naruto said and went to comfort his fiancée who had started to look just slightly under the weather. I'll be fine, as long as I take it easy. I hope that we are not stuck on here long though, Yugito said, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. You should just rest up. Unfortunately I can't join you. I need to work on my skill with the Hirashin. It won't be good if we get stuck in a dangerous situation where I don't have enough time to activate my kunai at will. I still need to practice it, and this is the perfect opportunity, Naruto said, rubbing his fiancée's back to comfort her. Well then you better get to work. I will kill you again in the next life, if you get yourself captured by the Akatsuki, Yugito said. I'll keep that in mind, but I am more concerned about you. I could never forgive myself if I made a mistake and they took you. I would do whatever it takes to get you back, Naruto said, giving Yugito a short but passionate kiss. Then do it for both of us. Now get going so I can get some rest. Who knows, maybe if I fall asleep I will wake up when we get to the land of lightning, Yugito said optimistically. Alright, I will be back later to check on you. Sleep well, Yugi-chan, Naruto said before grabbing his kunai holder and leaving the room. Naruto walked onto the deck to find Jiraiya and Yamato talking happily with Ao about past experiences. Jiraiya-sensei, I was hoping you could help me work on the Hirashin while we are on this boat, Naruto asked as he approached. Hey, sure thing. I take it you are still trying to get the seals to activate at will? Jiraiya replied. Yeah, it is still taking me too long to make it useful in a fight, Naruto admitted. What are you talking about? I have seen you use the Hirashin jutsu while you were fighting those root members, Ao said. Yeah, that is the first part of the jutsu. To get to stage 2 I need to be able to activate the seals without actively throwing them or pushing chakra into them. My father could do it, that is why he was so dangerous in one-on-one melee combat. He could hide a marker on his opponent and simply warp to them to deliver his attack, Naruto said. Actually, before he died he was so proficient at it he could throw a kunai and activate the seal in mid-air before it was even placed anywhere, Jiraiya added. Amazing. I had heard the stories of the Yondaime Hokage, but I never had the pleasure of meeting him, although with the way all of the villages were at the time it would have probably meant my death, Ao admitted. So what do you have planned? How are you going to train? Jiraiya asked. Well, I was thinking of placing my sealed kunai around the boat and warping to them individually and timing how long it takes to travel to them all. Then simply try and beat the time when I try again, Naruto suggested. Sounds like a good idea to me. How many kunai do you have with you? Jiraiya asked. 30 in this holder, Naruto replied. And how long does it usually take to activate a seal if you don't actively throw it? Jiraiya continued. Depending on the distance, anywhere between 1 minute and 10. 1 for short distance, but if I want to travel over a long area 10 minutes is my average time. Well, let's place these kunai around the ship then, see how much faster we can get you. Hopefully your speed can double by the time we get to this island where they are hiding you, Jiraiya said. Naruto got to work and spent the next few hours attempting to improve his speed with the activation of his kunai. He did manage to get the average time down of the activation of each kunai down from 1 minute to around 45 seconds by the time he took a break. Man, this is tough, Naruto complained as he walked over to where Jiraiya was looking out over the sea. You just need more practice. It took Minato a long time to get proficient with that as well. You just need more practice in feeling out the seals. Once you get it down, it will become second nature to you, Jiraiya assured the blonde. Well, I hope I can get it soon. There is still so much I need to learn, Naruto complained. I think most ninja in the world would be thrilled to be as powerful as you are, and you just say you're not strong enough yet. That's your never give up attitude that I admire so much, Jiraiya said proudly. Thanks, sensei. I still have to ask B for his help in controlling the Kyuubi, then I want to learn some Kenjutsu, Naruto admitted. Kenjutsu? Why are you learning that? With your frog kumite you have a higher attack area and far more devastating than any blade, Jiraiya said. I know, but when I was fighting a large group of people, I found that my frog kumite couldn't be used to dispose of multiple enemies at the same time. Plus, if I use the Uzumaki sword that was made by one of the second last leaders of the Uzumaki clan and the Nidaime Hokage, the god of the sea, Kaijin, I will have a never-ending supply of water, Naruto said. Well, I guess that is a good idea. Well, I don't know much about Kenjutsu, so I can't help you much. Maybe try Ao, he is from Kiri after all, Jiraiya said. That's a good idea, thanks Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto replied and left in search of the elite Jonin from Kiri with the eye patch. Land of Lightning, several hours later. Killer B and A had just arrived at a fishing village, causing several groups of civilians to recognize A and Bo respectfully. Yo bro, you didn't have to come with me, this is my show, I won't be no absentee, be rapped as they walked into the center of town. How can I believe you when you run off the second you get a chance? I am going to make sure you get on this boat and go to Turtle Island, think of it as a vacation, I said. Sounds cool, it will be good to go back there, that's the truth, I ain't no fool, B replied. You will be joined on the island, as you know, by several teams of Jinan who are using this as a training exercise. As well as Yugito-chan, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Jiraiya of the Sannin, and a member of the Konoha Onbua informed his brother. 2 and 9, the jinchuriki are rolling together again. So sign me up on the dotted line because this trip sounds fine, B replied. I really wish you wouldn't rap so much, A said, shaking his head. I gotta be me, because I am all that is here, can't you see, B rapped in response. Look, just try and make sense when you talk. The boat from Kiri that will deliver you to the island Turtle should be here in just under an hour, so let's go find somewhere to wait, A suggested. Yo fool. That sounds cool. B rapped, causing A to just shake his head. The Reikage and the Hachibi Jinchuriki walked through the town until they came to the docks, where there were 4 teams of confused-looking Jinan with their senseis waiting for further instructions. Reikage-sama, B-sama, our teams are ready and prepared to depart, Akumo-Jonin said when A approached. Do they know what they will be doing while they are away on the island Turtle? A asked seriously. Yes, they are well aware of their role in scouting the island and looking for intruders, the Jonin replied. Excellent, have you made it clear to them that you will not be joining them and they are to be taking orders from the other ninja on the island, with Jiraiya Dono being the one in charge overall? A questioned. Well, not exactly. We informed them that they were going to be alone for this mission and there would be 3 Konoha ninja on the island and were not to be disturbed, the Jonin said. I see. Well, you should inform them that all of the Konoha ninja are their superiors and will take any orders they are given from them without question unless it contradicts another order. Also, I think you will find that it is 4 Konoha shinobi. Yugito Ni has been released to join Konoha to be with her fiancé, explained. What? But she is the Nibi Jinchuriki. Why would you allow that? The Jonin said. The Nibi is still owned by Kumo. As part of the agreement, when Yugito eventually passes on, the Nibi will be returned to Kumo. It is all part of our agreement, assured the Jonin. But to let one of our elite Jonin go, and to Konoha of all places, how have the council reacted? The Jonin said in disbelief. I haven't told the council yet, and if I can avoid it I want, to replied. I see, well, good luck dealing with them when they do find out, the Jonin said. It will be easier than dealing with her future husband, that's for sure, replied. With Naruto. No, that's wrong. I swear the youth of today has no discipline, Ao said crankily as he watched Naruto run through some kenjutsu kata with a wooden katana. I don't get it, what did I do wrong? I thought I was following the scroll perfectly? Naruto said, obviously confused. Your feet are wrong. They're too close together and your arms are stiff. This style is supposed to be fluid. I don't even know why I'm helping you. It's not like you need my help in a fight, Ao said. Because if we are going to be able to defeat Madara in this war, we are going to need all the help we can get. And by making me stronger, all of the army gets a stronger weapon they can call upon should they need to, Naruto explained. From what I saw you do to Danzo's route, I don't think we need to worry about that too much, Ao said. Madara is on a whole other level to Danzo and his emotionless root drones, Naruto said. That's true, but how much use will this be to you once you learn how to control your Baiju's chakra? Ao asked. I don't know, but I can tell you that the more things I can pull out, the less likely Madara is to have a counter to me, Naruto said. A wise and well-thought strategy, commendable for someone so young, Ao said. It was at that moment Jiraiya and Tenzo approached along with one of the sailors. We will be arriving to pick up the ninja from Kumo shortly, the sailor said. Very well, I have to go inform my men. I guess that will have to do for your kenjutsu training. Good luck in learning the more advanced katas, Ao said. Thanks, Ao, I hope you guys find where Madara is hiding soon, Naruto said happily. Several minutes later, the landmass that was the Land of Lightning, and shortly after that they had docked. Naruto saw that the Reikage was there and went to see if Yugito wanted to talk to him, but he found her asleep, so he left her, not wanting to disturb her. Walking back up to the deck, he found the group from Kumo already on board. Ah, Naruto, good to see you again, A said when he caught sight of the blonde. How's it going? Naruto said casually, which shocked the Kumo ninja, who had never expected anyone to talk to their Reikage in such a way. I was hoping to see Yugito as well so I could give you both my blessing to get married, but knowing her, she will be sleeping from seasickness, A said. Yeah, I don't think she likes boats too much, Naruto laughed. She hasn't changed. When she was a little girl sent to the Turtle Island to train, she cried for ages about going on the boat when she returned, chuckled. Yo. Mr. 9, Looking good, but then again with a girl like Little Miss 2 you would be rapt as he came over to say hello as well. Hey B, you look pretty good yourself. And isn't that Seimata? Where did you get that? Naruto said in awe of the large shark skin blade. Some creepy shark dude attacked me yo. But we crushed him with a double lariat, B said. Awesome, you took out Kisame, that saves us a major headache later on, Naruto said happily. Yeah, he was tough, sword dude here kept me from killing him several times, but we're cool now, B replied. Wait, are you saying Seimata is alive? Naruto questioned skeptically. He sure is, I guess he likes the taste of Hachibi's chakra and decided to join us yo, B said. Well, I have to leave, so you are not late to the island, good luck. Oh, and B, behave, A said before leaving to say a quick farewell to Jiraiya. Oh B, I wanted to ask if you would help me control Kyuubi's chakra? Naruto asked after he gave one final wave to Ao and the Raikage as the boat pulled out of the dock. I don't know Mr. 9, the Kyuubi is tough and will fight you back yo. Do you really think you can pull this off? B asked. I have to, my father wants me to do this, he said he believed in me, so I can't let him down. And I will do whatever it takes to stop Madara and keep all my friends, and most of all Yugito safe, Naruto said. You're determined but you won't succeed. You have too much hate yo. Be wrapped badly. What do you, I have too much hate, what do I need to do? Naruto asked. You need to defeat your negative emotions, if you want to stand a chance at control over your passenger, B said. Well, how do I do that? Naruto asked. I can't tell you, it wouldn't work if I did. It's something you need to discover for yourself. But I know of a place where you can confront your darker self. It's on the island we're going to be, said strangely seriously. Awesome, can you show me where it is when we get to the island? Naruto replied. Sure thing, yo. The Waterfall of Truth is the place we will need to go, B said. For the rest of the trip Naruto spent training either his Hirashin or Kenjutsu. B was able to help him slightly with Kenjutsu, but as Naruto was attempting a style that didn't involve large amounts of swords, his help was minimal. Eventually they could see it, a large island that looked like it had Konoha's Forest of Death covering it. Well, this must be where we will be staying. I bet Anko would love this place, Naruto said as he was staring at the ominous-looking island with skepticism of how homely this place would be during their stay. Chapter 84 Naruto vs. Naruto, The Falls of Truth. Naruto got off the boat while supporting a still sick Yugito. She was so happy to see land she almost cried. It's not that bad, Ms. 2, Mr. 9 was cool, that boat isn't cruel, be wrapped. Shut it, Kirabai, Yugito snapped angrily while she still clung to Naruto, trying not to be sick. She will be fine in a bit, B, she is just a little sick, that's all, Naruto said, apologizing for his fiancée. Well, you coming fool, you don't want to be late to take that fox to school, be wrapped. Can it wait? I want to find where we will be staying first and make sure Yugi-chan is feeling better before I get to work, Naruto said. Sure thing yo. Just come find me when you're ready to roll, be wrapped. And jumped off on his own into the forest. Hey Naruto, this is awesome, these Kumo Jinan have to do anything we tell them, they're like mini butlers, Jiraiya yelled from where he was having a single Jinan carry all of their bags. That poor kid. But then again he used to do the same thing to me and say it was training, but I could always make clones to help me, Naruto laughed internally. How you feeling, Yugi-chan? Any better yet? Naruto asked. Yeah, now I'm off the boat I feel a lot better, but I won't be myself again until I get something to eat, Yugito admitted. I don't think there are any restaurants around here and I have no idea if sensei brought any fish with the supplies. But I have an idea of how to get you some, Naruto said. Really, how? Yugito asked. Easy, just watch. Hey you Jinan squad, Naruto said, turning to where 3 Jinan were walking off the boat and looking around. Yes, Namikaze-sama? A small red-haired kunoichi said when they heard Naruto call them. First of all, it's Naruto, not Namikaze-sama. Secondly, I want you 3 to go catch some fish for Yugi-chan's dinner, can you do that? Naruto asked. Yes, right away Nami, Naruto the kunoichi said and gave a respectful bow before the team left in search of fish. Good kids, I bet one of them gets eaten, Naruto joked. That's not very nice, Naru-kun, Yugito said, stifling a giggle. I know. Anyway, let's go find where we are staying and unpack our stuff, Naruto suggested. Alright, will be good to find out how much this place has improved. I know Kirabai has a holiday home built here. He made friends with all the animals while he was training to control the Hachibi's chakra, Yugito said. What about you? Didn't you learn how to control Nibi here? Naruto asked. Well, I did, but it was nothing like what Kirabai had to do, or what you will have to do, Yugito said. Why not? Naruto asked. Well, because the Nibi is rather helpful and doesn't mind me using her power. So instead of attempting to forcibly take Nibi's power, she willingly lets me use it without too much difficulty apart from her trying to influence me to be rather perverted at times, Yugito explained. So basically because the fox is a bastard I will need to defeat it? Naruto asked. Yeah, I think that is what Kirabai had to do. But there was more to it than just that. I think he said if you are battling with your emotions, the Baijuu can use them to gain control, so you need to be at peace to even have a chance at winning, Yugito said. Yeah, he said something about confronting my darker emotions while I was on the boat, Naruto admitted. Sounds like you will be going to the Waterfall of Truth then, Yugito said. Yeah, but I have no idea what that means, Naruto admitted. Well, it's a waterfall, Yugito said. Yes, I can gather that much, Naruto said with a deadpan expression. And it shows people the truth, Yugito continued. Wow, that was about as useful as Gamatotsu if you don't have any snacks to feed him with, Naruto said. Well, the truth is I don't know how to explain it. Basically it shows someone's darker emotions that they try to reject and lets you confront them. I never did it, but Kirabai said there was a trick to winning, but if you knew what it was it would never work. I don't know what the hell that means, but that isn't difficult as you can never tell what that idiot is saying half the time, Yugito said. Oh come on Yugi-chan, he isn't that bad, Naruto said. You're right, he is a nice man and always wants to help people. But I just can't stand the rapping, I mean he isn't even good at it, Yugito said. Well, it makes him who he is and he likes it. Who are we to tell him any differently? It would be like me telling you not to purr when you're happy, Naruto said, causing Yugito to blush from the analogy. I thought you liked the way I purred, Yugito said, still embarrassed. I do, it is one of the things I love about you. I was just saying that it makes you. So instead of finding B annoying because he likes to rap, why not trying to accept it as something that makes him the unique person that he is, Naruto said. Yeah, you are right, I should probably say sorry to him for snapping back earlier as well, Yugito admitted. Yeah, but we can do that later. Hey, it looks like we are here, Naruto said eagerly. They arrived at the end of a path where several large buildings had been constructed. It looked like they were designed to be shared between 2 to 3 people, so Naruto and Yugito were quick to claim one of the 2 bedroom places as their own and were ready to fight off anyone who insisted they share on account of them only using one bedroom. While that thought had crossed the mind of several of the people who had traveled with them, nobody even considered attempting to take the room, knowing the kind of reception it would get from 2 jinchuriki who liked their privacy. In the end they were saved from being forced to share by Tenzo, who created an extra house with the aid of his Makuten abilities. Well, this isn't so bad. Reasonable sized rooms, lots of areas to explore and train. I think this will be alright once we get used to this place. Hey, it can't be any worse than having to deal with the giant bugs that Gamabunta eats at Myobakuzen, Naruto said. Hey, you haven't met the animals here yet. They're huge, not quite as big as Gamabunta and the other massive battle toads, but they are still gigantic, Yugito said. Awesome, I wonder if they're friendly? Naruto said in wonderment. Most of them are, but I think that is because of Kirabai. He made friends with them a long time ago, Yugito admitted. Awesome, I can't wait to meet them. Most of the animals in the Forest of Death stay away from me because of the QB, but if B has made friends with this lot they must be used to demonic chakra, Naruto said eagerly. You do know we are not exactly here on a vacation, Yugito lectured. I know, but that doesn't mean we can't have any fun, Naruto replied. I guess so. Anyway, shouldn't you go find Kirabai and ask him to take you to the Waterfall of Truth, Yugito said. Oh yeah. What are you going to do? Naruto asked. Oh, just relax and get over the seasickness, then maybe watch Jiraiya torment that Jinan. He is doing all of his chores, Yugito said, giggling when she heard Jiraiya order the very Jinan she was just talking about to sweep out his new house before preparing his dinner. Man, what a lazy sensei, Naruto sighed. Say what you like about him, but he has been here for less than an hour and he already has a butler, Yugito laughed. I don't think Jinan were supposed to be used like that, Naruto said. This is supposed to be a C-ranked mission, they are getting paid and Jiraiya-sama is just taking advantage of that, Yugito said. Well, if those 3 I sent to go fishing return, pick on out to clean out the spare bedroom so we can use it as a storage room, Naruto said. Well, now who is abusing the Jinan, Yugito said. It will be good for them. Anyway, I'm off to find B. I'll see you later, Yugi-chan, Naruto said and jumped out of the window after giving her a kiss. Doesn't he ever use the door to leave, Yugito sighed mentally. Who knows, kitten? But he is just getting stronger and stronger, isn't he? Maybe he has a chance to defeat that stuck-up fox, Nibi said. Oh hello Nibi, you have been quiet for a while, Yugito replied. I've been busy, Nibi replied. Busy? You live alone inside my body, what could you possibly have to do? Yugito thought back. Oh this and that, Nibi said. You were planning something perverted, aren't you? Yugito accused. Me? Never, when have I ever attempted to do anything in the slightest bit perverted, Nibi said in mock hurt. Well, for starters, there was that time when I was 12 and you told how to masturbate, claiming it was a cure for a headache. Then when I was 13, just before I met Naru-kun, you told me that I should sleep with Amoe because he gave me one of his suckers. Then there was the time that, Yugito said, but she was cut off. Okay, I get the picture. But I am not doing anything perverted this time, Nibi said. I don't believe you, what are you doing? Yugito ordered. Fine, I will tell you, I was trying to find a way to influence your hormones so you would want to have little kittens with your mate, Nibi admitted. Damn it, Nibi, don't do that. For one, I am not ready. Secondly, we are about to go to war, not the best time to need maternity leave. And finally, what if one of us gets captured? There is no way I'm going to risk my child growing up alone like Naru-kun and I, Yugito said. Alright, you win, but this isn't over, I want to see tiny little blondes running around eventually. Nibi said. So do I, but not now. I swear you are a pain sometimes, Yugito moaned. With Naruto. Naruto had found B in his holiday home, which was much larger than the places that Naruto and the others were staying in. The pair of jinchuriki, along with Yamato, were now walking towards the Waterfall of Truth. So when I get there, what do I have to do? Naruto asked. It's simple, yo. You just sit down in front of the water and go with the flow. Be wrapped. Wow, that does sound simple, are you sure that's all there is to it? Kenzo asked. Yeah, it ain't the hard part, defeating his darker self, that's just the start, B replied. Defeating his darker self? What does that mean? Tenzo continued. It means I need to confront my darker emotions at this Waterfall of Truth. At least that's what I think it means, Naruto answered. Mr. 9, if right, just goes to show that he's real bright. So we will need to watch him try and sit tight, B added. Right, I think I get it. So Naruto fights against his darker side at this Waterfall of Truth and he needs to win in order to be able to control the Kyuubi, Tenzo said. That's it, if he isn't in control of his darker side, the fight with the fox will go to shit, B said. They arrived at a large clearing with a massive waterfall at one side. In with a large pool surrounding a small platform in the center. Is this it? Naruto asked. It is, yo. Sit down in the center and enjoy the show, B said. Oh, alright, Naruto said, and he slowly walked across the water and sat down cross-legged in the center of the platform surrounded by water. Now what? Naruto called out. Just close your eyes and meditate on the final prize, B called back. So I guess I just sit here and meditate then, should be easy enough, Naruto thought as he closed his eyes and began meditating. Nothing happened for a moment until Naruto felt something moving in front of him and opened his eyes. There, gazing straight at Naruto, was another Naruto. What the, who are you? I didn't make any clones, Naruto said. I'm you, I'm the part of you that you keep locked away and ignore, I am your darker emotions, the other Naruto said. So basically you are my darker side, Naruto said as he looked at the copy of himself. To Naruto, this dark version of himself seemed to be a little off, his voice was colder and his eyes were not the same shade of blue. Why do you let people push us around? You are strong enough to easily take care of ourselves without their help, hiding you away on this island while everyone else will be dying. And the villagers in Konoha, they hate you while you were a child only to treat you like some lord above when they find out who your father was. What pests? So yes, I am you, I'm the real you that lives at the bottom of your heart, the Yami, Naruto said darkly. The true me? From what you have just said, I am nothing like you. Naruto replied sharply. The Falls of Truth, that's what they call this place, right? To think it could bring me to the surface like this, I think I like it here, Yami, Naruto said. So you're my dark emotions that the Kyuubi uses to attempt to gain control over me, my hatred and anger, Naruto said. Among other things, but in essence you are correct. I am the real you and you will not be able to get rid of me, the dark Naruto replied. In a flash, the Yami Naruto shot across the clearing over the water and went to deliver a punch to Naruto's face. He saw it coming, however, and blocked it in the nick of time before attempting his own punch that was also blocked. The pair stood together trying to overpower the other, but neither was budging an inch. Suddenly at the same time both Narutos went to kick out the other's legs and once again both failed in the attempt, but they did break their struggle. Shit, he really is just as strong as me. If it keeps up like this I will be fighting him forever, Naruto thought as he glared across at his other self. You can never defeat me, it's impossible. The Yami Naruto taunted. Well, we are matched evenly in speed and strength, but I wonder what he will do against superior numbers, Naruto thought before creating a small army of clones. The dark Naruto didn't seem to bat an eye and created an exact equal amount of clones. Don't tell me you thought that old trick would work on me, This is useless, I am the real you, and you will never get rid of me. The dark Naruto said before charging again. Once more they seemed to move like a mirror, every move was countered perfectly and neither could get the upper hand. Then it looks like I will just have to take this up a notch, the real Naruto said as he removed several kunai from his pouch. But he was stunned when his darker self also took out a set of 3-pronged kunai. Damn it, does this guy not only know all my moves but have all of my equipment as well? Naruto said as they both threw several kunai only for them to clash in mid-air and they both warped at the same time, ending in yet another stalemate. With B and Yamato. The Kumo Jinchuriki and Konoha Anbu captain were standing simply watching as Naruto sat alone in the center of the waterfall's clearing. He hasn't moved in ages, what's going on? Yamato asked. He is confronting the darkness inside himself, B replied. How do you think he will do? Kenzo asked. Mr. 9 is super strong, but Yami 9 can do no wrong. It will end in a draw, it always does until he discovers the secret, be wrapped. What's the secret? Kenzo queried. If I told you it wouldn't be a secret, and I don't know if you were able to keep it. Plus he needs to discover this for himself, it is the only way that it will work, be wrapped. Within Naruto's mind. Naruto and his darker self were currently clashing Rasengans and were yet again evenly matched in every way. Eventually their jutsu ended and the pair were sent flying in opposite directions across the clearing. Damn, I don't get this, wait, there is supposed to be a trick to this, but what? Naruto thought as he was breathing heavily from exhaustion. Do you understand that you can never defeat me? I am you, and I always will be. The Yami Naruto said, before charging forward. He's right, I can't win in a fight against him, we are perfectly matched and it ends in a draw every time. He is supposed to be my darker emotions, then how am I supposed to get rid of them? I mean, aren't they just emotions? I can't get rid of them simply by fighting them, in fact they are a part of what makes me, me. Huh, that's it, I don't need to defeat him at all. Naruto thought triumphantly, while dodging several strikes from Yami Naruto. You're right, we have the same moves. So there is no way I will be able to overpower you, Naruto said, flipping back away from his darker self. The Yami Naruto stopped and a smirk began to appear on his face. I know you better than anyone, you won't be able to chase me out of here either, I live here, in your mind, the dark Naruto said. I know, you're absolutely correct, but if that is true then you should already know how I'm going to defeat you, Naruto said. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense, his darker half responded. You know what I just thought of a second ago, Naruto continued. No I don't, what are you saying? The Yami Naruto snapped. Well, whatever this place is, it reflects what is inside my heart, right? So if I focus on an image it will show up, Naruto said and began thinking hard. Behind him appeared a smiling crowd that was cheering for him and yelling their appreciation for saving their village after the attack of pain. Who the fuck cares about those people? You have just been blinded by the fact that they think of you as some grand hero now, or that they kiss your ass because of your father. They are the ones who hurt and tortured you, deceived us both for years. They turned you into a scapegoat, and an outcast. It still hurts, right? It was torture, wasn't it? Can't you see that I am the only one who really understands? You can't trust them, they will turn on you again the moment it suits them. The dark Naruto yelled. You might be right, but I need to have faith in myself, just like my father has in me. I need to have faith that I am the man who they will believe in, and faith that I can protect them and everyone else that is precious to me, Naruto said. Yami Naruto fell onto his knees trying to make sense of what Naruto was saying. Why? They have hurt us so much. So what does that make me? Just another obstacle for you to defeat, like Pain or Madara. Naruto's darker half yelled in agony. I have only grown as strong as I have because of your help. You may even be the reason I am here now. I wanted to force the villagers to respect me, that's why I initially wanted to become Hokage. I saw it as the ultimate revenge, force them to look up to me as the strongest ninja in the village. But that changed, Naruto said kindly. Then what am I supposed to do now? Yami Naruto roared and charged forward ready to strike. Naruto didn't move from his spot and just opened his arms as if to accept the punch that was fast approaching. I think you know, you become like me. Because you are me. I owe you so much, but I need to move on now, Naruto said, and he pulled his darker self into a hug, effectively stopping the incoming strike. Slowly, very slowly, Naruto's darker self began to fade away, leaving Naruto standing alone. Real world. Kenzo and B were still watching in interest when Naruto let out a sigh. Is it over? What happened? Kenzo asked. Yeah, it's done, Naruto said, turning around with a huge smile on his face. So you did it? That's amazing, Tenzo said. Yeah, he was tough, we were perfectly matched in every way, he even had the same tools that I use. In the end I realized I didn't have to fight him, Naruto said triumphantly. It's too early to celebrate, Motherfucker. Now you need to learn to control the Kyuubi. So starting today I will be your teacher, so get that into your head or you will wind up dead. Be wrapped. Alright, so what do we have to do now? Naruto asked eagerly. I think that will be all for today, but tomorrow morning we will confront the Kyuubi, said. Well then, I guess I better get a good night's sleep. If I have to fight that overgrown fuzzball I'm going to need it, Naruto said. After that the group walked back to the small area that had been set up for them to live while they stayed on the island, Naruto giving a recap of his encounter with his darker self while they walked. Chapter 85, Kushina and Kyuubi, Part 1. Naruto walked back to his temporary home with a massive smile on his face. His achievement at the Waterfall of Truth had given him the chance to gain complete control over Kyuubi's chakra. Hey Yugi-chan, I did it. I beat my darker emotions, Naruto yelled loudly when he re-entered his small house. That's amazing, Naru-kun, I knew you could do it, Yugito said happily, sticking her head out from the kitchen. So did that Jinan team return? Naruto asked casually. They sure did. The fish they caught was massive as well, but apparently they were chased by a massive bear on the way back. The guardian of the island Motoi had to save them, Yugito giggled. Aw man, I wanna see a massive bear, Naruto pouted. Then just go for a walk, the animals are bound to come find you. They can sense demonic chakra and think that it is Kirabai, Yugito replied. Think I might do it later, I have to get ready to face the Kyuubi tomorrow, Naruto said. You're going to fight it? Yugito asked, even though she knew he would have to subdue the Kyuubi and she had heard stories of B's fight with the Hachibi. She couldn't help but be scared for her fiancé. Yeah, I don't know how it's supposed to work, but B will be able to explain when the time comes, Naruto said confidently. Do you really think you can do it? Yugito asked. I need to try. I mean, I know the Kyuubi is the most powerful of all the Baijuu, but I can't let that stop me. I have to believe in myself, Naruto replied. Well, if anyone can do it, I have no doubt it will be you, Yugito responded. Thanks Yugi-chan, I'm glad you believe in me, Naruto said. It's nothing, Naru-kun, after everything I have seen you do, I have no doubt you will be able to do this, Yugito said. That night Naruto went to bed early and slept well. He wanted to do anything he could to give him the best chance possible to defeat the Kyuubi. Early the next morning there was a loud knock on the door. Naruto, who was still in bed, tried his best to ignore it, but unfortunately they wouldn't go away. Come on motherfucker, this ain't no time to sleep, you gotta Baijuu to subdue, came the unmistakable yell of Killer B from outside. I'm going to kill him, it is so early in the morning, he should know I like to sleep in, Yugito fumed as she stirred in Naruto's arms. I know, but he is right, the quicker I get this out of the way the sooner I can begin practicing with its chakra and the sooner we will be able to join in with the war, Naruto said. I don't care, I wanted to sleep in. Yugito seethed. Yo. You better not be getting your end wet, we go, so let's roll, be called out again. That had been enough for Yugito and she removed herself from Naruto's arms, threw on one of his shirts and stalked off towards the front door. Damn it Kirabai, it is early, I don't care if the damn Kyuubi was here right now destroying everything. If you wake us up and start yelling things like that again, I swear to Kami, I will make you pay, Yugito yelled from outside while Naruto slowly rolled out of bed and made his way to the shower. They can work this out between them, they don't need me getting involved, Naruto thought as he heard B try to apologize only to be cut off by the sound of a katanjutsu. Well, if her warning didn't work in preventing him from doing this again, I am sure that will, he thought as he entered the shower thinking about some of Yugito's more formidable katanjutsus. Half an hour later Naruto was ready to go and went out to meet Killer B with Yugito. There waiting with him was Jiraiya and Yamato. Well, shall we do this? Naruto asked as he approached. Sure thing yo. But we can't do it here, so we gotta go, be wrapped. Why can't we do it here? Kenzo asked. Because, if the Kyuubi gets free it will destroy everything in its path. You are going to need to go into the Sealing Shrine, Yugito said. Huh, what's that? Jiraiya asked. It is a special area designed so that a jinchuriki can attempt to battle with his Baijuu. It is designed so that should the jinchuriki fail and the Baijuu escapes, the temple can be sealed, trapping the Baijuu, Yugito explained. Ms. 2 is right, the temple is back at the Falls of Truth, kept out of sight. Be wrapped. Well then what are we waiting for? I say we get this over with so we can continue the training, Jiraiya said. Well, what are we waiting for? Standing around is a real bore, B said. You coming, Yugi-chan, or you going to stay here? Naruto asked as the rest of the group took off and Naruto noticed that Yugito had yet to move. Nah, I think I will stay here. I never liked that place, it gave me the creeps as a small girl, Yugito said. Ha, oh alright, have fun. I will tell you all about it when I get back, it's a promise, Naruto said confidently. Naruto quickly ran back to give Yugito one last kiss before following after B and the others on their way back to the Falls of Truth. Arriving at the falls, they all stood around looking at the area where Naruto confronted his inner self. So where is this sealing chamber? Kenzo asked once they had all arrived. It's behind the waterfall, let's go, no time to stall, be rapped before jumping forward right through the waterfall. Well, I guess we should follow him then, Naruto said and tentatively poked his head through the waterfall. The chamber Naruto found himself in was massive, it was like they had built a village inside the island turtle. On the walls there were carvings and depictions of the Baijuu, mostly the Hachibi, who were sealed in this place. Holy shit, this place is massive, Naruto yelled in awe and shock. This is where you will be fighting the Kyuubi, said. Following after Naruto to appear was Tenzo and soon after that Jiraiya. Wow, this place is amazing, Tenzo said looking around. Yeah, you can say that again, but look at those statues, they must be really valuable if nobody has ever repaired them, Jiraiya added. Nah, those statues were made headless, B said. What? Why? Naruto asked. This is an old sacred place where the jinchuriki of Kumo go through a purification ceremony. There is a statue up ahead that will lead you to a chamber that will allow you to talk to the Kyuubi, but only the chosen can enter, yo. Only the pure of heart can go in. No darkness in your heart, that was the catch, be rapped. Well, I guess that explains why I had to confront my inner darkness, Naruto said. Even a little bit of evil and the door shuts tight, while your head's still inside, and then bam, good night. Those headless statues are the previous jinchuriki, alright, be continued. This sounds too risky, try it with a clone, Naruto Yamato suggested. You can't do that, this place is sacred, little tricks like that won't work here, be replied. Oh well, here goes, Naruto said as he casually walked up to the statue, trying to suppress any fear he may have of ending up headless. Gah! Naruto screamed with his head still inside the mouth of the statue. Oh Kami, Naruto! Jiraiya and Tenzo yelled and ran forward in an attempt to pull Naruto out. They eventually were able to get Naruto from the statue just as his cries of pain turned into hysterical laughter. I couldn't help myself, sorry guys. There was just a button inside the mouth, Naruto chuckled. Man, when I came here I did the exact same joke. And I was only playing, those statues are just broke. Be rapped. This is supposed to be some sacred temple, damn it, you jinchuriki are more trouble than you are worth, Tenzo said, visibly distressed from the antics of both Naruto and B. Jiraiya on the other hand could see the funny side. Suddenly a door opened to the side of where they were standing. This must be it, Jiraiya said, all joking gone. They all walked into the room, which seemed to be nothing but an open white space. Okay, now sit and listen to my rhyme, cause it's teaching time. Right, so Naruto, what kind of seal they got holding your Baijuu in? B asked. Well, it's a 4-element seal, Naruto said, not going into details, because that could take most of the day. A 4-element. That's high quality work. Stronger than my iron armor seal. So do you have the key? B questioned. I have it, right here. Come out, Geratora, Jiraiya said, and shooting from his mouth was the large scroll toad. Jiraiya, why have you called me? Geratora asked. Your key is a toad? Man, what a load. Be rapped. We need to open Naruto's seal, Jiraiya said. You what? But that's crazy, Geratora said. If you want to control your Baijuu you gotta get a little crazy, sucker, B replied. So shall we get to it then? Jiraiya asked. You need to give the key to Naruto Fist, so he can take on the Kyuubi at its worst, B said. I don't know, you want to keep the key right next to the seal? Are you sure that's wise? Geratora asked. Wise or not, that's where it needs to be, B said. Very well, but don't come crying to me when that thing escapes and kills us all, the large toad replied before unfolding itself. Naruto, you need to place your hand on this part of the scroll to become the owner of the key, Jiraiya said, pointing out a small square off to the side of the scroll. I know how a seal key works, I am a seal master as well, you know, Naruto said before placing his hand on the seal. Good job, now open up, Geratora ordered. What do you mean? Oh, Naruto couldn't finish his sentence. The large sealing toad had jumped up and was trying to wriggle his way inside, much to the amusement of the other shinobi that were watching. It was this scene that Yugito walked in on. Oh, that is just disgusting, Yugito said as the toad finally made its way inside the blonde. Well, how do you think I feel? I just had a toad go down my throat, not the most pleasurable experience I can think of, Naruto choked out when he finally felt able to speak. Yo! Yugito, you showed up, be rapped. Yeah, I wanted to be here to support, Naru-kun. But I needed a nap first. After seeing that thing with the toad, I am glad I did sleep in the Nibi Jinchuriki replied. Well, I'm glad you're here, we are just about to get started, Naruto said happily. Then what are you waiting for? Get in there and enter your seal. Go teach that damn fox whose boss Yugito ordered with a smile. Yes mom, Naruto replied and sat in the center of the room cross-legged. Mindscape. Naruto awoke in the familiar sewer that was his seal. Well, let's get this done. I don't know how I am supposed to beat this damn fox, but I will find a way. I have come too far to fail here, Naruto thought as he walked towards where he knew the cage that held the Kyuubi was located. Hello Kyuubi, it's good to see you are looking as evil as ever, Naruto said casually as he approached the cage. Naruto. You? Where is the real you? I can't sense him. Kyuubi replied. I am the real me, I defeated my darker self, Naruto replied casually. You conquered your inner hate, but it's too soon to relax, the Kyuubi is a mass of hatred taken to the max. Came the voice of B in Naruto's head. Don't worry B, I'm focused, Naruto thought back. Naruto then jumped up and ripped off the paper seal over the area for the key. What are you trying to do, stupid boy? Kyuubi asked, his rage had subsided and been replaced with curiosity. Watch and learn, Naruto answered confidently. Naruto then lifted up his shirt to reveal the seal, and a seal that represented the key appeared on his free hand. Soon after that, Naruto moved his hand over the seal and the cage began to open. The second the seal completely unlocked, a massive claw of the Kyuubi shot forward, forcing the gate open and knocking Naruto back. Gah, I'm free, Kyuubi roared as he slowly made his way out of his cage. Yo, B. Little help? Naruto thought, hoping B would hear him. You can't just trap its chakra with yours, if we tried that we would be dopes. If we pull its chakra out of its body, we'll have the fox on the ropes. Trap its chakra with your own and rip it out, B answered. Then out of nowhere a large octopus tentacle shot forward from nowhere and wrapped around the Kyuubi. At the same time a spiritual version of Naruto appeared to grow from the side of Naruto. I came to lend you a hand, but inside your soul I can't use my full powers, it's so sad. B wrapped as Kyuubi easily tore the tentacles of the Hachibi off of itself. Damn, he's strong. Oh well, looks like I'm going to have to pull out all of the stops to finish this, Naruto said. Oh yeah, and one more thing. He will try and pull your chakra out at the same time as you are attempting to remove his. If this happens, you go down to 0 chakra, and you know what that means, you will die and the Kyuubi will be free. B warned, this time oddly without a rap. You joined forces with the Hachibi. And you have the gall to call yourself a jinchuriki, you should be ashamed, Kyuubi roared and began to form a Baiju Dama. Naruto drew out some kunai in anticipation for the attack as Kyuubi swallowed the large mass of chakra. The attack was massive, but Naruto managed to warp away from the blast, much to the fury of Kyuubi. You think you can escape me forever, Naruto? The large fox roared. Not exactly, but if your aim is that bad it shouldn't be too difficult, Naruto taunted in reply as he entered sage mode. Why you? I will tear you to shreds, Kyuubi replied. Well, that is going to have to wait, it's my turn now, Naruto called out. The blonde jumped high into the air above Kyuubi and began creating a massive Rasengan. Sage art. Cho-Odama Rasengan, Naruto yelled before attempting to crush Kyuubi with the gargantuan Rasengan. Kyuubi was fast though, and he blocked the strike with his tails before blowing Naruto away again. You know you're pretty fast for an overgrown plushy toy, Naruto said, getting to his feet. You really think you can win? Kyuubi said, striking at Naruto only for him to quickly jump out of the way and send a kunai at the fox's tails before warping to them, and with great effort Naruto picked Kyuubi up and hurled him away. I wouldn't have taken the seal off if I didn't. But do you really think you can beat me? Naruto asked. I will crush you, Kyuubi roared, glaring at Naruto. What are you looking at me for? I'm just a clone, the Naruto who just tossed Kyuubi away said before puffing out of existence. Phew-uten, Rasen Shuriken. Came the roar of the real Naruto from up above Kyuubi, who this time didn't have the speed to block the attack while he was on his back. Now's my chance, your chakra is mine, Naruto roared and began to pull a spectral form of the fox from its body. Kyuubi used this chance to send his will along with the chakra to gain control over Naruto. Real world. Naruto, don't lose motherfucker. Shit, this could be bad. If we lose him this will be sad, B said. What's wrong? Yamato asked. Kyuubi is trying to weaken Naruto's will by reminding him of his hatred and pain, B said. It was at that moment Naruto's left eye changed and went red and slitted like the Kyuubi's. Then over half of his body the chakra cloak began to form. Mindscape. That's right, Naruto, you don't have what it takes to control me, give up. Kyuubi taunted. No. Fuck you, Fox, I will not let you take my body, Naruto yelled, opening his eyes and attempting to fight back. That's my boy, but I think you might need some help, came a voice from behind Naruto. It wasn't a voice he could recall, but it sounded warm and kind, and somehow familiar. Naruto turned around and found himself in an entirely different area, no longer connected with the Kyuubi. Standing before him was a beautiful woman with long red hair and purple eyes. Wearing a long dress that went just below her knees. What the? Who are you and why are you inside my seal? Naruto said. Well, you are a clever boy, so why don't you figure it out, Naruto, the woman said. Well, let's see, long blood red hair, and purple eyes. An Uzumaki. But that means that you're, Naruto said as his eyes began to widen in realization. That's right, Naruto-kun, I'm your mother, she said kindly. How do I know you're not just another trick from that damn fox trying to weaken me, Naruto said. Kushina burst out laughing at this suggestion, but that didn't seem to help her position. Well, that's certainly no woman's laugh, you are just some trick, Naruto yelled. Like no, Kushina yelled, smacking Naruto on the head as hard as she could. What was that for? Naruto said, rubbing his head. Sorry, I got a little worked up, Kushina said, rubbing the back of her neck in embarrassment. Part of it was that she had not managed to hurt Naruto despite hitting him quite hard. You can say that again, that hurt. Naruto complained. I've been hot-tempered since the day I was born, and talking like that when I get excited. I try not to say it, but sometimes my mouth bypasses my brain. What about you? I always hoped you wouldn't end up saying silly nonsense words like I do when worked up, Kushina said. Huh? Then you really are? Mom? Naruto stammered as tears started to form in his eyes. Minato-kun didn't tell you anything, did he? I guess he was leaving the parenting up to me. Yes, Kushina said, but couldn't finish her last word as she was engulfed in a strong bear-like hug. I've always wanted to meet you, to know what you were like, Naruto sobbed into her shoulder. You really are my son, she said softly and kindly as she returned the hug. There are so many things I want to talk to you about, so many things that have happened to me and so many things still to do, Naruto said eagerly, not knowing where to start. That's great, but what do you say we deal with Kyuubi first? Come on, let's do this together. I always had a way of dealing with the fox, Kushina said. Outside of his mind, back where he was facing, the Kyuubi chains shot out from Naruto's body and removed the Kyuubi's influence on the blonde. Minato used some of my chakra to form the seal so that I could help you take control of the Kyuubi one day. We wanted to help you in any way we could, Kushina said. So he placed both of your chakra inside the seal. It makes sense as to why he used this particular seal now. From my studies, there were several seals that he could have used that didn't require him to give up his life, but he used this one so he could have me meet both of you when I needed you the most, Naruto said. Yes, that is what he said. I tried to stop him from using the dead demon summoning seal along with the 8 trigram style 4-element seal. But he told me a lifetime with a father would never be as good as even a moment with me. He was such a fool, Kushina said with a small smile. Well, I'm so glad that I got to meet you, and you have that beautiful red Uzumaki hair, Naruto said. You are only the second person to ever compliment my hair, Kushina said. Dad was the first, I take it, Naruto said with a knowing smile. Yes, he was. There is something special I tell to the people who compliment my hair, Kushina informed her son. What is that? Naruto asked. I love you, she said and gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek. Well, I'm glad Sensei never found out about that, Naruto joked. Yes, well, Jiraiya was always a special case. He could be both the kindest man I knew and the person I hated most, Kushina said with a smile. I think he gets that a lot. It's such a shame he is such a pervert, Naruto joked. I know what you mean. By the way, I didn't think that there were any more Uzumaki left. I thought I was the only one who survived the massacre during the Third Shinobi War. When did you meet an Uzumaki? Kushina said, shocked. Well, we didn't get off to the best of starts, not with him almost killing Jiraiya and destroying most of Konoha, but in the end he turned out to be a good person who had just lost his way, Naruto said. To think there was still members of the Uzumaki clan alive. What happened to him? Kushina asked. He died. It was kinda sad, but he brought everyone that he killed back to life, so his death wasn't in pointless, Naruto said. Brought everyone he killed back to life? How did he do that? Kushina asked. He had the Rinnegan. The things he could do were amazing, Naruto said. The Rinnegan? I thought that was just a superstition, Kushina said. No, it's not. I guess it's not surprising they didn't tell you because you were leaving the clan to go to Konoha, but the Rinnegan is the Uzumaki clan's Kage Genkai. It is just almost impossible to awaken, Naruto said. Really? That's amazing. To think it has been kept a secret for so long, Kushina said. Yeah, I found out by accident. I went to Uzu to have a look around and stumbled upon the old Uzumaki clan diary that was given to the leaders of the clan, Naruto explained. Oh, I remember seeing grandfather writing in that, Kushina said. Yeah, well, it's mine now. The book chose me as the next clan head, as I am the last Uzumaki from the main branch, Naruto said. So apart from discovering secrets that have been kept hidden for hundreds of generations, what else was in the old ruins of Uzu? I wanted to go there but never had the chance, Kushina asked. There was a library filled with jutsu and seal designs. Also there was an armory and a treasury full of gold, Naruto explained. Amazing, I never would have thought that Iwa would leave something like that alone, Kushina said in awe. They couldn't get in, you need to be an Uzumaki to enter the vault. Hey mom, I have a question, Naruto said. Yes, what is it? Kushina replied. Well, I was wondering, how you and dad fell in love. Naruto asked. That's like totally embarrassing, Kushina said, going red and rubbing the back of her neck. You said like again, Naruto chuckled. Shut up, I needed to change the subject, Kushina replied. You did it again, Naruto said, breaking out in laughter. Alright, fine, I will tell you about how I fell in love with Minato-kun, Kushina said. Chapter 86, Kushina and Kyuubi, Part 2. Naruto was waiting for his mother to begin the story of how she met and fell in love with Minato. He was slowly growing impatient when she finally began to speak. I moved to Konoha when I was still very young, Minato and I were still just kids. The first time I saw your father, I thought he looked like a flaky girly boy, not someone who I would take as a serious ninja at all, Kushina said. You're kidding, right? Naruto asked. No, I'm not, but what did I know? I was a young girl who didn't know anything about boys or about being a ninja at all for that matter, Kushina answered. Well, I guess he proved you wrong in the end, huh? Naruto said with a smile. Indeed he did. Anyway, to continue with the story. Since I was the new kid, I wanted to make an impression on my first day of the academy. I wanted everyone to remember me. So when they asked me what my dream for the future was, I yelled, I'm going to be the first female Hokage. Kushina said, letting out a loud laugh at the memory. Hey, rock on, mom. Sounds just like me, Naruto said. Really, what did you say? Kushina asked. I said I was going to be the greatest ninja this village has ever seen and be better than all of the previous Hokages, and that then everyone would have to acknowledge me, Naruto said enthusiastically. Well, you certainly take after me, Kushina said lovingly. Anyway, as you may have guessed, the people in the class didn't like the new kid who wasn't even from their village talking about becoming Hokage, and the boys started making fun of me all the time. They called me Tomato, Kushina said. Tomato? Sure, you have red hair, but you certainly don't look like a tomato to me, Naruto said. Well, I did back then. I had a very round face and with my fiery red hair. Well, even I had to admit that I looked like one. And it infuriated me. The redhead said, still laughing slightly at the memory. So did dad stand up to the bullies for you? Naruto asked. Nope, he may not have been involved, but he didn't attempt to stop them at all. In the end I went after those boys who made fun of me, and in the end the tomato squashed them. After seeing all that wild red hair whipping around while I beat them half to death, I got a new nickname. The Bloody Habanero, Kushina said with a small smile that reminded Naruto of Anko before she hurt someone. I think I can finally understand why Shikamaru is so scared of his mom. They can be scary, Naruto said with a gulp. He quickly recovered, however. So what did dad say when they asked him what his dream for the future was? He asked. Minato said that he wanted to have everyone in the village acknowledge him and to become a great Hokage, Kushina said. To have everyone acknowledge him, huh? So it seems like I inherited a mixture of both of your dreams for the future, Naruto added. When I heard what Minato said, I thought that a goofy-looking flake like him could never become the Hokage. There was absolutely no way it would be possible. But as I said earlier, what did I know? I was young. I looked down my nose at Minato. That was until a certain incident, Kushina said. Incident? What happened? Naruto questioned. I've always hated my red hair. Until one day, thanks to Minato, I came to like it. My chakra is a bit special, you see. And the hidden cloud wanted it badly enough to kidnap me, Kushina said. Kumo-ha, Naruto said. You don't seem too shocked to hear that they tried to kidnap me? Kushina said, slightly disappointed her story hadn't given out a stronger response from her son. Well, I have heard quite a few stories about Kumo's old habits of kidnapping anyone they think could be useful to the village, and punishing most of the people who stood up against it, Naruto admitted. Is that so? It sounds to me like you have made some friends from Kumo, Kushina said. You could say that. The new Raikage isn't bad, and his brother B is helping me control the Kyuubi. Then there is Yugi-chan, but I don't think she counts as a Kumo shinobi anymore, Naruto said. Yugi-chan? Who is she? Do you have yourself a girlfriend, Naruto? Kushina asked. Naruto couldn't help it, he blushed red and turned away. No matter how many people he had told, he still felt weird talking to his mother about his fiancée. Can we come back to this? You were telling a story, Naruto stammered, trying to change the subject. Kushina smiled a knowing smile. Very well, but don't think I'm going to forget about this. I want to hear all about the girl you like, Kushina said, causing Naruto to sigh in relief. Well, anyway, as I was saying, the old Raikage and the council sent a team of Kumo ninja to kidnap me. As they were marching me away, I pulled out my hair one strand at a time. I had to be very careful not to be seen. Konoha sent out pursuit squads immediately, but none of them managed to find me. As we got closer to the border, I started to give up hope of being rescued. But in the end, Minato was the only one who picked up my trail. He was the only one who noticed the trail of red strands. He rescued me from the Kumo ninja and carried me away. As he held me, he said he noticed my beautiful hair right away. Suddenly he no longer looked like a goofy flake, he looked like the most magnificent shinobi ever. Like a man who would make all of my dreams come true. My bright red hair had led me to my soul mate. From that day on, I liked my hair, and more importantly, I loved Minato, Kushina said with a reflective look on her face. That's a great story, might even rival Jiraiya sensei's first book as my favorite, Naruto said. I remember that book. Minato loved it as well, so much so we used it to choose your name, Kushina said. I know, Jiraiya told me. In fact, I was a little pissed when I first found out he was my godfather. I mean, he was never around and only showed up when I graduated from the academy, but in a way I can understand. He was needed outside of Konoha, and he has been a great sensei, Naruto said. I'm glad. I would have given him such a beating in the next life if he failed you. Now how about we go take care of that damn Kyuubi, shall we, Kushina said. Yeah, sounds like a plan to me, Naruto said, and slowly his consciousness faded from the safety and presence of his mother's presence and returned to find Kyuubi struggling against chains pinning him to the ground. So at peace, I feel so happy, Naruto thought as he turned to face Kyuubi. Damn you, Kushina, Kyuubi roared. Well, it's no pleasure, Cruz, to see you again either, the voice of Naruto's mother said as she appeared beside the blonde. Huh, I thought you were in a different part of the seal? Naruto said, surprised. Now isn't the time for that. My chakra can't hold Kyuubi for long. This is your chance, take him out, Kushina said. Right, it would be a pleasure. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto said, filling the entire surrounding area with Naruto clones. Accursed child, once I break free of this I will destroy you, Kyuubi said as he began yanking the chains off of him. I need Sage Mode for this one, Naruto thought as he focused on activating one of his seals. All of Naruto's clones charged forward, charging Rasengans. Cho-Odama Rasengan Barrage, the clones yelled at the same time, each slamming their gargantuan Rasengan into the Kyuubi, knocking him back slightly. Kyuubi's chakra was visibly starting to be yanked from its body now, which seemed to just fuel Naruto's resolve to get this done. One last push, Fuuten, Rasenshuriken, Naruto called out while a second clone was charging something else in his hand. Suten, Rasen Tsunami, the clone yelled as he slammed the completed water manipulation Rasengan into the Kyuubi's stomach and dispelled a second before the Rasenshuriken added its power to the jutsu, sending the Kyuubi flying away and the chakra of the Kyuubi to fly forward into the blonde's own body. How on earth is he so damn powerful, Kyuubi said with surprisingly little anger and what seemed like a hint of respect. That calm, begrudging respect did not last, however, as Kyuubi got a fist glimpse of Naruto's new seal. Naruto. Don't make me angry, Naruto, oh, Kyuubi roared and instantly created a massive Baiju Dama above his head and prepared to fire. Amazing. You still have all that power. You are really something else, Kyuubi, Naruto said as he began to close the Kyuubi's consciousness away again with the seal. Large beams fell down from nowhere and pinned the Kyuubi to the ground as the gate shut, leaving the Kyuubi once again trapped. That seal. And power, this is the Sage of Six Paths. Damn it, I thought I prevented this when I stopped him from awakening the Rinnegan. Damn accursed child, Kyuubi raged internally. I won't forget this, Naruto, Kyuubi said angrily. I'm sorry, Kyuubi, I promise I won't hurt you, Naruto said and turned around only to find him once again in the white room with his mother. You did it, Naruto-kun, Kushina said happily. Yeah, but now I am guessing you are going to have to go, just like Dad did, Naruto said solemnly. Yes, now I can go on after your father. But before I do, why don't we get your little girlfriend in here with you, Kushina said. What? Is that even possible? Naruto asked. I think it is. After all, with this new seal of yours I have far more of an idea as to what is going on outside. She is the blonde one with the cat-like eyes, right? Kushina asked. Yeah, but I don't get it. Then again, I haven't had a chance to look at my seal yet, Naruto admitted. You're overthinking things, just like Minato used to. Just watch, she is currently holding your hand. Just will her to enter the seal with you, her body will stay where it is, only her consciousness will enter, Kushina said. Wow, you're smart, Mom, Naruto said. Of course I am, I'm an Uzumaki after all. Have you ever heard of an Uzumaki who doesn't know anything about seals? Add to that the fact that I am part of this seal and I know everything there is about it, Kushina said. Very slowly the form of Yugito appeared in the room with Naruto and Kushina. What the, where am I? Yugito said, looking around. You're inside my seal, Naruto said, getting the blonde Kunoichi's attention. What? Naru-kun, why am I here? Yugito asked. Well, there is someone who wants to meet you, Naruto said. Yugito then saw Kushina standing there beside Naruto. Who is this? Don't tell me the Kyuubi has a human form, that would be so unfair. Nibi can't even do a good baiju dama, the blonde Kunoichi said. No, I'm not the Kyuubi, no, like give me a look at you, Kushina said. Well, if you are not the Kyuubi, why are you here? You're bossy enough to be the Kyuubi, whoever you are, Yugito said. Well, you sure know how to pick them. I will have you know that I am Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto-kun's mother, Kushina said. What? How is that possible? Yugito stammered, going red from embarrassment and fear that she may have just upset the one woman she cares that would approve of her relationship with Naruto. It was Minato. He used some of my chakra when making Naruto's seal so I could come here and help him when he fought Kyuubi. But we're done now and I still have some time left, so there are two things I want to do. The first of which is talk to the young lady who has become so important to my son, Kushina said. Oh, and what's the second thing? Naruto asked. We can get to that later. First I would like to know your name, Kushina said, turning to Yugito. It's Yugito ni, although soon it will be Yugito Uzumaki Namikaze, Yugito replied. So you are getting married? Kushina said happily. Yes, we got engaged a few weeks ago, Yugito answered. That's fantastic, looks like my boy is all grown up after all, Kushina said with a huge smile. So you approve of me? Yugito asked tentatively. Why wouldn't I? You have made my boy happy and that's all that matters to me. It also doesn't hurt that you are a Jonin at such a young age, so you will be strong enough to keep him in line should he ever get out of hand, or do something stupid, Kushina said with a smile. Oh, I'm so glad. I always wondered what you and the Yondaime Hokage would think of me. I wondered if I would be good enough in your eyes for your son, Yugito said, admitting her fears. Silly girl, it wouldn't matter if we approved or not, what matters is your love for each other, and don't ever forget that, Kushina said. Don't worry, I don't think I will ever forget that, Yugito replied. That's good. Well now, why don't you tell me how you both met, Kushina asked. Well, the truth is I was sent to Konoha to deliver a message to the Hokage, but at the time there was no Hokage after the Sandaime was killed by Orochimaru. I was wandering around the land of fire waiting for a new Hokage to be named and I saw Naruto in a clearing trying to complete the Rasengan. I thought he was just a stupid kid trying to play ninja with some jutsu I have never seen before, but for some reason I just felt a strange connection to him. In the end it was my own Baiju Nibi who informed me of Naru-kun's burden. After that I approached him and we became good friends. I traveled with him back to Konoha with Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama as Tsunade-sama was becoming the next Hokage. During the time I spent with Naruto before and during our time in Konoha we fell in love, and I have never been happier, Yugito said. Let me guess, when you first saw him you thought he looked like an unreliable goof, right? Kushina asked, failing to hide her chuckle. Well, now that I think about it, yeah, I guess that's what I would call it, Yugito agreed. That must be a curse of the Namikaze men. I thought the same thing about Minato, Kushina said, still chuckling. Really? I gotta say this is the first story I've ever heard of the Yondaime Hokage where he was branded as unreliable and goofy, Yugito said. Yes, well, I was nothing but a small girl at the time. I didn't know what a wonderful man he would become, Kushina said slightly defensively. I can understand completely, Yugito added. So tell me, what are you planning for the wedding? Kushina asked eagerly. To tell you the truth, we haven't really had time to think about it. If it was up to me it would be a small event with just the Hokage, Raikage and some of our closest friends. But if Ino has her way, half of Konoha will be there, Yugito said. Ino? That wouldn't happen to be Inoiki's daughter, would it? Kushina asked. Yeah, it is, Naruto answered. Oh, those Yamanaka women are all like that. I remember having to keep our marriage a secret. It was such a pain, but we couldn't let Iwa know I was married to Minato-kun. It was for my safety. In the end we only had a quiet ceremony with the old man Hokage with his wife, and Jiraiya present. I would have loved for a few of my friends to come, but in the end I was just happy that I was married to Minato-kun, Kushina said, fondly reminiscing. Well, if we did that, Ino would never forgive us. After all, she already knows we are engaged, Naruto added. Yes, I don't think you would get away with a small wedding. Looks like you're just going to have to compromise with the girl, Kushina said. That will still leave us with way too many people, Naruto moped. Well, this is what you get for becoming the hero of Konoha, Yugito said. Oh well, next time I'm just going to let Nagato destroy the village then, Naruto said. Oh, you couldn't even if you wanted to. You have a pathological need to save anyone you can, even if they don't deserve it, Yugito replied. His father was the same way, he would never kill if he could avoid it, always willing to give people a second chance. Anyway, this has been fun, but now we have to get on to some more serious issues, Kushina said. So what's the serious issue? I don't think we can deal with much more at the moment. We already have 2 insane Uchiha trying to kill everything in their path, and a 4th shinobi world war about to start. What else could go wrong, Naruto said. I need to tell you about what happened on the night of the Kyuubi attack 16 years ago, Kushina explained. The night of the Kyuubi attack, Dad said it was Madara Uchiha who was responsible, Naruto said. Indeed, he played a part, but first, as you may have guessed, I was the previous jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Kushina said. Really? Yugito said, stunned. I guess as much when the Kyuubi knew your chakra so well, Naruto added. As you know, I was not originally from Konoha, I came from Uzu. Konoha and Uzu villages had very strong ties to each other, Kushina said. Yeah, I know, the Senju clan of Konoha, and the Uzumaki clan of Konoha were the best of friends. In fact, they were even distant blood relatives, Naruto added. That's right. Anyway, the people of the Uzumaki clan were all blessed with astonishingly long lives, to a point where Out Village became known as the Village of Longevity. You surely know already of our clan's skills in sealing techniques. The 4-element seal on your stomach was one of the seals from the Uzumaki clan. In fact, I taught Minato-kun a whole bunch of different seals, Kushina explained. I know all of that, but why did they pick you? There were many members of the Uzumaki clan that could take the role of jinchuriki. Naruto said. Well, for one, I was a grandchild of the current leader of the Uzumaki clan. Also, I was apparently born with a particularly strong chakra that was well suited to suppressing the Kyuubi. My predecessor as the Kyuubi jinchuriki was also a powerful female shinobi from the Uzumaki clan. I guess it was seen as appropriate that I take over for her. It's funny, her name was Mito Uzumaki, and she became the Shodaime Hokage's wife. And I ended up marrying the Yondaime, Kushina said. Yeah, I know about that. She became the first jinchuriki during the fight between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Naruto said. Yes, that's correct. From then on, Konoha took possession of the Kyuubi. And as Mito-sama neared the end of her life, I was brought to the village as the Kyuubi's new vessel, Kushina explained. They used you, Naruto yelled, clearly upset at how they had made his mother the previous jinchuriki. I had no idea why I had to move. And when I learned the truth, I was speechless. It had all been kept top secret. Only the Sandaime Hokage and the top village councilors knew. Only 3 people. I was suffocating under the pressure of being a jinchuriki and the crushing loneliness that came with it. But then Mito-sama told me something that made me feel a whole lot better, Kushina said. What could anyone say that would make it better, Naruto stated. She told me that ultimately we were brought here to Konoha to become the vessel of the Kyuubi, but before the beast can be housed, we must fill the vessel with love. Do that and even the host of the Kyuubi will live a happy life, Kushina said with a smile at the memory. You were happy as the previous jinchuriki, weren't you? Yugito said. Yes, I was. Thanks to Minato-kun and Mito-sama, I had a very happy life, Kushina answered. I do have a question. The Kyuubi attacked 16 years ago, and the masked man from the Akatsuki, Madara, was controlling it. So how did he get control of the Kyuubi if it was sealed away inside of you? Naruto asked. I guess your father didn't tell you. It figures, he left most of it to me. I suppose Minato-kun must have had very little time. But you are right. That masked murderer Sis have control of the Kyuubi when it attacked 16 years ago. But it was only moments before his attack that it was still sealed inside of me, Kushina said. What? How did he get it out? Naruto asked. I don't know how that masked man knew, but he did, Kushina said. Knew what? Naruto asked. He must have known that a jinchuriki's seal weakens upon a full-term's pregnancy, Yugito said, shocked and saddened. That's right, how did you know? Kushina said. I was trained to control my Baijuu at a young age. They told me about the weakness of the seal when you need to use your chakra to support the life of the child. That is why a female jinchuriki needs to have someone there with them to sustain the strength of the seal, Yugito explained. Yes, that is exactly what happened. Now the story begins with Minato and myself talking to Hiruzen-sama and his wife about preparations for your birth, Naruto. Hiruzen-sama and his wife Biwako informed Minato and I that I would have to give birth outside of the village, and there would only be 3 people allowed inside with me, Kushina said. Outside the village? Why go to that much trouble? Surely the seal doesn't become that weak, does it? Naruto asked. For most Baijuo it doesn't, but for the higher, more powerful Baijuo it is always a risk that it will escape even with someone looking after the seal, Yugito informed her fiancé. Yes, that is exactly why we were told that I would have to give birth outside the village. I went to gather my things for the birth with Baiwako. It was an uneventful apart from running into a good friend Mikoto Uchiha, who had just given birth around a week earlier to her son Sasuke. I remember being so afraid of childbirth I just had to ask her if it hurt, but she didn't really help, and in the end Baiwako dragged me away to stop me from revealing anything more about the birth. She gave me such a lecture about not talking to anyone, as well as not screaming when the contractions start, Kushina said with a fond smile. That's a bit rough, isn't it? I mean, how can you stop yourself from screaming if you are in that much pain, Yugito said. Yes, I didn't do a very good job at it, I couldn't help myself. Minato-kun was really worried about me, but I remember Baiwako lecturing him to watch the seal and not panic, and that this was the reason women have babies, because men can't handle the pain. If I wasn't in so much pain myself at the time I would have probably laughed. Your birth went without complications and I was finally able to meet you. I was so happy to finally see you, to be able to hold you. Minato-kun just couldn't stop smiling, Kushina said reflectively. So there was no complications with the birth? Then what went wrong? Naruto asked. Only moments after you were born that masked man showed up. He had killed all of the Anbu that were guarding our location, and upon entering the room he killed Baiwako and the Anbu that was with her Taji. And what was worse, he had taken you, threatening to kill you if Minato-kun didn't leave me. In the end that masked bastard attempted to go ahead with his threat, forcing Minato to leave me while my seal was still weakened. He of course saved you in time, Naruto, but had to act quickly to avoid the explosion from seals that the man placed on your blanket, Kushina explained. That's horrible, that man is truly evil, Yugito spat angrily. Indeed he is. Anyway, while Minato-kun returned Naruto-kun safely home, I was taken by that man. He was gloating about how despite all of the safety precautions Konoha made to ensure Minato-kun would be able to protect me, he managed to separate us. He then activated his Sharingan and forcefully ripped the Kyuubi from my seal, Kushina said. So that is how you died? Yugito asked. No, I survived the removal of the fox, Kushina answered. How is that possible? I thought a jinchuriki was supposed to die upon the removal of their Baijuo, Yugito said, shocked. Well, like the masked man said, the Uzumaki clan is really something special. Our longevity allowed me to survive. That masked man, who seemed to have almost complete control over the Kyuubi, allowed the fox to kill me, saying that it was fitting for a Baijuo to kill its previous jinchuriki. It almost got me as well, but Minato-kun arrived and saved me. He returned me to the place he had hidden you, Naruto-kun, so I could stay with you while he went back out to fight the man in the mask and of course the Kyuubi. Minato-kun then left me with you, so I do not know exactly what happened in the village, but I am sure that it was horrible, Kushina said. Madara, I hope he suffers for what he has done, Naruto said angrily. The story isn't over yet. Like I said, I was with you, so I do not know what happened, but from what I can gather, Minato-kun was able to defeat the masked man and remove the Kyuubi from his power, because the next time I saw Minato-kun he was warping both of us to the location of the fox. I used most of my remaining chakra to hold Kyuubi down. I planned to draw it back into me as I die so that it would be gone for at least 9 years. I thought it was the only way to save both Minato-kun and you, Naruto-kun. But then Minato-kun had his own plan to allow me to see you one last time, and to seal away the fox, but his choice of what seals to use were just horrifying. I knew he would die if he used the dead demon summoning seal. He planned to permanently seal half of Kyuubi's chakra away with him and the other half seal into you, in the hopes that you would one day learn how to use its power. He thought that you would be the one to save the world one day. I still don't know what that means. I think it has something to do with a prophecy told to Jiraiya, Kushina said. So you just let him use Naruto as the jinchuriki? Yugito asked. Not really, I was damn against the idea, and to make him a jinchuriki without even having a father was just unthinkable. I couldn't understand it at all. Minato-kun was sacrificing you just to keep the balance of the Baijuo between the villages, Kushina said. Well, what did he say to that? Yugito asked. He said that turning your back on your country is the same as abandoning a child. That he made a promise to protect the village of Konoha and the land of fire when he became Hokage, and he couldn't just turn his back on those people. I still didn't like what I was hearing. Despite knowing Minato-kun truly believed what he was doing was right, I didn't want my son to grow up alone. But Minato said something that in the end I am glad he did, because it meant that I was able to meet you and your beautiful fiancée. He said that even if he lived he could never substitute for me. There were things that you need to be told that he could never say. Even if I only have the briefest of moments to do so. And that the sealing wasn't just so I could see you again, it was so that you could meet me. A lifetime with a father could not give the same kind of love and affection as even 5 minutes with a mother, Kushina said. That's so sad, but in a way romantic, giving up their lives for each other, and giving themselves one last chance to see their son again, Yugito said. She had tears forming in the sides of her eyes. After that, Minato used the dead demon seal to remove half of the Kyuubi's chakra and seal it into himself before beginning the sealing process to seal the rest of the chakra away inside of you. Kyuubi saw this and attempted to end your life before Minato-kun had the chance, but we both threw ourselves in front of the claw he was using and it went right through both of us, but it didn't reach you. My last words to you were, don't be a fussy eater, and grow up to be big and strong. Make sure you bath every day and sleep well. Make friends, it doesn't matter how many. Just make sure they're real friends, people you always trust and rely on, even a few is enough. And study your ninjutsu. I was never very good at it, maybe you will be. And remember to avoid the 3 vices of shinobi. Don't borrow money if you can help it. Save what money you earn from missions. No drinking alcohol until you are old enough, and as for women, well, I don't think I need to tell you what I said, as you have found someone on your own. Oh yes, there was a final warning. Watch out for Jiraiya sensei. Finally, remember who you are. Find a dream and don't stop trying at it until it comes true. And of course I couldn't leave you without telling you how much I love you. Naruto, I am so sorry about what happened. We made you into the Kyuubi vessel and I wasn't there for you while you were growing up, Kushina said while wiping a tear from her eyes. Naruto was also tearing up. Don't apologize, I had a lot of hard times growing up as a jinchuriki. But I never blamed either of you. Maybe I never understood what a parent's love is really like, but I never really had a mother or father to begin with. Although, I do have a rather dysfunctional couple who treat me like their own. Well, that is when Tsunade Bakken isn't beating up Jiraiya sensei for being a pervert. But I get it now, you both gave your lives for me so I could live, you loved me so I could grow up happy and healthy. I am so glad I am your son, Naruto said. Kushina rushed forward to hug Naruto just as she was starting to fade away. Naruto, I am so happy to hear you say that. Thank you for allowing me to be your mother, and Minato-kun to be your father. Thank you for being our son. Thank you. Kushina sobbed as the tears began to fall freely from her eyes as she faded away, leaving Naruto alone with Yugito. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.